An Authentic History of the Cato-Street Conspiracy, Part 2. By George Theodore Wilkinson. Mr. Doane recalled, "That is not my manuscript. I always write from a manifold." Andrew Mitchell, "I did not receive that from Mr. Doane, but from a person of the name of Lavenue, who furnishes things in the same way." John Whitaker, "I searched in 11 newspapers of the 22d of February for the annunciation of a cabinet dinner at Lord Harrowby's, and in none of those papers was there such an announcement as that in the New Times. The Attorney General, these papers ought to be here. The Chief Justice Abbott, strictly speaking, they ought to be here. The witness, the New Times alone had the annunciation of the dinner at Lord Harrowby's on the 22d of February. Mr. Adolphus, this is all the evidence I intend to offer on the part of the prisoner. Mr. Gurney, I wish, my lord, that Dwyer should be again called. The witness, Dwyer, was then again put in the box, and examined by Mr. Gurney. I do not know a man of the name of Hucklestone. The witness Hucklestone was desired to stand up. Dwyer, I know that man, but did not know his name was Hucklestone. I have met him in Oxford Road. Not in a public house. I never proposed to him to charge any person with an unnatural offense. In February last I was at work at the parish mill, and got 3 shillings. I have a wife and family. Cross-examined, I did not know Hucklestone by name. I saw him with other chaps at the corner of James Street, near where I live, but I never associated with him. I have seen him in Hyde Park. I never went into a public house with him. I resorted to the Rodney's Head, but never knew him to resort there. I have not repeatedly met him in a public house. I don't know that I can swear I never saw him in a public house. I will swear I have not been with him at the Rodney's Head within this 3 months. I am a bricklayer by trade, and worked 14 years for one master. Mr. Adolphus now entreated permission to be allowed till the ensuing day to prepare himself to address the jury on the part of the prisoner. The state of exhaustion to which he had been reduced, as well as the shortness of the time which had elapsed since he had received his instructions, and the great importance of the duty which he had to perform, where the life of a fellow creature was at stake, the more imperiously impelled him to entreat this indulgence, if consistent with the views of the court. The Lord Chief Justice felt the propriety of the appeal, and after some conversation relative to the convenience of the jury, the court was adjourned till the following morning. Third day, Wednesday, April 19, 1820. The court opened again at 9 o'clock this morning, and a few minutes after Mr. Adolphus rose to address the jury on behalf of the prisoner, and commenced by observing that he could not request their attention to the feeble and humble efforts which he was going to make in defense of the prisoner at the bar, without returning them his sincere thanks for the kind and gracious manner in which they had conceded to him further time for the preparation of his defense. Under all the circumstances of the case, the situation in which he, Mr. Adolphus, stood was sufficiently distressing, but it would have been still more so if he had been compelled to address them yesterday evening with a mass of evidence totally undigested, with a memory wandering over all, but steadily directed to none of the points which had come out during the trial, and without any of that simplification of the case which he had been able to effect, though imperfectly, in the few hours which, by their kindness, he had been able to steal from sleep. The inquiry in which they were then engaged was a most anxious and important inquiry. Indeed, so anxious and so important was it that it was only natural to expect that the minds of counsel engaged in conducting it would sink under the heavy task imposed upon them. During the course of his professional career many trials similar to the present had taken place, but in none of them did the parties accused labor under such dreadful charges as were now brought against the prisoner at the bar. In none of them had they been so totally deprived of all assistance and support as the unfortunate individual had been on whose fate they now stood impaneled to decide. To say that he, Thistlewood, had all the weight of office arrayed against him, to say that the prosecution was conducted with all the talent and all the power of government, was to say nothing more than that Thistlewood was indicted for high treason. He, Mr. Adolphus, meant not to blame the government for exerting all its energies in a case like the present. By no means. The Crown had, on all occasions, and particularly on an occasion like this, a right to demand of its best servants their best services. He only meant to contrast the difficulties against which Thistlewood had to contend with those which had surrounded other unfortunate men in his situation. against the great legal talent which had been employed against them by the Crown, there had come forward advocates of high character, and not inferior ability, advocates who voluntarily embarked themselves in the cause of their clients, gave up their whole time and attention to their interests, methodized and simplified the evidence necessary to maintain them, and entered the court prepared to meet the case brought forward by the Crown on every one of its points and bearings. Far different was the case of the unhappy man then standing at their bar. On the evening previous to his trial he was scarcely acquainted with the name of the counsel who was to defend him, and that counsel had scarcely more early information of the grounds on which his defense was to be rested. He, Mr. Adolphus, could assure them that he was only chosen counsel for Thistlewood on Thursday last, that unavoidable business had kept him out of town during the whole of Friday, and that he had appeared before them on the Monday with such information as he could collect in the interim. He deplored this circumstance, but he could not complain of it. His want of ability and preparation was not, however, the only circumstance which rendered Thistlewood's case more desperate than that of the individuals who had formerly been placed in his situation. Many of them had been allied with, or supported by, men of power and rank and influence in the country. Thistlewood, on the contrary, was aided by no party, was supported by no subscription, but was deserted by men of every class and party in the community. He, Mr. Adolphus, had received no assistance, no information, no instructions from him. All that he knew of the case was derived from the materials which the solicitor, the gratuitous solicitor for the defense, Mr. Harmer, had been able to collect within the last few days. Besides these circumstances was another still more extraordinary and unfortunate. At the state trials of 1794, whoever was discharged by a verdict of his countrymen was discharged at once from all further prosecution, and with the inquiry of that court ended all inquiry into his conduct. This man, Thistlewood, however, was so beset that, even though he obtained at their hands a verdict of acquittal upon this charge, he had to undergo a similar trial upon other indictments. Indeed, he, Mr. Adolphus, did not hesitate to say that he, Thistlewood, was surrounded by every danger which could possibly environ the life of a single individual. It appeared as if this melancholy choice alone were left him, whether he would have the execution of his sentence end with the severing of his head from his body, or whether he would have his body given up after his execution to the dissecting knife of the surgeon. If his guilt were of such a nature as to demand that penalty to be added to the others inflicted by the law, he had only himself to blame for it. Far was it from his, Mr. Adolphus's, intention to palliate his conduct upon that point. The only reason which he had for even alluding to it was to implore them to place out of their consideration every circumstance which was not connected with the subject of their present investigation, and which had not been brought regularly before them in the course of the trial. The Attorney General had made the same request to them, and it had well become his character and legal knowledge to do so. It was not less his duty as a man and as a Christian, than as a high officer of the Crown, to give them that advice, for, bound as he was to protect the interests of the Crown, he was not less bound not to exercise his power in wantonly running down those subjects, who were living under its fostering care and protection. Made then, as this request had been made to them by the Attorney General, he, Mr. Adolphus, could not help repeating it, for he was well aware how difficult it was to dismiss from the mind the impressions of ill will and dislike which were naturally conceived against any one who was, or ever had been, the subject of general reprobation. On occasions like the present a man's usual conviction stole into his mind, in spite of himself. It therefore became them to be doubly on their guard, and to view the case then under their consideration as if they had never heard the name of Thistlewood before, and as if they had never received any other information than that which had come under their notice in the course of the trial, upon which, and upon which alone, they were sworn to give their verdict. He agreed with the Attorney General that the present was a case of infinite importance, not, however, to the prisoner at the bar merely, whose life was at stake. Indeed, in that point of view it was of less importance than in any other, but also to the state and to all posterity. It was of importance to the state that verdicts should be given upon strict evidence alone, and not upon favorable or unfavorable impressions conceived by the jury regarding the party on his trial. It was of importance also to posterity, because if, as against a bad man, a certain kind of evidence should now be allowed to procure conviction, it would, in time, be also allowed to procure conviction against a good one, and in that case nobody could tell whose fame might not be impeached, whose property might not be injured, whose life might not be destroyed by the same kind of evidence as had been produced on this trial. Evidence which ought never to have the credence of any jury, or the sanction of any court. It was not, therefore, so much for the value of Thistlewood's life, though God forbid that he should undervalue the life of any man, as for the value of a precedent in a case of treason, that he was then contending. For if a charge of high treason could be substantiated against any British subject on such evidence as had just been adduced, there would be an end to all our well-founded boasts of the excellence of our law regarding high treason. Such an event, however, he, for one, did not anticipate, when he recollected with what care the law of treason had been guarded by the legislature, and with what caution executed by our juries, ever since the period of its first institution. Nor was such caution, vigilance, and correctness, as had been always exhibited by our juries, with some few exceptions, and those in bad times, unnecessary or uncalled for. An accusation of high treason was a fearful accusation. In all other criminal cases, from a simple assault up to a murder, the king, though not the real, was the ostensible prosecutor. In a case of high treason, however, the king was not merely the ostensible but also the real prosecutor. He was directly arrayed against the prisoner, and therefore it was the imperative duty of the jury to see that the subject was not oppressed. The present case of high treason was as important as any of those which had ever preceded it, and the jury ought, therefore, to be peculiarly careful not to allow one tittle of evidence to weigh with them which had not been admitted on former occasions, and if they had any doubts with regard to its admissibility, ought to lean to the prisoner, and not to the Crown, however interested they might be in its preservation, and the preservation of its authority. He had before had occasion to state to them that the defense of the prisoner at the bar had come to him, in the course of his professional business, as an enforced duty. He had not sought it, he had not refused it. Indeed, as an advocate, he could do neither one nor the other. Standing, however, as he did, in that court, as the advocate, the unfeed, and therefore, in some respect, the voluntary advocate of the prisoner Thistlewood, he deemed it right, unnecessary and improper as it might be on any other occasion for an advocate to press his own political opinions on the jury, to state that, during the whole of his life he had never given his assent to any proposition tending to change the Constitution, as established at the Revolution, either in church or state. He had been born a subject of his late most gracious Majesty. To him, whilst alive, he had paid a subject's loyal obedience. He was now a subject of his present most gracious Majesty, and the allegiance which he had paid to the father he willingly transferred, as his due to the son. To the questions which had lately agitated the country, he had never lent himself for a single moment. On the contrary, he had always opposed, to the utmost of his power, every design of faction and innovation. Thus much he thought it necessary to state in the peculiar situation in which he stood. But making as he had that declaration of his political principles, he also felt, both as a man and as an Englishman, that he had a strong principle to advance and establish in this defense, and he therefore trusted that, if any persons were present who felt an interest in the fate of the prisoner, they would not think that he would relax in his efforts on his, Thistlewood's, behalf, on account of the difference of their political opinions. If any thought that he would relax, he was sorry that they should entertain such an opinion of him. He would, however, use every exertion to make a fair defense for the prisoner. If it were not conducted with ability, it would be not from want of intention, but from want of ability, which would be the prisoner's misfortune as well as his own. The learned counsel then proceeded to observe that the line of defense which he found it necessary to pursue was the most difficult which it had ever fallen to the lot of an advocate to make good, and he should here be deficient in respect to the good sense and talent of the jury, if he pretended to assert that the prisoner at the bar was perfectly guiltless. He was afraid that it was but too evident that he, Thistlewood, and those with whom he was connected had meditated assassination, a crime which was little less horrible than the commission of it. He did not intend to palliate Thistlewood's conduct in doing so, far from it. It was a crime not to be palliated. The very blood recoiled from it. The best feelings of human nature revolted against it, and the indignation and execration of society always followed it. Still he thought it possible that Thistlewood, though he might be guilty of murder and the other crimes imputed to him in the various indictments, might not be guilty of high treason. Unless, therefore, he was fully and clearly proved to be so, it was their duty to acquit him, and in so acquitting him, in spite of all the odium and prejudice which surrounded him, they would be doing honor to themselves, and benefit to their posterity. He was not weak enough to say this in any hope that, by flattering them, he should obtain their verdict. He should be sorry to obtain it on such terms, for if they gave a verdict for him against the evidence, they would be doing no honor to themselves, and a great injury to their posterity. He had once thought of stating to them, at some length, the nature of the law of treason, but he had afterwards found reason to change his opinion, it having been suggested to him that the law on that subject would come better to them from the court. He should therefore proceed, before he entered into a minute examination of the evidence. On the general nature of it he had already made some comments, to state to them the nature of the indictment. They had heard the indictment read over to them, and would have perceived, unacquainted as they were with the technicalities of the law, that the same offense was charged against the prisoner, though somewhat varied in terms. There were 4 charges, or counts, to which he particularly wished to call their attention. There were to each of these 10 or 11 overt acts, all of which, it had been said, must be considered as shewing the intention with which the prisoner had acted. The prisoner was charged, in the first count, with compassing, imagining, inventing, devising, and intending to deprive and depose our Lord the King, from the style, honor, and kingly name of the imperial crown of this realm. The overt acts stated in the indictment were, conspiring to assassinate several of the Privy Council, procuring large quantities of arms with intent to assassinate them, as also to subvert and destroy the Constitution as by law established, issuing proclamations to the King's subjects containing solicitations to aid and assist them in making and levying insurrection, and various other acts specified therein. Before, however, they found the prisoner guilty upon this count, they ought to be convinced that the intention to depose the King existed previously, and not subsequently, to the commission of these overt acts. For though they should be perfectly convinced that the prisoner had gone to Lord Harrowby's house with the intention of killing the King's ministers, that fact alone did not render him guilty of high treason. It was necessary that a treasonable intention should be first proved to exist. To meditate the assassination of a Privy Councillor was certainly a crime of great magnitude, and by 3 Hen. 7 Cap. 14, had been made a felony, and by a later statute, that of 9th and Cap. 16, to assault or attempt to kill one in the execution of his office was made a felony, without benefit of clergy. Thus it was clear that to kill a Privy Councillor was not in itself an act of high treason, unless it were coupled with other acts tending to prove a treasonable intention previously existing in the mind of the prisoner. They must, therefore, before they brought in a verdict of guilty against him, be convinced of one of these 4 points, either that he did intend to deprive and depose our Lord the King from the style, honor, and kingly name of the imperial crown of this realm, or that he did intend to excite rebellion and insurrection within this realm, in order to subvert the government, or that he did intend to levy war against the King, in order, by force and restraint, to compel him to change his measures and counsels, or that he did intend, with force and arms, to effect those purposes. These were the points which must be established before they could find the prisoner at the bar guilty of high treason. And what was the evidence produced to establish them? He did not hesitate to affirm that never was evidence so weak tendered to prove charges so heinous. It was contradictory, it was inadmissible, it was incredible, coming from any quarter, but still more incredible, coming, as it did, from men destitute of all character, avowedly engaged in a conspiracy to effect a hideous murder, and therefore men of such a description as ought never to be allowed by their oaths to bring the life of man into danger at all. Before he proceeded any further, it would be requisite to call their attention to the degree of credit which ought to belong to an accomplice. The Attorney General, in calling an accomplice as witness, had stated that he was to be believed, whenever he was supported by other collateral evidence. On this doctrine he would not comment just at present, but would content himself with observing that it must be clear to all of them that the whole charge of high treason rested in this case solely on the evidence of an accomplice. For if the testimony of Adams were to be dismissed from their notice, there was not a single syllable said by all the other witnesses who had been produced, so loosely indeed had they supported the testimony of Adams, tending to convict Thistlewood of high treason. The question then came to this point, whether a charge of high treason ought to be considered as made out, which rested solely on the testimony of an accomplice, and an accomplice, too, like Adams. He maintained that it ought not, for if Adams were believed, no witness could hereafter be rejected as unworthy of credit, and consequently no man's life or honor could be considered secure. An accomplice, however, continued the Attorney General, not indeed in those very words, but in words to that effect, ought not to be expected to receive support on every point which he mentions in evidence, because if he were to receive such support, there would be no reason to call him at all. It was true that the evidence of an accomplice might be believed under certain circumstances, that is, when he was supported by other more respectable witnesses, but then he must not be supported by only a few witnesses, but by all the witnesses which could be called to confront him. He would even go so far as to say that those who availed themselves of the evidence of an accomplice were bound to produce every witness acquainted with the facts to which he swore, not merely those who could support, but even those who were likely to contradict them. These persons were the solemn gauges of his truth, and like witnesses to the signature of deeds, ought to be called forward for the common good of all parties. This was not merely his opinion, but the opinion of many eminent lawyers who had gone before him. Indeed, he had read an opinion of one of them in a book, which he could not with propriety mention there, an opinion which was so much in unison with his own, though much more forcibly expressed, that he could not omit the opportunity of reading it to them. The argument in it was clear and satisfactory, and the law was not more accurately laid down than it was forcibly expressed. The passage to which he alluded was as follows: An accomplice may be a witness, even unconfirmed, he is a witness competent to be heard. A witness of the most infamous character, unless he has been actually convicted of certain specific crimes, and the record is brought into court, may indeed be heard, but it is for you, gentlemen, to determine what degree of credit you will give to his evidence. Let him be heard. Let him be examined. I thank them for calling this witness. I thank them for submitting him to the admirable cross-examination of my learned friend. I thank them for stopping certain subjects of inquiry. All this must satisfy you, that no reliance can be placed upon his testimony. I am sure that if this were a case not of the immense importance which it is, but if it were a suit instituted to decide the smallest question of civil right, that you would not attend or give the slightest credence to such evidence. But in a case of this nature and of this magnitude, in a criminal case, in a case of treason, in a case of the highest description of crime, and with respect to its inflictions and penalties, the severest that the law recognizes, in a case of high treason, I say, to build your decision upon evidence of this character, upon such a witness, and such a treacherous foundation. Is it possible that my friends on the other side can expect it? Is it possible that they can hope, or even wish for it? Can you believe that they could have known the previous conduct and character of this man, when they brought him into court? It would be an insult to your understandings. It would be an outrage to common sense, a mockery of justice, to suppose that the smallest degree of reliance can be placed upon such evidence. But it is said that he is confirmed, and because he is confirmed in some facts, you are therefore to believe him in the rest. This is a position which lawyers are in the habit of stating in a very unqualified manner, but it is not a position which can be maintained to this extent, according to any principle of common sense. There is no man who tells a long and complicated story, like that which you have heard, who may, and must not of necessity, be confirmed in many parts of it. The witness was upwards of 8 hours in giving his evidence, and of course stated many facts, which no man denies, which have been in all the newspapers for weeks and for months past, and because he is confirmed in certain particulars, you are therefore required to believe the whole of his story to be true. Is this a proposition to be insisted upon? Can it for a moment be maintained to this extent, and in this broad and unqualified way? But, gentlemen, every profession in science has its phrases. The necessary qualifications are by degrees lost sight of, and the worst errors are thus introduced. Let us then look at the mischief of this doctrine, and see the evils and injustice that have arisen out of it. The notorious Titus Oates, the witness for the crown in the trials founded upon the Popish plot, in the reign of Charles II, that most infamous and perjured wretch, who was afterwards convicted of perjury for his evidence upon those trials, and suffered the punishment of the law for his crime, was confirmed in his testimony in many most important particulars. Unfortunately, the juries, misled in those times of heat and party animosity, were prevailed upon to believe him, and many unhappy persons suffered in consequence of the extreme punishment of the law, and murders were committed, under the forms of justice, in consequence of the reliance placed upon the frail and fallacious testimony of a man of that description. You perceive, then, gentlemen, the danger of this doctrine, and that it is not because a man is confirmed in certain circumstances that you can safely believe him, as to other facts where that confirmation is wanting. What is the character of falsehood? Who has lived in the world, and has at all examined the operations of the human heart and mind, who does not know that this is the usual and proper character of falsehood, that it does not wholly invent falsehood and grafts itself upon truth, and by that artifice misleads and deceives? Truth is exaggerated, things that exist are discolored or distorted. These are the usual operations of falsehood. This is a part of its nature, its address and dexterity. It arises, therefore, out of the very nature of perjury, that it must be confirmed to a certain extent, and it is because there is confirmation in certain particulars, to which particulars I shall, by and by, take the liberty of drawing your attention, that you are gravely required to believe the whole of the miserable fictions with which you have been insulted in the evidence of this abandoned wretch. But let us look with a little more accuracy to the shades and distinctions upon this material point. I beg you to follow me, for it is most important, according to my apprehension of the question. A man may be seduced into the commission of an offense, who had previously maintained a good character. He may repent of his crime, and give information, and then come into court as a witness. If the story which he tells is found to be probable, if he is not only uncontradicted in any facts, but is confirmed in essential particulars, if there are no circumstances of suspicion arising out of the situation in which he stands, a jury may, possibly, upon such evidence, be justified in finding a verdict of guilty. I repeated, that if the previous character of the man were good, that if the story he tells is probable, if it is not proved to be false in any part of it, if he is confirmed in essential particulars, and there are no circumstances of suspicion arising out of the persons with whom he is connected, and by whom he is surrounded, then the jury may give credit to his evidence. He could not help observing, that, if he had desired the best friend whom he had in the world to enlarge his mind by the infusion of good sound legal opinions, or to compose for him a dissertation on this express subject, that friend could not have given him any sentences so adequate to the expression of the sentiments which he wished to convey to the jury, as were the sentences which he had just read to them. He could have wished to have given them the book which contained these sentences to keep in the box with them, but the practice of the court prevented him from doing so. He would, however, ask them to retain them, if they could, in their minds, as a shield of protection for the prisoner, against a man, who ought not to be believed on any one point, but who had interwoven with his falsehoods many truths, which he had acquired either from common report and common conversation, or which had been impressed on his recollection by the injunction of those under whom he acted. The next step which he had to take would be to comment on the evidence, but before he entered into an examination of it, he should beg leave to describe the nature of the defense which he was going to make. He thought it, therefore, his duty to say at once that no doubt could be entertained of Thistlewood having been at a meeting in Cato-Street, and that he, with the other members of that meeting, had determined to murder all the cabinet ministers. To entertain a doubt of the existence of the meeting, or the sanguinary designs which those who attended it entertained, would be full as absurd as to doubt the existence of light now that the sun was casting its full radiance upon the court. Whilst that meeting was in deep deliberation, it was interrupted by the arrival of a party of police officers. In the affray which ensued, Smithers met his death, or, he ought rather to speak out plainly, was murdered. Making, however, these concessions, and admitting the facts to be as bad could be against the prisoner at the bar, believing even, as he did believe, that Thistlewood was guilty of the murder of Smithers, still he maintained that his guilt did not amount to high treason. He would admit that from motives of a personal nature, Thistlewood wished to kill one of His Majesty's ministers, and that, in order to effect that purpose, he had no objection to kill them all. The jury ought, however, to recollect that, whilst influenced by this wish, he had always been accompanied by 2 spies. How far they had advised these plots was not clear, but one thing was clear, that, upon such evidence as theirs, they were called upon to convict Thistlewood of high treason. That he had been guilty of murder Mr. Adolphus was not now going to dispute, but it was too bad that the crimes of murder and treason should now be blended together, and that he should be represented as meditating a crime which he never had for one moment in his heart. He had already stated to them that if Adams's evidence did not convict Thistlewood, none else did, for the evidence of the other witnesses was little or nothing. If, therefore, he shewed them, as he hoped and trusted he should shew them, that the witness Adams was totally unworthy of belief, then a verdict of acquittal must be given for the prisoner at the bar. In order to convince them how totally undeserving he, Adams, was of credit, he, Mr. Adolphus, should beg leave to direct their attention to 3 points. He should ask them how far Adams had been confirmed in that part of his evidence which related to the treason, then how far he had been contradicted by his own evidence, or that of others, and lastly, how far he might have been confirmed by others if the counsel for the Crown had thought proper to call them. What then was the testimony which Mr. Robert Adams had given to them? He, Mr. Adolphus, would tell them. The man had commenced his evidence by informing them that he had been a soldier some years in the Blues. That any subject of the king should entertain such schemes as had been entertained by these alleged conspirators was certainly deplorable, but that a man in the situation of Adams, a soldier, sworn to defend his majesty to the best of his ability from all harm and danger, should have voluntarily entered into them, and should never have felt any of what he, Adams, had termed compunctious visitings as to the guilt in which he was going to involve himself, until 4 days after the execution of that guilt had been rendered impossible, was a circumstance so atrocious as to deprive him of all claim to credibility and respect. This loyal soldier, however, proceeded to inform them that he had become acquainted with Brunt about 3 years ago, when the British army was at Cambrai, at which time Brunt was attending it in the capacity of a shoemaker. After the dispersion of the army he lost sight of him for some time, but afterwards met him again in the month of January last, when Brunt introduced him to Thistlewood. Then occurred one of the most extraordinary circumstances which he, Mr. Adolphus, had ever heard of, though it appeared to be nothing else than the fashion throughout the whole of this case. At his very first meeting with this Mr. Adams, Thistlewood let him into the whole secret of his traitorous designs. But could any one believe that Thistlewood himself was so reckless of life, as to use language to a stranger equivalent to this? My fate is so hard, my circumstances are so desperate, that I care not a straw what becomes of me. I put myself, and all my designs, into your hands, without any regard to the consequences, and yet those designs are so horrible and so sanguinary, that if you have the slightest portion of loyal feeling about you, you must denounce me to government, you must hand me over to justice, you must embrace the opportunity which I have given you of condemning me, without any scruple, out of my own mouth. Was it possible that any man in his senses could be thus blind and foolish? Could the most credulous man alive be persuaded to attach credit to so incredible a story? He thought not, and he therefore trusted that on such evidence they would never find the prisoner guilty of high treason. But though the prisoner, and those with whom he was connected, had not meditated so great a crime as treason, the evidence inclined him to believe that after the perpetration of the bloody deeds which they meditated, they had intended, under shelter of the confusion which such atrocities would have created, to have commenced a general plunder and devastation of the metropolis. Such an intention, though it enhanced their guilt, did not make it amount to high treason, and indeed, any person who carefully perused the evidence would observe that it tallied well throughout with a design to plunder, but very ill indeed with a design to depose the king and to alter the form of government. For what was it that Mr. Adams next said? Why, after some conversation as to his excellence as a swordsman, Thistlewood is represented as saying, no man worth 10L was worth anything for the good of his country. The tradesmen and shopkeepers of London were a set of aristocrats together, and all worked under the same system of government. He should like to see the day when all the shops should be shut up and well plundered. Why, the whole intent of their conspiracy was disclosed in this sentence. Here was nothing about depriving the king of his style and dignity, but there was a good deal about plundering the city. Their arms, too, were fitted for this purpose, but not for overturning the government, as must have been evident to all, from the miserable display of their armory which had been so ostentatiously made on the preceding evening. Therefore, unless they could suppose that to murder the man whom they hated, and to plunder the shops during the trepidation ensuing on such murder, amounted to a deposing of the king, they must acquit Thistlewood of high treason. At another meeting, this formidable band of traitors declared that they were so poor that they could not wait longer than the ensuing Wednesday for the effecting of their intended revolution. He left it to the jury to say whether such a declaration savored more of plunder or of high treason. But in his opinion, a scheme of plunder was the only thing which could be thus easily arranged, not a revolution in the state, which must depend upon many fortuitous events and circumstances. After this, their conversation became sportive. They gave certain facetious nicknames to certain distinguished noblemen. How justly it was not their business then to decide. This occurred on the 13th of January, just 1 month and 10 days before the transaction in Cato-Street. What occurred next, according to the testimony of the respectable Mr. Adams? Why, that 3 days afterwards he was himself arrested for a small debt, and carried to Whitecross Street Prison, which residence he did not leave until the 30th of January. Was this man, who could not even preserve his liberty, more likely to be found engaged in a design to destroy the state, or in a design to commit pillage and plunder, to enrich himself? He had nothing to lose, he had everything to gain, and if the worst came to the worst, he had only to save himself, and hang the rest of his companions, by turning King's evidence against them. After Adams had got out of prison, he returned to his old friends, and had several conversations with them, at all of which Edwards was present. He wished to call their attention to this curious fact, that Edwards, who could have proved all the conversations which had taken place, Edwards, whose name was placed on the back of the indictment as a witness to be summoned on behalf of the Crown, had never once been put into the box. Shortly afterwards they took a room to themselves, and had meetings in it twice or thrice every day. Adams attended them all, became acquainted with all their projects, made himself an active partner to all their intended atrocities, and yet, though a soldier of the King's, never disclosed a syllable of them to any of the constituted authorities until he was apprehended. What next? Why, between the 3d and the 16th of February, another conversation occurred, and then this plot is described as assuming, for the first time, a treasonable shape. One evening, says this respectable witness, I went in and saw Harrison, Thistlewood and Brunt. Harrison said that he had been speaking to one of the horse guards, who had told him that the whole of their regiment would be down at Windsor on the King's funeral. He said that this would be a favorable opportunity to kick up a row, and to see what could be done. Kick up a row! That very phrase explained the whole matter. All the troops would not, indeed, be out of town, but all the officers of police would, and therefore it was a favorable opportunity to kick up a row, and to commit depredation. Thistlewood, continued Mr. Adams, said that it was a good plan, and added that if they could get the 2 pieces of cannon in Gray's Inn Lane, and the 6 pieces in the artillery ground, they would so help themselves as to have possession of London before morning. He also said that when the news should reach Windsor, the soldiers would be so tired from being up all night, as to be incapable of doing anything when they returned to London. In possession of London! Why, this fellow, with his military education, ought to have known that he could not take military possession of any single respectable street in the metropolis with 10 times the number of men said to be engaged in this wild attempt to overthrow a mighty empire. For were their numbers unknown? No, their whole battalion was well known to consist of not more than 25 men, and yet, with this mighty force, and with 8 pieces of artillery, they were to be able to keep possession of London, because the poor dear soldiers would be tired to death by being kept up on duty a whole night at Windsor. Were such idle dreams and dotages to be credited in a court of justice? Or were they to be dismissed from their recollection with that scorn and contempt which was so eminently their due? Adams then represented Thistlewood, continuing as follows: by persevering after they had got the cannon, and by using some activity, they might go to Hyde Park and prevent any person or messenger from going to Windsor, and giving the alarm. Another party should then cross the water, and take the telegraph, to prevent any communication being made at Woolwich of what was going forward at London. The man who devised such a plan might, indeed, be considered as mad, but at least there was method in his madness. Roads were to be commanded in this, important diversions operated in that direction, telegraphs to be seized in one town, and soldiers paralyzed in another. All this, too, was to be done by 25 men and 8 pieces of artillery, who were to be gifted, in addition to all their other qualifications, with the most wonderful ubiquity. That a wicked man, or that even a madman, might devise such a project, he could easily believe, but that any man should propose it as a feasible project to any body of men, was more than he could ever be induced to credit. For no story of Oriental romance was so extravagant, no exploit of any hero of school divinity was so inconsistent with reason and probability, as was the design which Adams had shown to have been recommended by Thistlewood to his associates. And yet these men were to form a provisional government, and the forming of this provisional government was to constitute a chief point of their guilt. They form a provisional government for this mighty empire. In what way? By what means? Out of what materials? Out of those illiterate and beggarly individuals, he supposed, who could not agree on the drawing up, on cartridge paper, of 3 lines, to be exposed on the great day of the Revolution on the blazing buildings of London, for the good of the people. This provisional government, formed from such materials as he had described, was not to begin the exercise of its authority, however, until the soldiers, who were to be tired to death by sitting up all night at Windsor, were fairly disposed of. From his talking thus coolly of tiring the poor soldiers to death by the labors of one night, it was quite clear that Adams, with all his military education, had either never heard of such a thing as a bivouac, or else that he had conceived all virtue and all valor, as well as all honesty, to have left the army when he quitted it. The provisional government being formed, it was only natural to expect that the business of the drama would crowd more thickly upon the jury, and therefore they might be excused for asking what came next. Why, the provisional government was to send to the seaports to prevent any gentleman from leaving England without passports. It was to send to Dover, to Brighton, to Margate, to Ramsgate, and other places, orders to that effect, to send to all of them, too, during the night of the King's funeral, and above all, was to send these orders to Brighton in particular. Why so? Because the mention of Brighton brought the prisoner at the bar into contact with the reigning sovereign, and laid a foundation for a charge of high treason. The king, however, was not at that time at Brighton, but unfortunately confined to his palace in London by so severe an indisposition as to require the issuing of daily bulletins regarding the state of his health. From that indisposition he had now recovered, and he, Mr. Adolphus, prayed to God that he might long be preserved from the recurrence of it. The prisoner at the bar, however, if they were to believe the testimony of Adams, was of opinion that the present family had inherited the throne long enough, and that it was of no use for the present king to think of ever being crowned. The learned counsel proceeded. Thus, gentlemen, is the secret detected. Here is the word of the wise and the edict of the powerful. By means like these was the greatest metropolis in the world to be taken, the great roads of communication with the country occupied, and the seaport towns seized. Yet, by this shameless fabricator of incredible falsehood, and by him alone, is the first count of the indictment supported. It required the greatest human fortitude of face to state it. Well, it was discovered that the first cabinet dinner was to be given. Cabinet dinners were said to be suspended during the death of the late king, and the illness of the present. On occasion of this first cabinet dinner the plan was to be executed. Mark, now, how this story breaks itself to pieces. On the 16th of February the plot is formed, yet then there was no ministry, and no intention of a cabinet dinner. This is flagrant, gross, and palpable, too palpable for detection, too flagrant for exaggeration. Several meetings are said to have been held at Fox's Court. It was found, on the February 19th, that the soldiers had done their duty, and were not to be surprised, therefore something new must be devised. For this purpose comes the ever-memorable information in the New Times. They had nothing in view but plunder. They sought only the surest way to plunder. Poverty was their goad, plunder their aim. Their designs were not directed against any individuals, however exalted, but as means of plunder. But a committee was appointed, and we see them assembled on the 20th. This is eminently worthy of your attention. On Sunday, at 11 o'clock in the morning, when the snow fell so thick that one could scarcely see his way, the committee met. Tid took the chair at this rehearsal of the provisional government. Tid sat in the chair with a pike in his hand. Thistlewood took his station on his right. Brunt was on the left. Thistlewood opens. I presume you know what you have met here for. I mean the West End job. This is presumptuous enough, certainly. Brunt speaks next. He never speaks without an oath, and he, characteristically says, "D, and my eyes, mention it out." Tid calls to order. So orderly was this meeting. Thistlewood then proposes to assassinate the ministers separately, as they cannot be got together. Their arrangements for this are like all the other arrangements. Barracks were to be taken, cannons carried away, ministers assassinated, government subverted, the mansion house occupied, all by 15 or 20 men. 25 were the greatest number ever spoken to. 25 would find themselves completely lost in the mansion house. They might as well wander through the Tower of Babel. Palin, who was to be particularly important in his services, was to travel from place to place with satchels of burning materials on his back, and was alone to set fire to several places. Mr. Palin alone was to be seen wandering about, setting fire to houses for amusement, or for the perfection of their plan. Each individual was to have his distinct act of assassination. Whoever failed was to be himself assassinated. But who the spare assassin was, to assassinate the rest if they failed, was not told. But this is one of the many fictions which you are called upon to swallow. The witness ventured for the first time to express here some difficulty, and asked whether, if failure proceeded from unavoidable causes, and not from cowardice, the same consequence must follow. Thistlewood relieved him from this apprehension. But how the court-martial was to be formed to try the case was not discovered. Such, gentlemen, is the delirium of delusion, or the suggestions of frenzy, which you are called upon to believe. Mr. Palin delivers a speech in parliamentary form. Agreeing as I do with the plan proposed, I wish to know where men are to be found. Then he asks whether the plan is to be communicated to those he meant to call upon. Thistlewood authorizes him to use his own discretion. Gentlemen, if you find in this testimony some remote pointing to probability, believe it, but can you, for a moment, hesitate respecting this gross and flagrant fiction? Finivelson was selected for setting fire to. No building is less liable to be burnt. It is a modern building, and there are strong party walls. Other places, which I shall not name, and where some of us live, would be much fitter. Many places between Finivelson and Fetter Lane, all timber, would take fire at once. But Finivelson appeared fittest in fiction. The witness had been in prison, and having forgotten that Finivelson was rebuilt, and inventing what he should say to the Privy Council, he represented Finivelson as the place to be burnt, because, in its former state, it would readily take fire. The Privy Council, their clerk, as well as the Attorney General, I believe, gave him no assistance. They only placed him before an impartial jury. You know that if the plan were contemplated and effected, a chandler's shop at Charing Cross, where the various communications diverge into the town, would create more alarm. But this suited the grossness of fiction, or the fondness of delusion, by which this witness looked for impunity and reward. We now come to the business of the Exchequer. Brunt says, in my eyes, though I have not worked for some time, I have a 1L note, and I shall give it for a treat. You will not, gentlemen, suppose that I repeat these oaths as feeling pleasure in doing so. It is painful to me, and disgusting to you, but, in my humble judgment, it is not a needless repetition. Suppose Brunt's generous purpose accomplished, it will give a slice of cheese, a piece of bread, and a glass of gin to each. It appears that SIXS was the largest sum seen with them. There was ones, on another occasion. There was 7D, for a newspaper, sevens. 7D was the treasury then. Whether this and the prospect of sharing in the produce of a 1L note could induce 15 men to subvert the government, I leave you to judge. Nothing stimulated them then but the hope of plunder. When they should have done something to create alarm, they expected to have full liberty of plunder. Thus have I endeavored, gentlemen, by hours stolen from my rest, to lay before you the real character of their intentions. My lord will fairly state the law to you. I need not, therefore, anticipate anything on that subject. At the meeting on the 21st, information is said to have been given that their proceedings were known at Bow Street, and at the Secretary of State's office. We might have had evidence whether this information could be well-founded, but we have none. Next day, the 22d, the cabinet dinner is announced. Who announces it? Mr. Edwards. This corresponds with what is in evidence before you, that the intelligence was fabricated, and put into the paper for this purpose. Poverty goads on these men, it is fit, said the prompters, that we put them on to what will serve our own purposes. The court reporter himself did not know of the cabinet dinner. He has told you that the word grand could not be applied by him, as one cabinet dinner was not grander than another. You see, then, how it has been fabricated. I will here once more allude to the execrations of Brunt, and from this time dismiss them from your observation. The Attorney General animadverted properly on the impiety and obduracy of heart which the language of Brunt indicated. If it was true, his infamy baffles description. It is that up to that moment he had been an infidel, but he had been praying to God, and he now believed, because his prayer was answered. Such are the words uttered by the fiction-making witness's mouth. I have prayed to God, in whom I did not believe, to put in our power innocent men, who are highly favored in this world. These are the fictions of a gross, rank, ignorant conspirator. They defy the grasp of human investigation. They almost persuade us to believe them, because they are impossible. We are almost led to say, as one said on another occasion, I believe it, because no man would invent what is so incredible. But on a question of life and death, gentlemen, you will not listen to such fictions, you will not regard such fantastical decoys. Perforated by the witness's own act, his creation sinks to the bottom of the sea. It can form neither buoy nor vessel. It is sunk and destroyed forever. But he is an infamous witness who cannot be believed at all. You find himself next in the chair, and when one turns upon him like a bulldog, and another like a bear, he remains firm. It was then resolved to have a watch set upon Lord Harrowby's house. This was certainly done, and was a part of the plan which was undoubtedly formed to murder His Majesty's ministers. But after that should have been done, so barren were they of invention that they were to fall back on their old plan of carrying away cannons without horses, of occupying posts without men, and of performing great deeds without any means. Provisional government! Unless the pronouncing of these words were to raise spirits from the vasty deep, I know not what it could mean. A printing press, one would have thought, was indispensable. But no means of printing a placard had they. Their proclamations were written on a piece of cartridge paper. I beg pardon, let me not understate the means possessed by them. On 3 pieces of cartridge paper were the magical words written. Your tyrants are destroyed. Ministers were the tyrants then. Be it so. This is not high treason. It might have been murder, but it is not high treason. The friends of liberty are invited to come forward. If this were told by a witness deserving of faith, it would stagger belief. Told by one tainted as this witness is, it can excite no inclination towards faith. On the blazing building, I think I am correct in stating it so, these proclamations were to be stuck up, in order that the friends of liberty, happening to pass by the ruins, might know that a provisional government was sitting, we know not where, or for what purpose. Is it possible, gentlemen, to sacrifice human life upon evidence like this? Is it possible to credit evidence that has no point of contact with common sense? The provisional government, dropped from the clouds, is sitting, the finger post is destroyed, with the blazing building to which it was attached. You know not where the provisional government is to be found. The witness stated that Ings, the butcher, was arrayed in a belt and 2 bags. The articles which were exhibited to you last night are removed from the table today. The bags were to carry human heads. If there is in the human mind anything so atrocious as to crown assassination with an exhibition like this, I am truly, truly heart-struck with sorrow for it. I was led to review the French Revolution, to which allusion has been made by the Attorney General, and at that early age every drop of blood in my body was chilled with horror at human heads paraded through the streets, and at the atrocious barbarities inflicted on the royal family. I rejoiced that the country to which I belonged was free from such crimes. From the hasty view I took of the bags, and it did not occur to me till I left the court, but from the hasty view I took, I think they are not large enough to contain a human head. I am told that they are. If so, I only say it has the impression of a hasty view. But for God's sake, let us not decide by these ignorant visions. Was not Lord Harrowby's plate, the salvers and goblets, and see, a more natural object of desire, and not heads, which, if any carried, every hand would instinctively strike him from the face of the earth? The hand of Lord Castlereagh was to be put into pickle, whether in order to be shown for money, as might appear suitable to the situation of Ings, or to be exhibited as a trophy, does not appear. The witness says, when the officers entered the loft in Cato-Street, they cried out, "Here's a pretty nest of you, and see." I shall afterwards remark upon this, because I think it pregnant with importance as to the witness's testimony, for I think he was not there at all. With the experience which you have had in courts of justice, some of you may have felt astonished that my learned friend did not proceed further into the cross-examination of this witness. Every art has its own difficulties, and my learned friend never shewed more consummate skill in his art than when he refrained from further cross-examination of this witness. When my learned friends, the Solicitor General and Mr. Gurney, asked questions of this witness, which were the natural and regular inquiries, you heard him refuse to answer, and add, "No, I have something else to say before I come to that." When their experience and judgment suggested the proper questions, he would not let his contrived and fabricated tale be mutilated. "No," says the untractable witness, "I have not come to that yet." If my learned friend had wasted time in cross-examination, he could only have got repetitions of the same words. Such testimony is not to be overthrown by cross-examination, but by his manner before you, and by the probability of the statements he makes. But this important declaration was got from him by cross-examination. When my learned friend asked him, in the words quoted by the Attorney General from a great poet, whether he had given information from compunctious visitings, he replied, that conscience alone made him disclose what he knew. He is quiet from the murder of Smithers on Wednesday night till Saturday, when he plumes his wings, and goes to the Privy Council to disburthen his heart. I have had a good deal of experience of the evidence of such persons, and I have heard one, who was chairman of the Quarter Sessions for Middlesex 26 years, say, that, from the moment that observation was made by an accomplice, he was not to be believed, because that was incredible. Apply that here. He sees the murderer, and goes away, unconcerned as if nothing had happened. He rests on the stings of his conscience for 4 days. He must think that you have no hearts yourselves, no consciousness of the operations of human feelings, if he imagines that you can believe what no schoolboy would give credit to. Have I used levity upon this subject? For God's sake, absolve me from the intention. Have I treated lightly the contemplation of assassinating men possessing and deserving the highest veneration? For God's sake, excuse the observations which the absurdity of the evidence made necessary. I cannot hear, without indignation, that the wisdom which has so long presided in one of the most important of our courts was thus to become a corpse, and that the valor which fought at Waterloo, for the Duke of Wellington was to have been at the dinner, was to have fallen by assassins. From these two take the measure of all. When the destruction of worth and wisdom, of learning and talent, is thus contemplated, the most hardened and flinty heart that ever dwelt in a human bosom recoils with horror, and melts with compassion. If then I have used a light expression, impute it, gentlemen, to inadvertence of language, and not to hardness of heart, because the absurdity of the witness made the observations I offered unavoidable. Let us now see how far this witness is supported by other witnesses. Mary Rogers proves his statement as to the lodgings. Joseph Hall confirms him to a similar extent. Lord Harrowby and his servant confirms him so far as to prove the intention of giving his cabinet dinner on Wednesday night. Of this there is no doubt. Haydon is proved to have spoken to his lordship in the park. 3 witnesses are called, which was not necessary, to prove that the room in Cato-Street had been taken, but the parade of confirmation in this matter is meant to cast an air of credibility over other parts of the evidence. I now advert to collateral confirmations. The sharpening of Ings's sword, the acquaintance of Harrison with the state of the barracks, the redeeming of a blunderbuss from pawn for murder, not treason, have been all proved. It is true Haydon and Dwyer are not accomplices, they are to be believed, if their testimony is credible. Haydon long ago, before his late Majesty's death, states to Wilson, with whom alone he was acquainted, that grenades were to be thrown under the table, and that those who should escape were to be killed with the sword. But he mentions no ulterior object deserving of the name of treason. Whatever the object might be, Haydon goes first to Lord Castlereagh, who was the object of their peculiar spleen, then not finding him, to Lord Harrowby. But what the nature of their plan was you may judge from this that Wilson would not, for the accomplishment of it, lose a shilling or half a crown to be gained by going with cream to a nobleman. He knew that no such thing as a revolution was to be done. This, gentlemen, is not the way that kings are destroyed, and governments overthrown. I do not say that the question should not enter into your consideration, but I say that you cannot find a verdict for the Attorney General, if you do not believe Adams, and I have labored very much in vain, if you have not dismissed his evidence from your minds. Monument has not in the slightest degree confirmed Adams as to the proceedings previously to those in Cato-Street, and he has no memory of having ever seen so remarkable a man as Adams at Cato-Street. Monument knew nothing of the murder of ministers, and the expectation of plunder as the consequence of its effects on others. You have next the very extraordinary and very irregular evidence of Dwyer. He, according to his own account, is a very modest bricklayer, and has for 30 years served one master. His conscience told him, and he told Thistlewood, "It is a very hard thing for me to inveigle the minds of men." A man who had such notions of right and wrong ought to have told him that it was very wrong to murder. He gave information to Colonel James within an hour of the time the communication was made to him on the 23rd of February. Colonel James advised him to go to the Secretary of State. He tells that Thistlewood was in 5 or 6 revolutions. I don't know Thistlewood's history or revolutions. Here the learned counsel read large extracts of Dwyer's evidence. Here is evident intention of riot, but nothing of a revolution, and it is remarkable that there is not a tittle of mention of a provisional government. The whole fabric of treason falls to the ground like the card-house of a baby. Adams sees not what is done in Cato-Street. Monument sees not Adams, and is not seen by Adams. Dwyer sees neither Adams nor Monument on any occasion. Monument, like Wilson, is so cold in the cause that, when he has a pair of shoes to mend, he pays no attention to the plot. This is not evidence on which you can believe the existence of treason. As a plot, it is beneath the attention of government. That plan of assassination which has filled the nation with horror was such that nothing can be too effectual to guard against it, and the utmost vigilance of the magistrates ought to be exercised to prevent a mischief so nefarious from finding shelter in society. But I will say, in the words of a great writer, that the chirpings of the grasshoppers disturb not the stately ox, who grazes unconscious of their noise. So is it unworthy of the government of this country to prosecute as traitors some dozen of ragged beggars, impatient of extreme poverty. I shall point out to you in what points Adams is materially contradicted. Here you will remember that one contradiction is of more importance than 10,000 confirmations. Confirmations to any extent only prove that the witness spoke truth to that extent. One contradiction proves the unprincipled contempt of an oath, and the wilful fabrication of falsehood. The learned gentleman again adverted to the meetings which were held in the house where Brunt lodged, and asked, was it not strange that the landlady, Mrs. Rogers, should have known nothing of those frequent meetings, where so many persons attended, and where such noises were made as had been described? Would not the jury think it a very singular circumstance that the landlady should have been ignorant of all this passing in her own house? Let the jury now look to the account given by Adams of what passed in Cato-Street. He stated that there was only one candle lighted. The officers, however, proved that there were 8, and that they were all put out on the firing of the pistol. He was equally incorrect in describing what was said. It was not as he swore, there is a pretty nest of you. No, for the evidence of the officers themselves went only to the words, we are officers, lay down your arms. He, Adams, knew when in prison that something was said by the officers, and he made that account which he thought the least likely to be contradicted. What would the jury infer from those contradictions and inconsistencies in his evidence? But that he was a man who respected neither God nor his gospel, and who swore to that which he knew to be untrue. Would they, under such circumstances, attach any weight to his evidence? But he, Mr. Adolphus, would come to another part of his evidence, where he was not only contradicted with the account given by others, but where he was inconsistent with himself. It would be recollected that he swore to Strange being present at the meetings on 2 occasions, yet, when Strange was put to the bar he could not recognize him, not point him out whom he swore to as having been present at 2 meetings held in the open day. Was this the man upon whose evidence the jury could return a verdict, which would affect the life of the unfortunate prisoner at the bar? He now begged the attention of the jury to another part of the case. They had heard of the name of Edwards in this case. This man, who lived at 166 Fleet Street, who afterwards lived at Ranelagh Place, why was not this man called? He was not an accomplice in any criminal degree, as must be inferred from the conduct of government in letting him go quite at large. Why was not this man called? They would then have the spy to support the testimony of the informer. He could tell the jury why. Because it was remembered what had been the effect of calling a witness of a similar description on a former occasion. The witness then underwent a long and able cross-examination from the counsel employed for the prisoners, and the result was that he and his testimony were put out of court together, and had no other effect on the minds of the jury than to convince them that the whole was a fabrication. If Edwards had been called, he would have told the jury how this case had been got up, for he was well acquainted with the whole machinery of it. It would be recollected that it was he who made the fusee for the hand grenades. What would the jury infer from his non-appearance, but that the whole of this case, as far as related to the charge of high treason, was a fabrication destitute of any foundation whatever? He would now come to a part of the statement made by the Attorney General in his address to the jury. He had said that he supposed a part of the defense would be that the jury should discredit the whole of this story, from its great improbability. He, Mr. Adolphus, had never any such intention, nor did he think that the youngest advocate at the bar would have attempted such a line of defense. To deny the existence of a plan, however wild and visionary, on the ground that it was improbable, would be to go in the face of the most authentic historic authority. He would take as an example one of the most familiar cases on record. The Earl of Essex, it was known, in a moment of moody displeasure with Queen Elizabeth, did not contrive a regular plan for displacing her from the throne, but in the instant he rushed forth into the streets, at the head of some few of his followers, and endeavored to stir up the citizens to rebellion, imagining that the people might be induced to second his scheme, and effect in a moment that which he had madly fancied. This was a most wild and visionary plan, but if we were rejected on the ground of its improbability, we should be blotting a page from our history, the truth of which was never before doubted. No, it was not his intention to deny the existence of the present plan, on the ground of its improbability, but he wished the jury to disbelieve the witness, on the ground of the improbability of the plot as he had described it. When, in the course of yesterday, they saw the pikes, and swords, and pistols and guns, and hand grenades, which were taken from the prisoners, or at their houses, no doubt they might have felt some alarm. They might have participated in the feelings of some persons who were near him at that moment, one of whom said he should not like to have one of those instruments presented to his breast. No doubt, nobody would like it, but let the jury seriously consider how those instruments were to be applied. If they took the 1,200 rounds of ball cartridge which were said to have been taken, and divided them by 24, they would find that they had just ammunition enough only for 50 men. But where were those 50 men? Or if they were in existence, where were the arms to use this ammunition with? They had only seen a few guns and pistols, and putting them together, there was not sufficient for a party to commit more than an ordinary highway robbery with. Could it be supposed that it was ever intended to upset a government, and dethrone a sovereign, by such means? Was there, taking the evidence of those who appeared before them, recollecting that others who might have been called were kept out of the way, was there, he would ask, sufficient to shew that the object of the prisoners was to upset the government and constitution of this country? He thought he could shew that their object was quite of another description. Let the jury look at the situation in which the prisoner at the bar stood. They had, as was stated by the Attorney General, often before heard of him. He had, not very long before the present transaction, been released from Horsemonger Lane Prison, where he had been confined in consequence of a letter sent to my Lord Sidmouth. He came forth from that prison with rancorous feelings against that noble lord, and probably against others of His Majesty's ministers. Would not such a man be a fit subject to work upon, in proposing an attack upon the lives of those ministers? Must not the jury suppose that the other prisoners would have heated feelings, after the transaction which took place at Manchester? He would not offer any comments upon that transaction, further than to say, that all which was said and written upon it, was not without an effect, and on the minds of the prisoners, would it be strange, that an artful and cunning man might work such an effect as to excite them to the murder of His Majesty's ministers, which would not of itself amount to high treason? With their feelings worked up, some of them with strong personal enmity against some of those ministers, they had determined upon making an attack upon several of them at their houses. They were in this state, when forth came the never-to-be-forgotten announcement in the New Times, placed there by the hand that was to betray them, that a cabinet dinner was to take place on the Wednesday following at Lord Harrowby's. Did not the whole of their conduct shew that it was against the ministers themselves that the attack was intended, and not against the government, or with a view of effecting a revolution? And was there not proof that this personal feeling was excited by some of the recent transactions at Manchester to which he had alluded? What was the speech which Ings was to have made on the arrival of the party at Lord Harrowby's house, where the ministers were expected to be assembled? "My lords, you see we have got men as good as the Manchester yeomanry." And then, turning to his associates, "Citizens, advance, and do your duty." During the whole of these proceedings, nothing was heard of any intended attack upon Carlton House, or upon any of the branches of the illustrious family of Brunswick. There was no such thing. The whole which their preparations and intentions embraced were, first, the murder of His Majesty's ministers, and then robbery. This was the object of setting fire to some houses, that plunder might be obtained in the confusion which might be thereby created. These, to be sure, were heinous crimes, but they did not amount to the charge of high treason against the prisoners. The setting fire to buildings, with the intention of robbing in the confusion which the fire would create, was not, unfortunately, a novel case. He was old enough to remember, and perhaps some of the jury might also recollect the circumstance of the setting fire to the premises of a timber merchant, in order to rob a pawnbroker's shop, which was close by it. Indeed, the manner in which some of the prisoners had spoken of the shopkeepers of London shewed that their object was plunder, and it appeared that bags were made for the purpose of holding such plunder. He had now gone through the whole of the points on which it was his intention to trouble the jury. He had done so, perhaps, imperfectly, but he would not apologize for the time which he had delayed them. He had not, on this occasion, all the preparation which was desirable. On the contrary, he had but a very short notice of the duty which he was to perform, and he remembered, on a former occasion, that one of the most learned counsel at the bar expressed his inadequacy to a similar task, though he stated that he had occupied a month in preparing for the defense. In pleading for the life of the unfortunate man at the bar, and, after him, of the other prisoners, it was not too much for him to ask the jury to consider well the nature of the evidence which had been given in support of the charge of high treason. He now, however, left the case entirely with the jury. If they thought, under all the circumstances, that there was evidence sufficient to prove the charge, then he should submit. But if, on the other hand, they were of opinion that the case was not made out, or that it was not proved to their satisfaction, they would, he was confident, acquit the prisoner. The learned gentleman again expressed his own inability to give the jury a perfect direction on this important trial, and concluded by praying that God might direct and enlighten their minds on the awful occasion, so that they might administer impartial justice, always remembering that the highest attribute of justice was mercy, and that, whether the result of their verdict should be that the prisoner would only have a week to live, or run out his days to that length to which Providence might please to extend them, it would be dictated by justice, tempered with mercy. The Lord Chief Justice now addressed the prisoner, and said, "If you wish to offer anything for yourself, in addition to what has been said by your counsel, you are at liberty so to do." Thistlewood. "I wish, my lord, to have 2 witnesses examined to the testimony of Dwyer. There is a man in court who will prove that Dwyer extorted money from him." The Lord Chief Justice. "You must not state that. You should have consulted with your counsel. The time for giving evidence is now past." Thistlewood. "I will waive it then, my lord. I have nothing further to offer." The Solicitor General now commenced his reply. He said that in rising to address the jury in support of this prosecution, he felt that he had a most anxious and painful duty to discharge. As the servant of the public on this occasion, it was his duty to perform the service with which that public had entrusted him to the utmost of his ability and power. He was anxious, therefore, that nothing should be omitted on his part for the purpose of presenting this case in a fair and proper view before them. At the same time, he felt anxious that, in the prosecution of what he was about to state, he should not misrepresent a single fact, far less a single argument, against the prisoner, or offer an observation which the justice of the case might not fairly warrant. He begged leave to join with his learned friend, Mr. Adolphus, in praying the gentlemen of the jury to dismiss from their minds all prejudices and impressions unfavorable to the prisoner, and to confine their attention solely and undividedly to the evidence which had been laid before them, on the oaths of the witnesses whom they had heard. In saying this, he was aware that it was superfluous and unnecessary. He was addressing an English jury, a body of men sworn to administer justice to the public on the one hand, and to the prisoner on the other, and he ought to apologize for suggesting a doubt that, in the discharge of their momentous duty, they would not keep their eyes steadily fixed on the evidence, upon which the fate of the person at the bar must ultimately turn. The situation in which the prisoner then stood was an admirable proof of the excellent system of our laws, and of their being built, and formed upon the principles of liberty and freedom. They had had it not only proved in evidence, but admitted by the counsel for the prisoner, that he had projected and harbored in his mind the assassination of the confidential servants of the Crown. They were aware of the passions and prejudices which were excited by this discovery in the public mind, and they saw that this prosecution was not commenced, nor was the unfortunate man placed upon his trial, until an opportunity was afforded for those passions and prejudices to subside. Independent of this, he was entitled to the delivery to him of all the particulars of the accusation which he was called upon to answer, and these particulars had been delivered to him at a period so far back as 3 weeks from the present time. This indulgence was granted to him, in order that he might have an opportunity of consulting counsel as to any point of law, or any objection which might arise in his favor, and in order also that he might bring forward such testimony as might be necessary to his defense. He had also a list of all the jurymen, who could by possibility be called to sit on his trial, and these he might reject, without assigning a cause, to the number of 35. On this account he was justified in saying, that the jury whom he was then addressing, whatever might be the result of their deliberations, was a jury of the prisoner's own choice. The prisoner, also, had received a list of the witnesses who were to be called by the Crown. That list was furnished in order that he might have an opportunity of inquiring into the previous character, history, and conduct of every witness who might be called against him, and for the purpose of enabling him to impeach their character, if his inquiry should enable him so to do. Such was the benevolent spirit of the British law, and such the advantages to which a man, placed in the situation of the prisoner, was entitled. The charge against the prisoner was, that of having conspired to overturn the constitution under which that system of government existed. It was a question whether the substitution of the government which he might have contemplated would have been distinguished by a character of so admirable a description. He had no doubt that the jury would pay that anxious and careful attention to this case which its importance demanded, and that they would not come to a verdict of guilty, unless they were satisfied that that verdict was justified by the clearest evidence. But at the same time, he called upon them to perform their duty, fearless of all consequences, to turn neither to the right nor to the left, but to pronounce such a verdict as was consistent with a proper feeling towards their country, and with a due regard to the solemn obligation into which they had entered. With respect to the law upon the subject, it was not necessary to trouble them with any observation. In the charge against the prisoner there was nothing of a difficult or questionable description. He was charged with conspiring for the purpose of overturning the government of the country, and with endeavoring to accomplish that by means of the assassination of His Majesty's ministers. If the jury, upon a due and careful examination of the evidence, were satisfied that he had so conspired, and that he had been found taking measures to accomplish that object, then, in point of law, he was guilty of the crime imputed to him. It was admitted on all hands that a plot had been formed to assassinate the ministers of the king, and not to assassinate 1, 2, or 3 of those individuals against whom the prisoner might be supposed to have some personal enmity. The blow had been aimed not against one, but against all. The jury would consider whether such an intention was founded with a view to overturn the government of the country, or whether, as had been fancifully surmised by the counsel for the prisoner, the sole object had been the plunder of private property, and the gratification of private revenge. They would look with jealousy to the testimony which had been adduced before them, and upon that they would conclude whether the steps which had been taken were directed by the desire of promoting revolution, or solely with a view of obtaining plunder in the confusion which would necessarily follow. In considering the evidence of an accomplice, they would naturally look to his previous character. They would see whether there was anything in his former course of life, from whence to conclude that he was a man capable of pursuing a continued and undeviating course of crime. But, above all, they would consider from all the circumstances of the case, what degree of credit ought fairly to be given to his evidence. He knew of no law that applied to accomplices, which did not apply to every other witness who came into a court of justice. The evidence of every witness ought to be examined with care and jealousy, and in proportion only as his story was consistent with probability was he entitled to belief. Now let them look to the fair test upon which the evidence of Adams was to be tried. His character, up to the time of his entering into the diabolical schemes of the prisoner, was unimpeached, and if anything could be urged on that score, no doubt the prisoner Brunt, with whom he had been intimately acquainted, would not fail to have adduced it. In so much, therefore, he stood upon fair and eligible grounds. Then they would ask themselves what interest he could have in stating that which was not true. The more criminal the plot which he disclosed, the blacker hue he gave to his own reputation. And added to this, he knew that, from the candor and correctness of his confession could he alone hope for mercy towards himself. Then he must be aware that if he stated that which was false, his story was capable of contradiction, and therefore altogether fruitless. So that, in every point of view, he was a competent witness. As was before said, however, the jury still had the power of exercising their own sound discretion, and of placing in him only that degree of confidence which he seemed to deserve, and which the confirmation he had received fairly justified. The learned counsel for the prisoner had made use of the gratuitous expression that this man, Adams, was the only witness to prove the case. Was this the fact? Were there not 3 other witnesses who all spoke to the same occurrences? He alluded to Monument, Hayden, and Dwyer, the 2 latter of whom were, in all respects, pure and uncontaminated, for what had been said of Dwyer was absolutely beneath consideration. These men were all unknown to each other, had never seen each other, and yet they all agreed in their story as to the plan for assassinating His Majesty's ministers, seizing cannon, providing arms, burning houses, and establishing a provisional government. Independent of these, a variety of other witnesses had been examined, who spoke to points trivial in themselves, but all confirmatory of Adams, and, as it were, completely dovetailing with the most minute parts of his story. This was the case with regard to Brunt's apprentice, to the landlady of the house in which Brunt lived, and her daughter, to the officers by whom Brunt's house had been searched, and even to Tid's own daughter, whose story was precisely consistent with the plan which had been detailed, but which had been so providentially frustrated. In fact, each witness formed a link in the general chain, which was complete in all its parts. But there was a still stronger argument in favor of all that had been stated, and that was, that it had not been contradicted by evidence, although such evidence was capable of being produced. For if what Adams had disclosed was not true, why were Potter, and Cook, and Palin, to all of whom he spoke as having been present at the various meetings which took place, and who were eligible witnesses for the prisoner, not called? The absence of these men afforded an additional reason for giving implicit belief to all which the witnesses for the Crown had said. The learned gentleman then proceeded in a luminous and eloquent strain, still farther to illustrate his argument, and with great ingenuity to contend that it was impossible, under all the circumstances of the case, for the jury to come to any other conclusion than that the several charges of high treason imputed to the prisoner had been established beyond all doubt. If, however, as had been said by his learned friend Mr. Adolphus, any doubt did exist, to the benefit of that doubt the prisoner was fully entitled. Lord Chief Justice Abbott proceeded to sum up. This, he said, was an indictment against Arthur Thistlewood, the prisoner then at the bar, and several other persons, who, in the progress of the trial, had appeared at the bar, in order to be identified for the crime of high treason. That offense had truly been stated as the highest crime known to the law. It was so, because it did not merely produce individual and private evil, as most other crimes did, but, in addition to that, it created great and extensive public mischief. A charge so grave and serious required, therefore, at the hands of an English jury, and would, he was sure, from what he had seen, receive the most mature and patient consideration. The charge, as it stood in the indictment, consisted of several counts. First, conspiring and imagining to depose the king. 2d. Conspiring and imagining to put the king to death. 3d. Conspiring and imagining to levy war against the king, in order to compel him to change his counsels. And fourth, actually levying war against the king. 2 of these offenses, conspiring the deposition of the monarch, and levying war against him, were declared to be treason, by a statute passed so long ago as the reign of Edward III. In the construction of that statute, it had been held, not only in many cases decided in this country, but also in the opinion delivered to us by various learned writers on this law, that all conspiracies and attempts to depose His Majesty, and all conspiracies to levy war against him, were treasonable, and must be considered as overt acts, proving an intention to take away his life, because, as historical experience showed, the death of a sovereign generally followed the loss of his kingly authority. But in order to remove any mistake that persons might fall into on this subject, a statute was passed in the reign of His late Majesty, similar in substance, and nearly so in language, to statutes that had been enacted in former years, but which had expired. By that statute, the conspiring or compassing to depose the king, or to levy war against him, were declared to be substantive treasons. Some of the persons called before them on this occasion were represented, and truly represented, to have been accomplices in this traitorous design. This character did not, however, apply to all the witnesses who had been brought forward. Much observation had been made on the degree of credit that ought to be given to persons who admitted that they had joined in the design. On this point he should only say that, according to the law of this country, and he believed, of every other country, accomplices were considered competent witnesses, but the credit that should be given to them was matter of consideration. The evidence of an accomplice was to be weighed, with reference to the probability of the story he told, the confirmation of it, so far as it was capable of confirmation, and the absence of that contradiction which might be adduced, if the story were false. There was, however, no rule of law which said that the testimony of an accomplice ought to be credited, either was there any rule of law which declared that it must be rejected. To declare the latter would be to open the door, and give the greatest latitude and impunity to crime. For, as had been said by the learned counsel for the prosecution, if such a doctrine were acted on, bad men would feel that they might proceed in their base designs with perfect security, and they would trust each other without reserve, whereas bad men now distrusted each other. They were afraid of detection, and that distrust prevented the commission of many offenses which could not be perpetrated without the assistance of several persons. Having made these general observations, to direct their attention to the evidence, he would now, some hours having elapsed since the witnesses were heard, read to the jury such parts of the testimony as were necessary for their consideration in coming to a decision. Here his lordship proceeded to recapitulate the evidence, briefly commenting on it as he went on. The first witness was R. Adams, who undoubtedly stood in the situation of an accomplice. But if the story he told were false, there were several persons mentioned by him, and they could have been brought forward to disprove his statement, and to discharge themselves of the crime imputed to them, if they were innocent, but whom the Crown could not compel to appear. This witness said that the officers, when they entered the room in Cato-Street, cried out, "Here's a pretty nest of you, we have a warrant to take you all," and the officers swore they only called out, "We are officers, surrender." This difference was not material. The two expressions were nearly the same in import, and in the scene of confusion which undoubtedly occurred on the entrance of the officers, it was very possible that a mistake might arise as to the exact expression used. That part of the evidence, in which Adams described his irresolution, gave, his lordship observed, the exact picture of a man of weak mind, not knowing whether he should go on or recede, balancing whether he should remain true to his associates, or make a discovery, and who, when taken into custody, did come to the resolution to disclose all he knew. If his testimony were true in substance and general effect, it proved not only a determination to assassinate His Majesty's ministers, but shewed to them that that was only a part of a more extended and general plan, which embraced the seizure of arms, the taking possession of the mansion house, and the forming of a provisional government, a plan formed on some vain expectation that, if the blow were ever struck, there were a great number of people in the metropolis who would readily join in the scheme, and levy war against His Majesty. Such an expectation was vain then, and he hoped would ever be found so when such treasonable attempts were made. This witness mentioned a man named Edwards. Why he was not examined his lordship could not say. Perhaps the prosecutors did not wish to call him for very good reasons. How far the jury would disbelieve Adams on that account, it was for them to say. What he had remarked on the evidence of this witness, he was sorry to say, was considerably against the prisoner. As to the character of Adams, before this transaction they knew nothing. No person had said anything about it. Haydn was a witness of a very different description, for he, it appeared, disclosed all he knew, early enough to prevent the mischief that was meditated. John Monument, another accomplice, corroborated Adams. He stated that the prisoner said to him, "Great events are at hand. The people everywhere are anxious for a change." This observation shewed that the assassination of ministers was not the sole and only object of the parties. The evidence of Thomas Dwyer, as far as it went, confirmed the testimony of those who were examined before him. If his statement were correct, the prisoner told him the general plan and object which he and his associates had in view. These were the 4 witnesses called to explain the designs of the accused parties. 2 of them were accomplices, but in general, none but accomplices could be acquainted with such foul and illegal designs. The 2 other witnesses did not stand in the same situation. Communications were made to them, on the subject of the conspiracy, it appeared, with little reserve, a circumstance of which the jury were to judge. A great many other persons had been called, chiefly for the purpose of confirming the testimony given by these witnesses, for, if they had spoken to truth, without farther evidence to the facts, treason was undoubtedly proved. They proved the intention to levy war, to form a provisional government, and of course, to change the government as by law established. Eliza Walker proved that the prisoner Brunt had hired a lodging for Ings in the house where he resided, and Joseph Hale, Brunt's apprentice, deposed to the meetings that were held from time to time in Brunt's room. He proved that meetings were held there every evening, and that grenades, fireballs, and pikes were on the premises. Thomas Sharp, a watchman, deposed that he saw 4 suspicious persons, on the 22d of February, watching about Lord Harrowby's house. Morrison, a cutler, proved that Ings brought him 2 swords to sharpen, and a sword found at Cato-Street appeared to be one of them. Alderson, a pawnbroker, deposed that, on the 23d of February, Davidson took a blunderbuss out of pawn. Thomas Monument, the brother of John, confirmed his testimony in several points. This was the evidence confirmatory of the testimony of the first 4 witnesses. Many of the facts stated by Adams were spoken to by them, but the treasonable purpose could not be well proved, except by accomplices. Information on that point could scarcely be expected from a pure source. Hayden was a witness of that description, but Dwyer, to a certain degree, was not. The prosecutors then called persons to prove what occurred at the stable in Cato-Street, and Captain Fitzclarence, and several Bow Street officers, gave a detailed account of the transactions there. It did not appear to him necessary that he should go, in detail, through the testimony of these witnesses. It was not necessary to inquire by what particular hand a gun or a pistol was fired, but it was material to observe that, when the officers did come, many at least of the persons present made a most desperate resistance. A knife said to belong to Ings was found on the premises, and 2 bags and a case knife were found on his person. The bags were important, because it was sworn that he stated the purpose for which he brought them. It was argued by the counsel for the defendant that they were meant for the reception of plunder, and not for the horrible purpose that had been stated, but this did not invalidate the testimony of Adams, because Ings might not have wished to declare that he meant to put plate in the bags, and if so he might have said, what he was sworn to have uttered, as a reason for carrying them. This closed the evidence for the Crown. On the part of the prisoners, Mary Baker was called, who, the jury would recollect, was not cross-examined. This arose from a commendable delicacy, on account of the near relationship in which she stood to one of the prisoners. The jury would say, whether her evidence went at all to shake the case. Indeed, it appeared from her statement, that she had seen at Tidd's lodgings instruments similar to those produced in court. A man named Hucklestone was then called, to prove that Dwyer was not to be believed on his oath, and he stated, that he thought he was not worthy of belief, because Dwyer had informed him that he procured money by base accusations. This, however, was entirely contradicted by Dwyer, and it was for the jury to say which of the 2 witnesses was entitled to their credit. The jury would also consider the character and bearing of the evidence of Doane and Mitchell, with respect to the paragraph in the New Times, announcing a cabinet dinner at Lord Harrowby's, which, according to Whitaker, was not on the same day in any other newspaper in London. It was, however, a matter of no consequence how it found its way into the paper, since it was proved that cabinet dinner was intended to be given on the 23d of February. This was the whole of the evidence on each side. No witness was called to impeach the veracity of Adams, Hayden, and Monument. And if they gave credit to any one of those persons, even to Hayden, who supported what the others told them, and whose account, though more concise than theirs, was the same in effect, they must find a verdict against the prisoner. Besides the testimony of the witnesses, they had seen on the table a considerable quantity of arms, which were proved to have been found in Cato-Street, and at the lodgings of one of the prisoners. It was almost conceded that a conspiracy was entered into for the purpose of assassinating His Majesty's ministers at Lord Harrowby's house. Indeed, there could be little doubt of it. If then it were admitted that this most wicked scheme was entertained, it was for them to consider whether it could reasonably be supposed that that was all which was intended. They were to consider what was the probability that those persons, unconnected in any respect with each other, except so far as this plan brought them together, and certainly quite unconnected with the persons who conducted the affairs of His Majesty's government, did not view that assassination as part of a scheme, having for its object a general and tumultuous rising of the people, to levy war against the king. Or whether they conspired to effect that assassination alone. Whether they adopted this plan to satisfy their thirst for blood, or to accomplish that ulterior scheme to which the witnesses had spoken. In deciding this question, it was fit that the jury should attend to the great quantity, as well as the nature of the instruments produced. They certainly were far more in number than could have been wanted, or used in the abominable attempt that was to be made at Lord Harrowby's. Some of them could not have been used there at all. The hand grenades might have been thrown, but the fireballs could not have been used for the purpose which they meant to effect at that house. When those dangerous articles were found, some at one place and some at another, it was for the jury to take the circumstance into their serious consideration. If, on a view of the whole case, they, as just and conscientious men, felt satisfied that a conspiracy to levy war was made out in proof before them, if their minds were free from all doubt on the subject, they would, he was convinced, discharge the painful duty that devolved on them with proper firmness. But if, after a due examination of all the circumstances, and after attending to the observations of the very eloquent counsel, who had addressed them on the part of the prisoner, first and last, their minds were not satisfied that the case was proved, they would discharge the more pleasant duty of acquitting the prisoner. The case was now in their hands, and he doubted not but their verdict would be consonant with the principles of justice. The jury then retired, but in a few minutes returned into court, and requested his lordship to read to them the act of the 36th of Geo. 3. Lord Chief Justice Abbott said he meant to hand it to them, but he would, in the first place, state that, by the terms of the statute, it was to continue in force during the life of His late Majesty, until the end of the next session of Parliament. Therefore the act had not expired when the alleged conspiracy was discovered. But if it ever had expired, it would have been of no consequence, since, by a late Act of Parliament, the statute of the 36th of Geo. 3 was made perpetual. His lordship then read the act, and particularly pointed out the clause which made it treason. To compass, imagine, invent, devise, or intend to deprive or depose the king from the style, honor, and kingly name of the imperial crown of this realm, or to levy war against him within this realm, in order to compel him to change his counsels. His lordship observed that it seemed to be admitted by the counsel on both sides that if the project stated on the part of the prosecution were proved, it fell within the meaning of this act, for, if a provisional government were formed, the royal style must of necessity cease. To levy war did not require soldiers drawn up in military array. It was sufficient if a number of people met to do some public act, in which they had no private interest, but which affected the country at large. Devising to force the king to change his measures was always considered a levying of war, under the old statute of Edward III. The jury again retired and, in about a quarter of an hour, returned with a verdict of guilty on the third and fourth counts of the indictment. That is to say, on those counts which charged the prisoner with conspiring to levy war, and with the actual levying of war against the king. The verdict, which was in some measure anticipated, was received by the court in perfect silence, and the wretched man was taken from the bar, surrounded by several officers. Throughout the trial he had maintained the greatest composure, but during the absence of the jury he seemed poignantly to feel the melancholy situation in which he was placed. The candid avowal, however, of his counsel, as to his ultimate fate upon the indictments for murder, had left him no hope of escape of an ignominious death. When taken back to the cell, he seemed to be absorbed in the melancholy contemplation of his approaching fate, which he of course felt was irrevocably sealed. He scarcely uttered a single word to those by whom he was accompanied, but threw himself into a chair, and appeared to be entirely abstracted from all about him. He partook of some refreshment, but was unable to recover his spirits. In the course of the evening he asked for a glass of wine, which Mr. Brown instantly sent to him. It appeared that up to the last moment, Thistlewood confidently anticipated an acquittal, as indeed did many persons of respectability who were in court. The speech of Mr. Adolphus had a powerful effect upon his auditors, but the reply of the Solicitor General at once dissipated the momentary impression which he had made. It was observed that a number of persons were collected in the neighborhood of the Sessions House, who were known to have been constant attendants at the Smithfield, Spafield's, and Finsbury meetings. Some of these intimated an intention to give 3 cheers if the verdict was such as they expected, but upon the real verdict being announced, they departed with strong manifestations of disappointment. At the termination of Thistlewood's trial, the court was adjourned till the following Friday, the 21st of April. Trial of James Ings. Sessions House, Old Bailey. First day, Friday, April 21st, 1820. At 8 o'clock in the morning the jurymen, who had been summoned, arrived at the Sessions House, and, at 9, Lord Chief Justice Dallas, Chief Baron Richards, Mr. Justice Richardson, and the Common Sergeant took their seats. The prisoner, James Ings, was then put to the bar. He seemed to labor under strong feelings of agitation and had none of that firmness of aspect which he displayed on the former days. He was dressed in a suit of black. Mr. Shelton, the clerk of the arraigns, proceeded to call over the list of the jurymen, commencing at the name with which he had terminated, when the jury in Thistlewood's case was impaneled. After a considerable number of challenges, both on the part of the Crown and of the prisoner, the following jury was finally impaneled and sworn: Charles Palmer, William Moore, Thomas Beecham, John Beck, Benjamin Rogers, James Carey, George Smith, James Eade, Benjamin Blythe, William Percy, John Young, William Edgecombe. Mr. Shelton then proceeded to read the indictment against the prisoner, which was the same already described in the case of Arthur Thistlewood. Mr. Bolland, at a few minutes after 10, opened the indictment in the usual way to the jury. The Solicitor General rose at 10 o'clock to address the jury for the prosecution. It was hardly necessary for him, he said, to entreat their serious and patient attention to the statement he had to make to them in the performance of his duty. They owed it to themselves, to their country, and, above all, to the prisoner at the bar. In justice to him, there was one fact now known, and to which he might without impropriety allude. One of the parties in this conspiracy had been already convicted. That circumstance they were bound not to let operate to the prejudice of this prisoner. Towards his part of the offense they were bound to look, not through the medium of anything that had already passed in that court, but solely through that which would this day be laid before them in evidence. To that alone they were to direct their attention, and by that must they form their opinion of the guilt or innocence of the prisoner. On the law of the case it would be unnecessary for him to make a single observation, for upon it not a single objection, not a single doubt, had been stated since this commission had sat. The charge against the prisoner, divested of all technicalities, was simply this, that he had conspired with others, by force and violence, to overthrow the laws and constitution of the country. This was to be effected by an extensive plan of assassination, and by other means which he should hereafter mention. In behalf of the prosecution, he would plainly and simply narrate the facts as he knew they would be proved in evidence. He would narrate them without the smallest exaggeration or distortion of facts. The best gift and pride of the people was the pure and impartial administration of the laws of this country, and he would state the facts as they would soon hear them in evidence, and leave them to decide upon their applicability to the prisoner. The Solicitor General then detailed the evidence he had to adduce against the prisoner. It was exactly as it is subsequently given by the witnesses, and corresponded entirely with that given already on the trial of Thistlewood. When the learned gentleman came to that part of the evidence which described the conflagration that was to have been made on the night of the intended assassination, and the proclamations which were to have been posted up on the night of the intended assassination, calling on the friends of liberty to meet, for their tyrants, meaning the members of His Majesty's government, were murdered, and in which they were called upon to rally round the provisional government which was then sitting, he observed, "What would not have been the situation of this great metropolis if this dreadful project had been carried into effect? The people would have seen pieces of artillery moving in different directions. They would have seen a general conflagration. They would have heard of a provisional government, and that too rendered perhaps more terrible by the ignorance of the people who were to compose it. It was impossible to judge what would have been the result of such a notification. He was, indeed, willing to believe that the people of this country were too sound to be effectively invited to rally round men whose projects were introduced to them by the horrible and atrocious crimes of assassination and murder. He trusted that hitherto, at least the natural indignation of Englishmen would revolt at any propositions coming from such a source, and to be sustained by such diabolical means. After detailing very minutely the evidence he meant to give against the prisoners, as it is hereafter detailed, he informed the jury they must hear it from one or more accomplices, on the extent of whose credibility he made similar observations to those made by the Attorney General in his opening speech on Thistlewood's trial, and dwelt on the comparative impunity with which dark and secret conspiracies would escape, if the evidence of an accomplice were not admissible. But even without this testimony, they had the unimpeachable evidence of Haydn, and also a number of facts which spoke for themselves, and he would here ask, could any assignable cause be given for the meeting in Cato-Street, the ammunition, the arms, but that given by the evidence which they would hear? He then observed that it was not because the plot was contemptible and ill-formed, and left so much to hazard, that therefore its existence was to be disbelieved. The history of all plots was of the same description. They were generally characteristic of a total want of foresight and prudence, but though wild, though extravagant, yet if the project had existence, and they were satisfied of the prisoner being a party to it, then they must be prepared, if the evidence carried conviction to their minds, to bring in a verdict of guilty against the prisoner, without any reference to the consequences of that verdict. The learned solicitor's speech occupied an hour and 10 minutes in the delivery. The following prisoners were then put to the bar with Ings, to be identified: Davidson, Brunt, Tidd, Harrison, Bradburn, Strange, Gilchrist, and Wilson. Evidence for the Crown. The witnesses to support the case thus described were then called, but much of their testimony was similar to that given in the trial of Thistlewood. We, therefore, confine ourselves as much as possible to the new facts which came out, and which applied immediately to the conduct of the prisoner. Robert Adams was first called, and examined by the Attorney General. His testimony was almost in all respects similar to that on the former trial. He added that he heard that the pikestaves which he saw in the room in Fox Court were quite green. He understood they had been brought from over the water. Ings said he had brought them. The same evening Ings drew a pistol from his pocket. There was a conversation about the illness of the present king. Thistlewood said he would rather the new king lived a little while longer, but it was not their intention he should ever wear the crown. On this occasion Ings said that the day the Prince Regent last went to Parliament, he himself went to the park with a pistol in his pocket, with the sole intention to shoot him, and as a test of his sincerity he said, "There's the pistol I took with me," alluding to the pistol he had previously produced. He regretted he had not done it, and if he had, he should not have cared a farthing for his own life. Witness saw Ings at all the subsequent meetings. On the meeting held about the time of the king's funeral, when the plan for a rising was talked of, during the absence of the horse and foot guards, it was Ings and Brunt that said, nothing short of the assassination of the king's ministers would satisfy them. Ings said, with his blood all of a boil, that he must have them, the ministers, if possible, before the Parliament was dissolved. On the meeting held on Saturday the 20th of February, at which Tidd took the chair, with a pike in his hand, and at which Thistlewood proposed the murder of the ministers in detail, Ings was present, and said, "Whoever has the lot to murder Lord Castlereagh, I am the man to turn out to murder that thief." On the Tuesday, at the meeting at Brunt's, witness saw Ings pull 3 daggers from out of his pocket. He was asked what was the purpose of pulling out these daggers. When he seized one, and making a sort of a rush, and a motion with his arm, said, with an exclamation, to run into their bodies. After Edwards had communicated the paragraph in the New Times, respecting the cabinet dinner on the Wednesday, and after Brunt declared his belief in a God, from his prayers being answered in bringing the ministers together, Ings exclaimed with exultation, that he should have a better opportunity of cutting off Lord Castlereagh's head. It was subsequently arranged that Ings should head the party to go into the room in which the ministers were assembled. He was to cut off Lord Castlereagh's and Lord Sidmouth's heads, and to bring them away. He was also to cut off Lord Castlereagh's hand, which he was to cure, pickle, as it would be thought a great deal of at a future day. He was to be armed with a pair of pistols and a butcher's knife. The same afternoon, Ings was employed in making fireballs to set fire to the different buildings. Edwards was making fusees to the grenades. On Wednesday evening, February the 23rd, the proclamation, written by Thistlewood, was signed James Ing's secretary. Witness then described Ing's preparation for action, his brandishing his knife, and his sanguinary declarations that he would cut off the heads of His Majesty's ministers, and bring away the heads of Lord Castlereagh and Lord Sidmouth in his bags. The handle of his knife, he said, he had bound round with wax end, in order to prevent his hand from slipping while he was at work. The witness then proceeded to detail the well-known occurrences in Cato-Street, and the part which Ings took therein. He swore he would rather die or hang himself than not do the job that night. In cross-examination by Mr. Adolphus, witness said, I was born at Ipswich. I am now a Christian. There was a time when I was not a Christian. I was then a man in the same form as now. I was what they termed a deist. I believed in God. I renounced Christianity and believed only in God. I recommenced Christian after the 23rd of February. I renounced my faith as a Christian last August. I never pronounced my disbelief in God, nor ever denied Christ till I read that cursed work of Paine's. I never was an atheist, but always believed in a God. I have no pension. The paper produced is my handwriting. I was examined here on Monday, and have since been in Coldbath Fields. I have had no communication with anybody. I have had a room in the house of the governor. I have seen nobody that has told me any part of the proceedings in this court. During the days when I was here, I was kept in a room by myself. Heard nothing of the progress of the proceedings, except the conviction of Thistlewood. I had known Edwards from the first part of January. From the time I joined Brunt and the others, I never intended to commit murder, nor to give information. I intended to wait for an opportunity to see if anything enabled me to creep out of it. I was prevented from creeping out, from threats that had been held out. I was not disposed to plunder the shops, although I was in a society that were so disposed. Before I went into prison, I was asking Brunt what was the plan that was first drawn out. Brunt said that nothing would be communicated till the day of action, and then the men would be called together, receive a treat, and be told what was to be done, after which they would not be lost sight of. Brunt said, if he had any suspicion of any one giving information, he would run him through. This was on the 16th of January. When I was examined on Monday, it did not come to my recollection about Ing's telling of shooting the Prince Regent. Mr. Gurney, we studiously passed over certain points of the evidence for the purpose of shortening it. The witness, I can tell many things, if I am asked, that I did not tell on Monday. If anything fresh comes to my mind as I stand here, I'll tell it. There were things that transpired that I did not state last Monday, and that I have not stated today. I had no personal knowledge of Monument. I can be answerable, that there was one candle in the room. I did not see more than one light. If a man spoke the truth, he could not say there were 8 candles in the room. If any man said there was, I should say he was a false man. I cannot be answerable for every word which passed. I always found Mr. Edwards very deep in conversation with Brunt and Thistlewood. There was a shot hole in my coat from a pistol that was fired from the window, when I was escaping from the stable. I do not know a man of the name of Chambers. I never called upon a person of that name in company with Edwards. I did call with Edwards upon a woman at Pimlico, to buy a pair of boots. On that day I did not call upon any man of the name of Chambers to solicit him to kill His Majesty's ministers. I never said I would kill His Majesty's ministers, and have blood and wine for my supper. I never had any conversation with anybody to use Cashman as a watchword. After the affair at Cato-Street I did not take any ammunition away with me from Cato-Street. Hall gave me a pistol and live rounds of ball cartridges. I loaded the pistol, and laid it on the bench. I did not touch it again, and threw the 4 ball cartridges away in the room. I never carried the large hand grenade. I cannot say that I can charge my memory with a score of words which Edwards ever said. Whatever he said was always in a side-winded way amongst themselves. Eleanor Walker, on being examined by Mr. Gurney, gave similar evidence to that given by her on the former occasion. Mary Rogers, Joseph Hale, apprentice to Brunt, Thomas Smart, watchman in Grosvenor Square, C. Bessex, also a watchman for the same place, Frederick Gillen, John Hector Morrison, journeyman to Mr. Underwood, the cutler, in Drury Lane, Edward Simpson, corporal major of the 2D Life Guards, and James Aldous, pawnbroker, also detailed the same facts to which they before deposed. Thomas Hayden, the man who gave the information to Lord Harrowby, recapitulated the facts proved on the former trial. In cross-examination, he said, he had been formerly a gentleman's servant. That was 6 years ago. He lived with Colonel Bridges last. He might have lived with him a month or more. He could not certainly say. He had lived in Manchester Mews for 5 years. He had not been there all the time himself. He was away 2 or 3 months. He was now in the Marshalsea. He was not ashamed of the place. It was for a debt of £18 and due to Mr. Powell, a milkman. He went into prison last Saturday on execution. He had been sued at the beginning of last summer. I was at home at different times in June, July, and August at Manchester Mews. My family were there till last Saturday. I said on Tuesday last I lived in Manchester Mews. I am living now at this place where I stand. My family goes there now 2 or 3 times a day. I have known Davidson 3 or 4 months. I do not know Mr. Edwards. I know a person of the name of Edwards. I know a good many persons 200 miles in the country. I have been to the Scotch Arms, in some small court somewhere down by the Strand. I was there twice, to the Shoemakers' Club, with a friend of the name of Clark, a master tailor. It was reported to be a shoemakers' club. I am not able to say whether politics and the affairs of the state were the topics of discussion. I never was at any of the meetings in Foxcourt. I knew nothing of the affair in Cato-Street till told by Wilson. I was to get the cream for a family in Prince's Street, Cavendish Square. I have served them about 3 years, but I do not know their name. My wife brought home the order for the cream. I have been at the house, but I do not know when. It was the first time I saw Wilson. He said to me that I need not be alarmed, for a gentleman's servant furnished money. He said this more than twice. Re-examined, my family continued to carry on my business in Manchester Mews till Saturday last, when I was arrested. As far as I know, my family have possession of the premises now. I believe the house in Prince's Street is No. 6. My wife serves the family sometimes. I have been there. I believe the house to be the front door going from Cavendish Square towards Oxford Street. Lord Harrowby appeared on the right of the bench, and spoke to the interruption of cabinet dinners, and the issuing of cards of invitation for the 23d. His lordship named the company who were to be present. His lordship then stated the receipt of Hayden's communication, and the change of arrangements adopted in consequence. His lordship, in cross-examination by Mr. Cawood, said he had not personally known anything of it before, but he had heard a long time antecedently that something of this nature was to be attempted. John Baker corroborated the testimony of Lord Harrowby as to the intended cabinet dinner. John Monument was next examined, and was again conducted into court in the charge of 2 of the yeoman warders of the court. His evidence in chief was precisely the same as that which he gave on Thistlewood's trial. In cross-examination, witness said that Thistlewood remarked that every man would have equal honor with myself. I went to Cato-Street for fear. I was foolish, for I certainly went there without knowing what I was to do. I thought they were going to the House of Commons. When I was told by Brunt they were going to a cabinet dinner, I fully thought they were going to destroy the ministers, and yet I went. I went to Tidd's because I was afraid. I cannot tell why I did not go to a magistrate to tell my fears. My intention was, when I got into the room and found out what they were going about, to run away. Thomas Monument confirmed the last witness in every particular. Ruthven repeated his former testimony. In cross-examination, he said he had no doubt there were 4 or 5 lights in the loft, and others in the little room. James Ellis, William Westcott, Luke Nixon, Joseph Champion, John Wright, and William Charles Brooks, police officers, likewise repeated their former testimony. Captain Fitzclarence. The first thing he saw was a police officer, who cried out, "Soldiers, soldiers, stable door, stable door!" He was met by 2 men at the door, one having a pistol, another a sword. He followed one of them into the stable, and took him. Sergeant William Legg, of the 2D Regiment of Coldstream Guards, was at Cato-Street, saw the pistol leveled at Captain Fitzclarence, and seized it when it went off. It was Tidd who leveled it. He took him into custody. He saw above on the loft, Cooper, Gilchrist, and Monument. Hercules Taunton gave evidence of the seizures made at Brunt's and Tidd's. Cross-examined by Mr. Adolphus. A reward had been offered for the apprehension of Palin. He was not apprehended, nor Potter, nor Cook. Daniel Bishop was called, but not being in attendance, his examination and the production of the various articles seized was postponed till tomorrow morning, and the court adjourned at 8 o'clock. The jury were then, as in the former case of Thistlewood's trial, placed in a room by themselves, and not permitted to have conversation with any person whatever. Ings in the course of the day revived in spirits, as he became interested in the evidence, but he frequently reverted to a state of gloomy sullenness. The other prisoners were anxious to keep the witnesses out of court, when not under examination, and repeatedly called on those who accidentally made their appearance to withdraw. Second day. Saturday, April 22nd. At 9:15 the jury were conducted to the box by the sheriff's officers. Shortly after this the guns, pistols, swords, pikes, grenades, ammunition, and other materials of war, seized in Cato-Street, were brought into court, and placed on the table. At 9 the same learned judges who presided the day before, took their seats. Ings and the other prisoners were then put to the bar. Evidence for the Crown continued. Daniel Bishop was now put in the box, and described the circumstances attending the apprehension of Thistlewood, which were detailed in his former evidence. In cross-examination by Mr. Adolphus, witness said he had apprehended the prisoner from private information, not received from an officer. He did not know a man of the name of Edwards. Ruthven was next called, and said there were now placed on the table the arms and ammunition taken in Cato-Street. He then proceeded to select each article separately, and to exhibit it to the jury. The pikes and grenades were minutely inspected. A pike blade was placed in one of the handles in order to show the manner in which it was to be used. When thus presented it had a most terrific appearance. The knife stated to have been found on the person of Ings was next produced, and exhibited to the jury. While they were examining it, Ings exclaimed, "It was not found upon me, my lord." Hector Morrison, servant to Mr. Underwood the cutler, identified the two swords which he ground for Ings. They were made extremely sharp from heel to point. The prisoner directed that they should be made as sharp as a needle at the point, and that they should be made to cut both at the back and front. This was done. The swords seemed since to have been rubbed on a stone to make them keener. Samuel Taunton selected the articles found in Tidd's lodgings, as well as those found in the back room of the house in which Brunt resided. Sergeant Hanson, of the Royal Artillery, described the formation of the fireballs and hand grenades, and opened one of the latter, as in Thistlewood's case, for the information of the jury. He also looked at the flannel bags found in Tidd's lodgings. They were what are termed flannel cartridges for a 6-pounder. They were the same as those used by the Royal Artillery, only that those produced were formed of flannel, whereas those used by the artillery were composed of serge. It was now announced that the other prisoners might retire, and they were reconducted to their apartments. Sergeant Hanson, examination by one of the jury, said that the grenades found in Cato-Street were not made exactly in the same manner as those made for the use of the artillery, although they were calculated to produce similar destructive consequences. The cart-nails would be propelled with irresistible force by the explosion of the tin carcass, and would scatter death around. There was rather more powder in the case than was sufficient to burst a 9-inch shell. The Attorney General, that is the case on the part of the Crown. The defense. Mr. Cawood then rose to address the jury on behalf of the prisoner, and commenced by lamenting the effect which the conviction of the last prisoner must have upon their minds, however good their intentions, and however anxious they might be to decide this case free from all preconceived impressions. This circumstance undoubtedly weighed heavily upon his, Mr. C.'s, feelings, knowing that the construction of the human mind was such as rendered it almost impossible to get rid of opinions once entertained. The disadvantage under which he labored, in this respect, was the more distressing, because although the general features of this case bore a strong resemblance to the last, yet it wanted a most material circumstance of confirmation, which was produced on a former occasion. Sir Robert Dallas interposed, and objected to any allusion to what had passed on the former trial. The Solicitor General, in opening the case, had most humanely abstained from any reference to the former case, and had entreated the jury to dismiss from their minds the fact that another prisoner had been convicted. The court was bound to treat this as a case depending upon its own merits, and his lordship was persuaded that the jury would forget that such a person as Thistlewood existed, and dismiss from their minds all knowledge of the former case, if they happened to have heard any part of it. Mr. Cawood resumed, and said, he should bow with respectful deference to the correction of his lordship. His learned friend the Solicitor General had told the jury that, in stating the case for the prosecution, he was only anxious to acquit himself as a faithful servant of the public, by fully and fairly laying before the jury the whole of its circumstances, and that as far as his own personal feelings were concerned, he was regardless of the result. No man would withhold from his learned friend the fullest credit for the sincerity of that statement. Though his, Mr. Cawood's, task was much more irksome than that of his learned friend, yet he hoped he should have credit for the same feelings, that he was most anxious, not only to do his duty towards the unfortunate man at the bar, but towards his country and his own character. He was sure that the jury were also animated by the same feelings, and that whatever might be their private sentiments, they would form their judgment upon the evidence alone, and if upon an impartial consideration of that evidence, they found it did not bear out the facts charged in the indictment, would gladly deliver him, by their verdict of not guilty. The Solicitor General had also told them that the law of the case was extremely clear. No doubt it was, but it was necessary to point out the precise question for their consideration, before they ventured to apply the facts of the case to that law, because the question here was not guilt, or innocence in the abstract, for although there was strong suspicion against the prisoner of moral guilt, yet the question they had to try was, whether he was guilty not only of high treason, but of that high treason which was specifically charged in this indictment. In order, therefore, to enable them to discharge their duty fully and fairly towards the prisoner, they must not only take into their consideration the precise question they had to try, but also apply the evidence produced, in order to see whether the specific charge of high treason was made out. The history of the Statute of Treasons, 25 EDW 3, was well known. It was passed in order to define what treason really was, and that the ignorance, and even cruelty, which had previously prevailed upon the subject, by the erection of certain acts into crimes against the state, might be exploded. That statute contained a few short and distinct propositions, which in fact comprehended the whole law of treason. In the language of Lord Coke it was called the Blessed Statute, from the admirable regard manifested in it for the liberty and safety of the subject. It declared first that whoever should compass or imagine the death of the king should be guilty of high treason, and second, whoever should levy war against the king and this realm should be guilty of the like offense. A number of other enactments of treason had taken place at different times since then, introducing a most horrible system of cruelty and oppression, but at length it was found necessary to return to that blessed statute. It was true that in the reign of his late Majesty a statute passed for extending the law of treason. He lamented that such a statute should ever have passed, and still more that any occasion for it should ever have existed. Upon both of these statutes the present indictment was founded. By the 23d of Edward III, it was made treason to compass or imagine the death of the king, and by the 36 Go. 3, it was made treason to attempt to depose him from his kingly office. By the statute of Edward, it was made treason actually to levy war, and by the statute of George, it was made treason to conspire to levy war. The four charges, therefore, which they had to try, were these: did the prisoner at the bar compass, or imagine the death of the king? Did he conspire to depose him from his imperial dignity? Did he actually levy war against his majesty? And did he conspire to levy war with an intention to compel his majesty to change the measures of his government by force? These were the precise issues they had to try, and whatever might be their opinion of his guilt, as it respected other charges still pending over him, and for which punishment would reach him if he were guilty, yet unless they were conscientiously satisfied that he had actually committed some one of these four offenses, they were bound to pronounce him not guilty. It had been admitted by the Solicitor General that if the case in all its parts was not proved by unequivocal testimony, they were bound to acquit the prisoner, and he apologized for the evidence he proposed to offer, by saying that in all cases of conspiracy it was necessary to have the evidence of some of the conspirators, in order to ascertain the purposes of their dark consultations. This was another of the miseries resulting from a departure from the statute of Edward. That admirable statute enacted, that before a man should be found guilty of the treasons there set out, he shall be provably convict of the same. Upon the meaning of the words provably convict, the great Lord Coke had written a whole section, shewing that they did not mean probably convict, but convict by the most unequivocal and satisfactory evidence. The object of the statute, therefore, in making this wholesome provision was to protect His Majesty's subjects, whose lives might be at the mercy of the most infamous of mankind. It was necessary, therefore, that the jury should examine the facts proved with the most scrupulous circumspection, before they made up their minds to the conclusion of the prisoner's guilt. The Solicitor General had admitted that the evidence of the conspirators ought not to be believed unless it was confirmed in all its material circumstances. It was to be observed that the confirmation alluded to was not meant to apply to collateral facts irrelevant to the matter in issue, but to the whole body and substance of the evidence, and therefore if they found that the material witnesses to establish the conspiracy were not confirmed in the substantial part of their evidence, it was their duty to pronounce a verdict of acquittal. The learned counsel admitted that there was sufficient evidence to establish an intention on the part of the prisoners to commit, perhaps, a dreadful riot, to commit murder, and to effect the destruction of houses. But he strenuously urged that this was not sufficient to make out the crime of high treason, as alleged in the indictment. He adverted to the evidence of Adams and other witnesses, and contended that it was wholly incredible and inconsistent in every part. But supposing the conspiracy which they had proved really to have existed, he urged that it was the most ridiculous plot that could ever enter into the mind of the most infatuated man, considering the absolute destitution of means to carry it into effect. The records of fiction and of history did not furnish an instance of such a wild and chimerical scheme. After commenting with considerable ingenuity upon the evidence of the principal witnesses of the Crown, he proceeded to deprecate in strong terms the doctrine of constructive treason, and called upon the jury, as guardians of their own and the public liberties, to make a stand against the further extension of this abominable doctrine, which had been condemned by Lord Hale, and some of the wisest judges that ever sat to administer justice. Returning again to the description of evidence adduced to support the conspiracy, he insisted that they could give no credence to Adams, who stood confessed the betrayer of his companions, a traitor to his king, a rebel against his country, intending to assassinate and murder his fellow subjects, an apostate to his religion, and a scoffer of his God. Would a British jury in this sanctuary of justice sacrifice to torture and death 11 men, merely upon the evidence of such a self-convicted wretch? He had stated to the jury the danger to which our liberties and lives would be exposed, if a man could be convicted of high treason, on evidence like that which they had heard. But as he preferred supporting himself in all cases by the authority of great men, he would remind them of what the present Solicitor General had said, without telling them on what occasion the words to which he would allude had been spoken, or how long it was ago. A witness was called to discredit the testimony of another. He, on cross-examination, admitted that he had accompanied a person to the park, who went there for the purpose of extorting money from individuals, by charging them with certain practices. On this occasion the natural feelings of his learned friend, the Solicitor General, broke forth, and he inquired, would any honest man, would any man worthy of belief in a court of justice, accompany a person who went on such an expedition? Would any man, entitled to credit with a jury, agree with another in such a plan to extort money? This, in point of fact, had not been done by the witness to whom he alluded, but he, Mr. Cawood, must beg to apply this sort of reasoning to the principal witness for the prosecution, and ask if a man who had acted as Adams had done was entitled to belief in a court of justice. Was a man entitled to credit, who, like Adams, was an apostate, a traitor, a rebel, a betrayer of his companions, a murderer and an assassin, all of which he admitted that he had intended to be? Yet such a man had his learned friend put up on the present occasion. But who would believe him, unless, indeed, it were made out, which no lawyer would say it was, that such a man was entitled to credit when he came into a court of justice to seek the lives of men, though not in other cases, where his object was different? If this principle were not established, then out of their own mouths was the principal witness for the prosecution condemned. He called upon the jury to look if he were confirmed, he would not say by good, but even by infamous witnesses. It was nothing that he was corroborated in various insignificant particulars, but he was borne out in nothing that went to prove that the prisoner at the bar had committed high treason, and he therefore begged of them, under these circumstances, to give that verdict which would dismiss Adams with shame, as a man not to be believed in a court of justice on his oath. If such a man were corroborated by other infamous witnesses, it would, in fact, be no confirmation. How, then, did the case stand when they found that he was not even confirmed by the testimony of those who were almost as infamous as himself? Having done with Adams, the next witness was Haydn. He described himself to have formerly belonged to a shoemaking club, and to have been introduced to Thistlewood in the month of February. And what was the first proposal made to him? Why, Thistlewood was represented to have said, without any disguise or reserve, "Will you be one to murder His Majesty's ministers?" Good God, what must that man be whose heart would not revolt with horror from such a proposal? But this person expressed no disgust at the plan with which he was thus made acquainted. Was this man then more worthy of belief than one who would join with another to extort money? Was this, to use the words of the Solicitor General, a man worthy of belief in a court of justice? The answer that his learned friend would feel disposed to give must be, that he was not. Then what confirmation could his evidence supply to that of Adams? It was not necessary for him to go through all the details of the conversations between this witness and Adams, but he must remark that of these not one word went to confirm the facts that would amount to the crime of high treason, though they all tended to establish a plot to assassinate His Majesty's ministers. It was true that something was stated to have been said of seizing the cannon in the artillery ground, and of retreating to the mansion house. All this proved that a great riot was in contemplation, but it evinced no intention of committing high treason. This witness described himself to have joined in the plan, and to have told the conspirators that he would be with them. The next witness was Monument. He had sworn that he was told by Thistlewood he ought to get arms, as all his, Thistlewood's, friends were armed. At that period it could not be denied that there was a great ferment in the public mind, in consequence of the transactions which had taken place at Manchester but a short time before. Many of the warmest friends to the measures of government were of opinion that an inquiry into those transactions ought to be instituted, while others, without reserve, termed what had occurred at Manchester a massacre, and declared that since they were liable to be so dispersed at public meetings, they would attend them armed, that they might be prepared to defend themselves. Thistlewood had used words to this effect. He, Mr. Cawood, would not deny that to go armed to such meetings was a desperate resistance of the law, but he would maintain that it did not amount to high treason, and he entreated the jury never to dismiss from their minds that it was for high treason, and for high treason only, that they were trying the prisoner at the bar, and not for disobedience to the law in other respects, and therefore if the facts proved did not amount to high treason, it would be their duty to return a verdict of not guilty. The witness, Monument, had confirmed the evidence given of the existence of a plan for the assassination of His Majesty's ministers, and for creating a riot, but he proved nothing respecting that proclamation which was said to have been prepared by Thistlewood, and which alone went to give the conspiracy the character imputed to it in the present indictment. But the witness, Monument, he contended, had shown himself during this trial to be the same unfeeling villain he had set out with being. Yet, from the aggregate of infamy brought forward on this occasion, there resulted no proof of high treason. Palin and Cook, who might be able to give evidence in favor of the defense, he shewed that he had no means of bringing forward, as, if they were to offer that testimony which might acquit the prisoner of high treason, they would bring themselves into peril, as the Attorney General well knew that if they were to appear in the witness's box, they would not be suffered to depart with impunity. Eleanor Walker and Mary Rogers had only proved the taking of the room in which the consultations of the conspirators were held. This was not denied. It was admitted that they held consultations, and for a nefarious purpose, but the question for the jury to try was, whether or not these consultations related to high treason. Hale had also proved the room and the purchasing of some sheets of cartridge paper. This he, Mr. C. contended, was wanting for their cartridges. Adams said it was for their proclamations, but of this there was no proof, and the fragments of cartridge paper that had been found were not written upon. The three next witnesses proved various facts connected with the plan of assassination, but nothing that amounted to high treason, and what was proved to have taken place in Cato-Street, though murder and riot appeared to have been in contemplation, he could discover nothing like a levying of war. If they had not levied war against the king, conspiring to do that which had been done, could not be conspiring to levy war against the king? This was a question which must be left to the understandings of the jury. They all knew what war was between different states. It was carried on by large bodies of men, formed into companies, under the direction of proper officers, and accompanied by all the material of war. A civil war was the same, but that one part of a state in a civil war was opposed to another part of the same state. It would be for them to determine whether enough had been proved to shew that anything like war had been levied. It had been laid down by Sir Matthew Hale that any disturbance was not necessarily a levying of war, for in that case every riot would be high treason. To constitute a levying of war, there must be something worse than a common riot or outrage. There must be a species belly? Could the jury find this on the present occasion? The utmost force that had been mentioned consisted of 40 men. These 40 men were to be marched with unfurled banners through the city, to take 2 cannon in Gray's Inn Lane, and 6 in the artillery ground, and they were to possess themselves of the mansion house. Was this a levying of war? That the conspirators had been formed into companies was more than he had ever heard, and where was the money that was to carry on the war? In what holes and corners had they hidden themselves that nothing was known of them? From the circumstances to which he had called their attention, he would leave the jury to judge how far the charge of levying war, or conspiring to levy war against the king had been made out. In a former instance, if he recollected right, the same charges were brought forward on a former trial that were now preferred, and in that case there were stronger circumstances. Great bodies of persons had assembled, gunsmiths' shops had been broken open, and arms had been stolen from them. Yet in that case the jury, not denying the existence of any guilt whatever, had rightly determined, as he thought, and as he hoped the present jury would do, that the party accused was not guilty of high treason. He then shewed that to endeavor to remove the ministers from their situations was not a crime, and he argued that to attempt removing them by force was not high treason. He trusted the jury would believe that he contemplated the plot to assassinate ministers with all the horror and indignation that such a design was calculated to inspire, but he could not sacrifice his duty to his feelings, and he hoped that they would feel as he did, and feel how necessary it was for the safety of other lives, that those who were concerned in it should not for that offense be convicted of high treason. It was most consoling to him to reflect that he should be followed by his learned friend, who would address them with much more eloquence than he could command. He concluded by calling on them, whatever their feelings might be, to look at all the circumstances of the case, and see if they could find it proved by good, or even by bad witnesses, that there had been a levying of war. If they did find this, he could not expect a verdict, but if they found, as he thought they must, that there had been no levying of war, they must return a verdict of not guilty. Evidence for the defense. Thomas Chambers examined. I live in Heathcote Court, Strand. I have seen a man of the name of Adams in company with a man named Edwards, about a week before the Cato-Street business took place, in my room. They came together. They made a proposition to assassinate His Majesty's ministers. Adams and Edwards asked me to go with them. I refused. Adams said they were going to kill His Majesty's ministers, and that they would have blood and wine for supper. They came again on the Monday night before the Cato-Street business took place. They brought with them a large bag. Cross-examined by Mr. Gurney, I am a bootmaker. I might have seen Ings. I am not certain. I cannot say how long I have known him. I don't suppose I have been in his company above 2 or 3 times. The first time was at a place where they sold the Black Dwarf and the Medusa, kept by a man of the name of Watling. I cannot state where else I have seen him. I know a house called the Scotch Arms, in Round Court, in the Strand. I have been there 3 times, but did not see him. Those times were before Christmas. There was no chair there. There was no person sitting in a chair. There was no chairman. It was in no other room but the tap-room. I have been at the Black Dog, in Gray's Inn Lane, once. There was no chair there. There might be about 7 persons there. It was on a Sunday night. I cannot say whether before or after Christmas. I was invited there by a man of the name of Bryant, who was going to the Cape of Good Hope. They were all strangers to me except one, and that was Mr. Thistlewood. I know Brun very well. He was not there. I don't think I know Palin. I will not swear I did not see him. I was at all the meetings in Smithfield. I cannot state who carried the black flag. I carried no flag at the last meeting. I before carried 2 flags. One had inscribed on it, "The Manchester Massacre." I never saw such a flag as, "Let us die like freemen, and not be sold like slaves." I carried the flag inscribed, "Trial by Jury," at Mr. Hunt's entry into London. I know Davidson. I have not much knowledge of Tidd. I know Wilson. I know Harrison very well. I have not much knowledge of Strange nor Cooper. I have known Mr. Hunt ever since his triumphal entry into London. I was shocked at the proposition of going to murder His Majesty's ministers, at least so much that I did not go. Though Bow Street was so near, I did not go there to give information of the plot. Mary Barker spoke to Edwards's bringing grenades to Tidd's, her father's. There was one very large ball brought away by Adams. This was the whole of the evidence for the prisoner. Ingsia requested, and was permitted to withdraw for about a minute. He returned with an orange in his hand, which he sucked with great composure. Mr. Adolphus then rose to address the jury. "Gentlemen of the jury, I call for serious attention and kind indulgence, if for no other reason, for this consideration that, if your verdict should be against the unfortunate man at the bar, these are the last favorable words that he shall hear uttered. My lord will state the law and the evidence to you fairly, but beyond that, he will say nothing for the prisoner. I feel the languor that necessarily arises from the attempt to tread over ground already trodden, and trodden in vain. But I advance to the task with a clear mind, and faculties unfettered, because I can lay my hand upon my heart, and say, that no opinion I formerly offered is now changed. The Solicitor General, in his fervid opening, and my lord have told you, that the former case is to be kept entirely out of view. I say so, but I know how difficult it is to prevent the judgment from being influenced by the memory. I cannot help here contrasting the joy and alacrity of the Solicitor General with my own feelings. He told you that he had to lay before you, not what he hoped to prove, but what he had already proved. I have no such encouragement. It is for me a new case, for Adams has, in this case, brought forward evidence which he thought proper to keep in his own breast on the former trial. Much fervid declamation has been addressed to you by the Solicitor General upon the consequences of success in the alleged plot. But you are to dismiss from your minds this speculative danger. The Solicitor General has also stated propositions of law upon the subject of accomplices with great eloquence, but with less accuracy than might have been expected from his station and character. He asked, has the accomplice any interest in giving a deeper dye, in making a stronger point, in carrying conviction? I answered yes, 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 his impunity is conditional. He comes before you in chains and in custody. I refer to your own breasts, whether a man that can himself be yet prosecuted, has no interest in giving not true but acceptable evidence. The accomplice has the advantage too of having all who could contradict him tied up by the prosecution, and he therefore swears boldly. We are told we might call Palin. Most gracious offer. When a great reward cannot stimulate the police officers to find him, how should we find him, and persuade him to put his life in peril? It is more a taunt than a kindness, more a reproach on our weakness than an essay on our strength. On the part of the prosecution, a witness has not been called who was proposed to be called, and a witness that has been called has been withdrawn, when our witnesses have been on the floor to contradict him. This has further impoverished my poor, my destitute clients. The Attorney General objected to these observations. Mr. Adolphus proceeded. Cook and Harris may be imaginary persons, and how could we call them? If high treason in this case comes entirely from the mouth of an accomplice, you cannot receive it. It is the whole of the charge, and if in that the accomplice is not confirmed, that charge is unsupported, for, if you strike out the evidence of Adams, there is not one word to prove treason. Let me ask you to try his testimony then, by these tests. 1. Is his account probable, or even possible? 2. Is his manner such as to entitle him to credit? 3. Is he contradicted by witnesses for the prosecution? 4. Is he confirmed? Or is confirmation withdrawn? Upon the first question, the learned counsel argued with great force and animation that the witness, Adams, could not stand any one of these tests, and therefore was not to be believed. If, said he, anything is to be gained by success in these prosecutions, it is to strengthen the government in the minds of the people. It is to obtain applause from ministers who have so vigilantly protected us. But your verdict, gentlemen, is to decide the fate of that man, and no more. Great Britain and Europe will judge of the conduct of ministers. Posterity will decide upon their merits. In all questions at issue, in history and in politics, if anything is kept back, it ought to operate against the party who keeps it back. Adams has fathered upon others what he has himself done. Call Ings a murderer, call him an assassin, call him a felon, call him what you will, but for God's sake, gentlemen, believe him. After some animated comment on the evidence of Chambers, the learned counsel returned to Adams. The meeting in Cato-Street affords no evidence of the intention. Adams alone states it. The very situation of Cato-Street, however convenient for the assassination, disproves the treason, for it is 2.5 miles from Gray's Inn Lane, and 2 or 3 miles more from the mansion house. They never could thus have removed to the greatest possible distance from the points of action. What, then, are you to make of 2 bags to carry 2 heavy heads? You cannot for a moment raise this into treason. As well might you believe that an attempt was to be made to liberate the prisoners in this jail by throwing cherries and caraway seeds. Did they, then, levy war? I recollect seeing a man convicted at that bar of the murder of a minister of state, Mr. Perceval. I never can forget Sir James Mansfield, the tears streaming down his aged venerable cheeks. If strong feelings could make the assassination of a minister treason, that would have been treason. Suppose they had seized the cannons, that would not be a levying of war, for they are not the king's, but the property of private individuals. The mansion house and the bank were not the king's. The only tittle to support the treason was the absurdity of a provisional government, stated by Adams. Some of you remember, as I do, the conflagration of houses, and the blazing of prisons, by a mob misled by an individual. The actors in that scene were tried, convicted of felonies, but not of treason. Their infatuated leader was acquitted of high treason. God forbid that I should say my client stands before you free of guilt. God forbid I should apologize for his conduct. The evidence precludes me from denying that there was an intention to assassinate ministers. Poverty rendered the men desperate, and impelled them to crime. But treason is incredible and impossible. The whole hinged on Thistlewood. He had but lately got out of prison, having challenged Lord Sidmouth, who properly prosecuted him, instead of accepting it. That he should entertain feelings of revenge was natural and inevitable, considering that his was a bad mind. But this is not treason. The learned counsel having concluded his very able speech, the prisoner was addressed as follows, by Chief Justice Dallas. James Ings, do you wish to leave your defense to the observations of your counsel, or do you wish to say anything yourself? Ings. I wish to state the particulars how I became acquainted with this party, if you will allow me. The Chief Justice. Anything and everything you wish to state, of course the court and jury will hear. Now is the time for you to state those things. Speak loud, and we will attend to what you say. Probably, before you say anything, you will consult your counsel. Ings. I have but little to say. The Chief Justice. After having drawn your attention to the propriety of consulting your counsel, you will now do what you think best. Ings, addressing himself to the jury, spoke as follows. Gentlemen of the jury, I am a man of no education and very humble abilities. If you will hear me with patience, I will not detain you long. I lived in Portsea. I came to London in the beginning of May, 1819. I came with my wife and family. The reason I left Portsmouth was that I was unable to get employed to support my family. Here the prisoner seemed affected by his feelings. When I came to London I thought I could get employ, but I was for a considerable time, and could get nothing to do. Knowing nobody I suppose was the reason. I had a few pounds with me when I came from Portsea. Finding my money going I did not know what to do. It did not go by drinking or gambling. I determined to get into business, and I went up to Baker's Row, where I set up a butcher's shop. I stopped there 3 months, from midsummer to Michaelmas. The summer being hot was against me. I lost a considerable deal of money in the course of the summer. I then took a house in Old Montague Street, which I opened as a coffee shop. In fitting up the shop my money was all gone. I did not take money enough to support my family. I now persuaded my wife to return to Portsea among her friends, where I thought she would be better than with me in London. After my wife had left me some considerable time, there was a man who used to come and take a cup of coffee at my shop. I had never nothing to do with politics, but he began to speak about the Manchester massacre. I said very little. I always took him to be an officer. He came frequently before I left the house. Some time after I met him in Smithfield. I went there to see if I could get any employ. He asked me how I did, and I said very well. He said he had been often to my house, and asked me to stand treat. I said it was not in my power, and my reason was that I had no money. I added that I should be obliged to sell my things. He asked me what things I had to sell, and I told him various articles. He agreed to buy a sofa bedstead. I then went to live in Primrose Street. This was in January last. A few days after, I met him in Fleet Market. He asked me where we could have something to drink, and respecting the sofa bedstead, he said he thought he had a friend that would buy it. I took him to my house, but we could not agree. We came back to Fleet Street. He then told me there was something going to be done. I asked him what it was, and he said no good man would want to know what was to be done before it was begun. We went directly and had some bread and cheese. He took me to the White Hart, where I saw a few of my fellow prisoners. I asked who he was. I understood his name was Williams, but I since know that it was Edwards. He told me that it was he made Thomas Paine, the statue of Paine, at Mr. Carlyle's, and it was the same man that did make it. He afterwards took me to another room where I got refreshment. I did not know the particulars of anything that was going to be done. I was a stranger and went for food. That very day he brought me a sword to get ground for him, which I took to the cutler's in my own name, and do you think, gentlemen, if I knew that anything was going on, that I would have left it in my own name? I often went to the man afterwards, for I had no friends. On the 23rd of February, he came to me at my lodging, in Primrose Street, for my landlord charged me nothing for my lodging, and says there's something a-going to be done. Do you come up to the alley opposite Mrs. Carlyle's? About 6 o'clock I shall meet you there. I went from there up to the room. I was there all day, and I got some bread and cheese. At 6 I went to Fleet Street. He was standing in the alley. I understand since, from the list of witnesses, that he lives in that alley. He told me to wait, which I did, for an hour. He then came and gave me a couple of bags and a belt, and asked me to come to the room in Fox Court. On my going there he told me that he was going to put some gin in the bags, and that it was to be got on the sly. That was the sole reason that I put the bags under my coat, lest the patrols should see them. I went with him up to St. Giles's, where he said we were to get the gin. When we got there, he told me it was not there. We went up to Oxford Street, where he said a friend lived. He left me and I waited for him an hour. He then took me up to John Street, I believe it was, for I never was there before, to the stable. He told me I would see some friends there. He then left me. When I came under the archway, I saw Davidson. Davidson took me into the stable. I never was up in the loft. I declare positively, before God, I was not in the stable more than 5 minutes when the officers came in. There was only me there. Mr. Ruthven then, or somebody with carroty whiskers, and another, went up the ladder into the loft, and a third man came in, collared me, and said, "You are my prisoner." "Very well," I says. Soon after he collared me, he began beating me with his staff till my head swelled most dreadfully. In the meantime I heard a gun or pistol go off in the loft. When he let me go and run out of the stable, I followed him into the street. On going into the street, an officer went after me, and I ran all down the street. I met a man who struck me violently on the head with a stick as I was going towards him. I ran from him, and with that I was pursued, when I was stopped by a watchman who beat me also. They took me down to the watch-house. That is all I know about the meeting. I am like a bullock drove into Smithfield Market to be sold. Here the prisoner burst into tears. I say I am like a bullock drove into Smithfield to be sold. This he repeated with great energy. The Attorney General knows the man. He knew all their plans for 2 months before I was acquainted with it. Still crying. When I was before Lord Sidmouth, a gentleman said Lord Sidmouth knew all about this for 2 months. Still in tears. I consider myself murdered if this man is not brought forward. A more violent gush of tears. I am willing to die on the scaffold with him. He told of everything which he did himself. I don't value my life if I can't get a living from my family. In still greater grief. My life is of no use to me if I want bread for my wife and family. I have a wife and 4 children. I never was in the habit of drinking, nor nothing of the sort. I cannot describe my feelings to you about my wife and family. In tears. I hope, before you give your verdict, that you will see this man brought forward, or else I consider myself a murdered man. I knew nothing of their plots. He was the instigation of it all. I never attended none of their radical meetings. I hope you will weigh well this in your minds before you return your verdict. That man Adams, who has got out of the halter himself by accusing others falsely, would hang his God. I would sooner die, if I had 500 lives, than be the means of hanging other men. Lord Chief Justice Dallas. Is there anything more you wish to say? Ings. Nothing more. I have only one thing to prove my character. A gentleman put it down from my childhood. He here handed a paper, which his lordship declined to take. The Attorney General rose to address the jury about 3 o'clock. It had been more than insinuated that these prosecutions were intended to extend the law of treason, and that their verdict would enlarge the powers of the Crown. But it was not so. By the due administration of justice alone were they to pronounce on the guilt or innocence of the prisoner. The 36th of the late king was not calculated to introduce uncertainty and speculation. If the prisoners had the intention, and acted upon the intention, of levying war, it was treason, however inadequate their means. No man could doubt the truth of the story which Adams related. The learned gentleman then commented on the evidence at great length, insisting that the case was satisfactorily proved. Lord Chief Justice Dallas proceeded to address the jury. This most painful inquiry having, in point of proof, been terminated, it became his duty to recapitulate the whole of the evidence, and to make such observations on the case as the different points seemed to him to require. With respect to the indictment, it contained a number of different counts and charges, which were founded on 2 specific statutes. The first, an ancient statute, passed in the reign of Edward III, and the second, a more recent act, passed in the reign of the late king. But to make the case as clear as possible, they might dismiss most of the counts from their minds, and look to the charge as composed of 2 heads, one, conspiring to depose the king, and the other conspiring to levy war to compel him to change his measures. He should now proceed to recite the evidence as he had taken it. The learned judge here read the evidence of the whole of the witnesses, pointing out those facts which were most worthy the consideration of the jury. The learned judge then, in allusion to the testimony of Adams, observed that if the doctrines held that day could be adopted, no such thing as an accomplice could be admitted in a court of justice. His evidence would be at once got rid of, by stating that he was guilty himself. They were, however, informed that though it was often necessary to receive the evidence of an accomplice, yet in the practical application of that evidence, they were to view it with a suspicious eye. They were not to receive it, except it was confirmed. On this point he had heard the law grossly misstated. The testimony of an accomplice ought to be confirmed in some particulars, but not in all, for if they possessed the means of proving all he stated, there would be no necessity to call him to give evidence. It was for the jury to say whether the prisoners had not a revolutionary object in view. If they were assembled merely for the purpose of assassination, of course the charge of treason was not made out, but if they thought otherwise, undoubtedly it was. It might be said that it was impossible men could entertain such an extravagant project, if he had been told that there were 25 men on the face of the earth, and still less, of the country to which he had the honor to belong, who intended to commit the foul and dreadful act of butchery and blood which had been described. He should have said, till they were detected, that it was utterly impossible. That such a thing never had happened and never could. But looking to the evidence, it was clear and undoubted that such an occurrence had happened. The prisoner had called witnesses before them, and he had implored the jury, ere they disposed of his fate, to consider his case maturely. In that request he went hand in hand. If they were of opinion that those persons assembled only to destroy 14 individuals, and that the materials found were merely collected for that purpose, they would then give the benefit of that doubt to the prisoner. But, on the other hand, if, in the discharge of their duty, acting in the name of that being who had been more than once appealed to in the course of this inquiry, they believed that the offense was proved, they would then, he was sure, fearlessly and intrepidly return with a verdict in conformity with their sentiments. The jury retired at 25 minutes after 8 o'clock, and, at a quarter before 9, returned a verdict of guilty on the first and third counts, that is, of conspiring to depose the king, and to levy war to compel him to change his measures. The prisoner was then taken from the bar, and the court adjourned. Trial of John Thomas Brunt. Sessions House, Old Bailey. First day, Monday, April 24, 1820. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the Lord Chief Baron Richards, Mr. Baron Garrow, Mr. Justice Richardson, and the Common Sergeant took their seats. The prisoner, Brunt, was then put to the bar. He was decently dressed in colored clothes, and had with him several papers, some of which were closely written upon. He looked rather paler than before, but preserved his accustomed composure. Mr. Shelton proceeded to call over the names of the jurymen in attendance. The first name called, and to which there was no challenge on the part of the prisoner or the court, was Mr. Alexander Barclay. Mr. Barclay stated that, as he had been on the jury by which Thistlewood had been tried, he hoped he might be excused on the present occasion. Mr. Cawood said that it was because he was on the former jury he wished him to be on the present, as he would be enabled to see the difference of evidence. The Solicitor General said he had no objection. Mr. Barclay was then sworn, and he was foreman of this as well as the former jury. Mr. Cawood exhausted his right of challenging peremptorily before the Crown, on whose behalf the last 4 challenges were made in succession. As the jurors were sworn, they were very attentively noticed by the prisoner. After the challenges had been gone through, the following jury was impaneled: Alexander Barclay, of Teddington, grocer, foreman; Thomas Goodchild, Esq., North End, Hendon; Thomas Suffield Aldersey, Lissengrove, North, Esq.; James Herbert Isleworth, carpenter; John Shooter, North End, Hendon, gent; James Wilmot, Western Road, Isleworth, market gardener; John Edward Shepherd, Eden Grove, Holloway, gent; John Fowler, St. John Square, iron plate worker; William Gibbs Roberts, Ropemaker's Fields, Limehouse, Cooper; John Dickinson, Colt Street, Limehouse, builder; John Smith, John Street, Oxford Street, undertaker; John Woodward, Upper Street, Islington. Those gentlemen to whose names is prefixed served on the first jury. Mr. Bolland immediately proceeded to open the indictment against Brunt. The Attorney General then stated the case to the jury, going over all the facts already detailed in the former trials, and commenting upon them with great clearness and ingenuity. As soon as he had concluded his address, the other prisoners, untried, were brought into court. Robert Adams, the first witness against Thistlewood and Ings, was put into the box, and examined by the Solicitor General. He detailed the same story, in substance, which he gave on the former trials, adding some things which he had then omitted, and varying a little his account of others. In the course of his evidence he came to that part where he described Brunt to have said that, if any officers came in there, he, uttering an oath, would murder them, and they might be easily disposed of afterwards, so as to prevent their murder being discovered. Brunt, rising hastily from his seat at the bar: "My lords, can the witness look me in the face, and look at those gentlemen," pointing to the jury, "and say that I said this?" Adams, turning towards the prisoner, and laying his hand upon his breast: "I can, with a clear and safe conscience." Brunt: "Then you are a bigger villain than I even took you to be." The court here interfered to prevent any further conversation between the parties. Adams then continued his evidence. When he came to that part where he mentioned the hand grenades, he added, "I think it necessary here to state, as Mr. Brunt thinks proper to deny what I have said, that he was the very man that took the hand grenades to Tidd's house, for I followed him all the way, and I saw, with my own eyes, Tidd's daughter put them in a box under the window." The witness uttered this with considerable emphasis and action. In relating the arrangements which had been made for the murder of ministers, and the subsequent proceedings which were intended, he added, "I think it right to state one circumstance, which escaped my memory before. Ings proposed that after the heads of Lords Castlereagh and Sidmouth were taken off, they should be placed on a pole and carried through the streets. Thistlewood improved the plan, and said that they should be carried on a pike behind the cannon in the streets, to excite terror. On this Bradburn observed that, after they had used Lord Castlereagh's head, they would enclose it in a box, and send it to Ireland. Another circumstance which he also omitted before was, that, by an arrangement between Thistlewood and Cook, it was agreed, that, if Cook succeeded in taking the mansion house, he was to send an orderly to St. Sepulchre's church, where he was to be met by another orderly, dispatched by Thistlewood from the west end of the town, and they were to convey to the parties an account of the progress which each had made in their stations. Cross-examined by Mr. Cawood. On my former examination I repented when I got home, and before that. When I perceived the error of my ways, I acknowledged it. Till I received that infernal publication, Paine's Age of Reason, which Tid gave me, I was very particular. I was not, however, so good a Christian as I might have been. The principles which Brunt, the prisoner at the bar, endeavored to instill into my mind perverted my understanding. Brunt wished to throw down the pillars of Christianity altogether. I find my conscience satisfied at the atonement I have made to my Maker. My satisfaction did not merely arise from getting my neck out of the halter. I never considered the assassinating of men, in cold blood, to be consistent with the principles of reason. On the 2nd of January, the prisoner told me that it was intended to murder His Majesty's ministers. I was introduced to Thistlewood on the 12th. During the intermediate period of 10 days, I had an opportunity of considering the plot. I did not discover it, owing to the insinuations of Brunt. In that time, I attended several meetings, and was a chairman at one of them. Whenever I hinted any dislike to the business, the parties were like madmen. I knew Edwards, and saw him making hand grenades. I intended to put a stop to the business if possible, but, at the same time, I wished to save these people, and to avoid the trouble of the trials here. Re-examined by Mr. Gurney. My mind was perverted by Paine's Age of Reason, and Carlyle's publication. Eleanor Walker, Mary Rogers, Joseph Hale, Thomas Sharp, Charles Bissett, Henry Gillam, Edward Simpson, and J. H. Morrison, gave precisely the same evidence as they had given on the former trials. John Monument, the accomplice, was brought into court in the custody of 2 wardens of the Tower. He was examined by the Solicitor General, and gave precisely the same evidence as he had done on the 2 preceding trials, relative to his connection with the conspirators. Cross-examined by Mr. Cawood. I have read Paine's Age of Reason. It rather shook my faith, but it did not destroy it, because it was accompanied by the Bishop of Llandaff's apology for the Bible. Thomas Monument, examined by the Solicitor General. His testimony today was precisely the same with that which he had given on the former day, and fully corroborated that of his brother. He was not cross-examined. John Monument was then recalled, and re-examined by the Solicitor General, as to the advice which had been given him by Thistlewood to say that Edwards had taken him to the meeting. He repeated his former testimony, and added that Thistlewood told him to pass it round to the other prisoners, that it was Edwards who had betrayed them. Bradburn paid no attention to this advice. Thomas Hayden, examined by Mr. Gurney, repeated his former evidence. This is the man who gave information of the plot to Lords Harrowby and Castlereagh, of which he on this occasion gave a detailed account. Cross-examined by Mr. Cawood. I know a man of the name of Bennett, a bricklayer. I asked him to go with me to the Shoemakers' Club. I cannot swear that I did not ask him to go there, because something was to be done there for the good of the country. I wrote to Lord Harrowby myself. Here the learned counsel asked him to write a word or 2. He did so. Mr. Cawood observed that he asked the question because he had been informed that the witness could not write. He had been misinformed, and had now done with the witness. After the examination of this witness had closed, he evinced a disposition to stay in court, on which the prisoner, Brunt, observed, "My lord, the witness stays in court." Wilson then rose, and said, with great indignation, "My lord, let that perjured villain be turned out of court." He then took his departure. The Earl of Harrowby was next called, and repeated his former evidence. John Baker, the butler to the Earl of Harrowby, corroborated his lordship's evidence. Richard Munday and George Kaylock proved the presence of the prisoner in Cato-Street on the evening on which the plot was discovered. George Ruthven, James Ellis, Thomas Westcott, and others belonging to the police office in Bow Street were then examined as to the seizure of the gang in Cato-Street. Captain Fitzclarence repeated the evidence which he had given on the former trial. Mr. Gurney then stated to the court that the case for the prosecution was closed, except so far as related to the examination of the arms, ammunition, &c., which had been seized either in Cato-Street or on the premises of the conspirators. It would be more prudent to examine them by daylight. The Lord Chief Baron acquiesced in the proposition, and adjourned the court till the next day at 9 o'clock. Second day. Tuesday, April 25th. At 9 o'clock in the morning the proceedings were resumed. The arms and ammunition were brought in, and underwent an inspection in presence of the jury. Mr. Gurney proceeded to call George Ruthven, who had seized the arms found in Cato-Street. He identified certain arms placed on the table of the court as the arms which he had seized, and repeated the evidence which he had given on the former trials. He also produced the grenades. Hector Morrison said that he had sharpened a sword, which was produced to him, from heel to point, by desire of Ings. Samuel Taunton produced several pikeheads, fireballs, cartridges, &c., which were found at Brunt's and Tidd's lodgings, and repeated his former evidence. Sergeant Henson described the composition of the fireballs, and opened one of the grenades for the satisfaction of the jury. It contained 25 pieces of old iron. He stated that it was quite clear that it had not been made by any military man. His evidence was the same as it had been on the former occasions. The case for the prosecution was then closed. The defense. Mr. Cawood addressed the jury on behalf of the prisoner, and urged all those topics already detailed in his former speeches. He concluded by calling a witness of the name of John Bennett, who was accordingly sworn and put into the box, but before his examination commenced Mr. Gurney begged to ask the purpose for which this witness was called. Mr. Cawood stated that he was to contradict part of the testimony given by the witness Hayden in his cross-examination. Mr. Gurney observed that he had a few observations to make regarding the relevancy of the evidence of this witness, and therefore desired that he might be ordered to withdraw for a few moments from court. The witness accordingly withdrew. Mr. Gurney then observed that he conceived that this witness was called to prove that Hayden had asked him to go with him to the Shoemakers' Club, because something would be done there for the good of the country. Now Hayden refused to swear that he had not used such expressions. He said that he thought that he had not, but he could not positively tell. Supposing then that Bennett were to prove the words imputed by the learned counsel to Hayden, he would not prove anything which would invalidate Hayden's testimony. He therefore hoped that his learned friend would not waste the time of the court by calling this witness. Mr. Cawood stated that Hayden had sworn that he had never made use of the words imputed to him. He, therefore, intended to call evidence to prove that he had. The judges then referred to their notes, and after examination of them, said that Mr. Cawood was mistaken in his opinion as to Hayden's words. They were to the effect stated by Mr. Gurney. Mr. Cawood then declined to call Bennett, and said that he had no other witness to examine. Mr. Adolphus then shortly addressed the jury on the same side with Mr. Cawood. He took a comprehensive view of the whole of the evidence, denied that the evidence of Adams, the accomplice, was entitled to the slightest credit, and contended that, as it was not supported by more credible witnesses, the offense of which the prisoner had been guilty, however great, did not amount to the charge in the indictment of high treason. He concluded his address, in which he displayed much zeal and ability, by appealing to the jury on the danger to society of receiving the unsupported evidence of an avowed accomplice, in a crime of a nature so serious as that with which the prisoner stood charged. He entreated them not to convict the prisoner because he was a bad man, but to examine how far the charge against him had been substantiated. A juror rose and observed that there was no evidence in the present case of the ammunition having been brought back to Brunt's house. The Chief Baron said there was not, or of several other matters alleged, which he would advert to afterwards. Mr. Adolphus said he had no intention of overstating any point, that he had been unavoidably absent during part of the trial, and that might have occasioned some inaccuracies. The Solicitor General interposed, and Mr. Adolphus sat down without any further remark. While Mr. Adolphus was delivering his address, Mr. Harmer's clerk delivered to the prisoner a written paper, which he began to read, but he did not seem to view its contents with much attention. The chief baron, addressing the prisoner, said, "John Thomas Brunt, your learned counsel have concluded their very able defense, but if you wish to say anything in your own defense, this is the time." The prisoner then rose and spoke as follows. "My lord, I have had a defense put into my hands only a few minutes ago, which I have not had time to peruse over. Yet I have 2 or 3 observations to make respecting the evidence, particularly respecting the evidence of Monument. It's quite useless for me to deny that I was in the room in Cato-Street, but immediately on the arrival of Monument in Cato-Street, he approached me, and asked me what was going to be done, when he saw the arms on the bench, to which I replied that I was not aware of anything being going to be done, for that Edwards had not brought so many men by 30 as he stated he would bring, and that it was not my intention to endeavor to do anything with so few men. I would not be led by any individual. Accordingly, perceiving that Monument betrayed a great deal of fear, I persuaded him to go away. My lord, a considerable stress has been laid upon what I said respecting the number of men who were to go to Lord Harrowby's house. This I declare was not true. I will admit, my lord, that when Thistlewood, as has been stated, addressed himself to the few men who were there, and spoke, as the witness said, that if they did not go it would be another day-part job, that some few men did go into the small room. But, my lord, it never came into my mind, I solemnly protest, to go there. They were endeavoring to see if 14 or 15 men were disposed to go to the square, but I would not agree to a plan which I knew must expose these few individuals to instant death. I will now call your lordship's attention to 2 circumstances respecting the conduct of myself. In the first place, Adams says, in order to implicate me more deeply, that I declared that I would go into the room and blow the house about their ears. This, my lord, is false. For you see that when Monument comes forward, he makes a declaration to you, gentlemen of the jury, that I declared I would go myself and bury myself in the ruins. Is this consistent? Is it upon such evidence as this, that you will deprive a son of a father, and a wife of a husband? I should wish to advert to another circumstance. While I was in Coldbath Fields prison, when I was there for nearly 3 days, during which I was scarcely out of my room, even to wash myself. When I came down out of my room to the fire I saw Monument, I saw Strange, I saw Cooper, I saw Bradburn. Monument, my lord, came to me, and sat himself down close by me, and whispered in my ear these words. He said, "What did you say when you came before the Privy Council?" I says that I said I knew nothing about the matter. This, my lord, induced me to ask Monument what he said. And I says, "What did you say?" Upon which he says, "I could say nothing, you told me nothing." "Why did you not tell me more?" I says, "It were impossible for me to tell you what I did not know myself. You know very well that when you saw the man call on us to go into the small room I declined. I admit, as was said by Adams, that I was one that was named to go to the house. But, gentlemen of the jury, you were not told that he was the villain who so named me, and that he constantly came to my house twice a day, although he now comes to give evidence to deprive me of my life. I am no traitor. I was determined, when I entered into this base plot, that I would lose my life sooner than I would betray an individual. I would be put to death, I would die on the rack, rather than I would betray a fellow creature. This is my principle. This shews the intention of Monument to betray me. Now, my lord, I come to advert to a circumstance which occurred to me at Cambrai in France. It becomes me to state anything which may be of use to me and my fellow prisoners. While I was in Cambrai in France, my lord, I met Adams when I first came from Paris. Adams worked for the officers, and I assisted him in work which he was incapable of performing himself. He afterwards became so jealous that he threatened to take my life, and I was obliged to leave the house, which I did, and I never worked for him again. I afterwards went from Cambrai to Lisle, where I worked for an English tradesman of the name of Brailsford. I worked for him 2 or 3 months, until I got a little money. During this time I knew nothing of Adams. When I came home I found that my wife had lost her senses, and was in St. Luke's, in consequence of her having heard that my son and myself had been assassinated in France. I settled myself, and my wife shortly after came out. I got a good seat of work, and at this time I was persuaded to receive, as my apprentice, Hale, the witness, who has been called to you." Here the prisoner entered into some details relative to the character of the relations of Hale, in which he was interrupted by the chief baron, upon the principle that these persons were in no way connected with the present case. He then went on to detail a variety of acts on the part of his apprentice, all tending to prove him a person of bad character, and unworthy of credit, to which he said, if he had the means, he could bring evidence. He then spoke as follows. "Of Haydn I know nothing." Here he again referred to the written defense with which he had been furnished. He said he had not had time to read it, but continued, "I wish to advert to a person of the name of Edwards, who was the first person that ever instigated me to enter into this snare. This Mr. Edwards I first saw in company with Mr. Thistlewood, at the White Lion in Wych Street. This Edwards came to my lodging in Foxcourt. I was very short of work, and he used frequently to call on me, such a thing as 2 or 3 times a day, and this was long before the back room was taken. If I was not at home he would wait for me, and often followed me to places where I went for work. This was the case at the house of a gentleman of the name of Scott, who saw him, and asked me if he was waiting for me, and said, why does he not come in? This man constantly harassed me, and oftentimes, my lord, he supplied me with money. He told me, and I can bring other people to prove it, that he said that if he could get 100 such men as me, he could do anything. He considered me a staunch man, my lord, and thought, I suppose, that I was a fit man to make a prey of. He often took me out to call on people, and to treat them with drink. This was his constant practice. He was continually with me before this business, and I solemnly declare that this was the individual, and not Mr. Thistlewood, who brought me into this plot. I must now, my lord, advert to what took place in Cato-Street, and to his, Edwards's, conduct on that evening. I will state nothing but the truth. My lord, from the different favors I received from Edwards, I had a good opinion of the man. When the officers came up into the room in Cato-Street, I made my escape in the best manner I could. I did not make my escape, however, like a coward or a traitor. I did not desert my companions. I went immediately to Grosvenor Square, where I knew this villain was, although I shall, probably, by his means, be sent into another world very shortly. I went to the villain, and told him what had happened, at which he seemed very much surprised, and left the square with me. Shortly after up came Thistlewood and another person, who was in the room in Cato-Street, but who has not since been taken, nor never will I dare say, my lord. However, we proceeded from Grosvenor Square, and he took us into several wine vaults to drink, I now believe, merely for some person to identify us. I then went to Foxcourt, Holborn, where I had not been many minutes, when, as my apprentice stated, another man came in, who said he had received a violent blow in the side. But my apprentice has not stated, as the fact was, that the very individual who came on the stairs and called us out was Edwards. We went with him, and on going into Holborn, there we met a man of the name of Palin, and 3 more individuals with him. We went all together into Mr. Thompson's wine vaults, opposite St. Andrew's Church on Holborn Hill. We drank some small glasses of liquor. When we came out of the shop, we were followed very shortly by Edwards, who called me on one side, and said he wished to speak to me. I heard what he had to say. He began to find fault with Palin, who was drunk. He declared that he was the man that had betrayed us, and that he was unworthy to live. He said that, to prevent treachery, he ought to be made away with. From that we walked on till we came to Little Britain, or somewhere thereabouts. We came to a dark place, where Edwards said that Cook lived, but I did not know myself. He urged me again respecting Palin, who still remained much intoxicated. He said to me that it would be the safest way to put him out of the world. He urged me several times to assassinate Palin. He then put his hand in his pocket, and pulled out a brass-barreled loaded pistol, with which he told me to assassinate Palin. He likewise offered me a sword-stick, and he said, if you put him out of the world, we shall be safe. He also shewed me a constable's staff, and said I will act in the same capacity as I did in Grosvenor Square, and if there is any alarm, I will officiate as an officer, and you may depend on it no discovery will take place. Finding he entreated me to be guilty of murder, I made this reply, if you consider Palin a villain, The weapons are in good hands. Finding he could not entreat me to commit murder, he says, I must wish you a good night. I am going to conduct Thistlewood to some secret place. As he had always appeared to be a particular friend of Mr. Thistlewood's, I thought he was the most proper person to do this. Knowing of no evil intention myself against any individual, I was determined not to know where he went, and I consented to bid him good night. I then went home. Edwards afterwards came to me, and whispered to me, and told me that he thought Palin and Potter had betrayed us, and that he had not the smallest doubt of it. He then advised me to send the articles which were found in the basket in the back room, and which my apprentice has described, over to a place in the Borough, which I was going to do, but afterwards abandoned that intention. This is all I wish to say respecting what I know of the plot. Now Edwards was the man who always found money, and who went about to old iron shops, buying pistols and swords, and other things for the men who could not afford to buy them themselves. This, I declare before God, whose awful tribunal I shall, in all probability, ere long, be summoned to attend, is the truth. Should I die by this case, I have been seduced by a villain, who, I have no doubt, has been employed by government. I could not have abused confidence reposed in me, and if I die, I shall die not unworthy the descendant of an ancient Briton. Sooner than I would betray a fellow man, I would rather suffer 1,000 deaths. This is all that I wish to say. The prisoner delivered the last part of his speech with great energy, striking his clenched fist on the board before him. He then took his seat with perfect composure, holding in his hand the defense which he had made no use of. The chief baron began to sum up the evidence, but while his lordship was proceeding, Brunt said, My lord, there are some of the witnesses for the prosecution in court, and, as their hearing the evidence summed up may prejudice the trial of some of my fellow prisoners, I hope your lordship will order them to withdraw. Mr. Gurney. My lord, they are only those witnesses who were permitted to remain by common consent. They are the officers. The Lord Chief Baron. They are only those whom your council have consented to remain. Mr. Baron Garrow repeated the same observation to the prisoner, who bowed respectfully to the court, and resumed his seat. The Chief Baron began his charge to the jury by telling them that this was not constructive treason. A nefarious assassination was admitted by the counsel for the prisoner, and by the prisoner himself, to have been intended, an assassination of some of the most honorable and the most amiable of the king's subjects. His lordship then read the evidence. In recapitulating the evidence of Adams, his lordship observed, upon that part where he, Adams, mentioned that he had been induced to give up Christianity by reading that infernal work, Paine's Age of Reason, and the writings of Carlyle, that the circumstance was important for the consideration of the jury. They would weigh every part of his testimony with jealousy, considering the situation in which he was placed, and look upon his statement as requiring corroborative proof. Unless it was supported by such evidence, they would, of course, receive it with considerable hesitation, but if they found it corroborated by the evidence of unsuspected witnesses, they would consider of it accordingly. His lordship then went through the evidence of the other witnesses, remarking upon those parts where they coincided with the account given by Adams. He then adverted to the arguments of the prisoner's counsel, and to the observations of the prisoner himself, which latter, though, perhaps, it might not have produced the impression which they could have wished, for the sake of the prisoner, they would give every attention to. As soon as his lordship concluded, and before the jury retired, one of them addressed the court. My lord, I hope your lordship will allow me to ask a question as to a point of law. The Lord Chief Baron. Certainly, sir, anything you please. Juror. My lord, we are bound to take the law from your lordship, and no doubt you will give it to us most correctly. I wish to know whether, if the evidence bore out that an arming had taken place, and that there was a resistance to the civil power, would that, in the law, be a levying of war? The Lord Chief Baron. Undoubtedly. After a short pause, his lordship said, Gentlemen, do I understand the question rightly? Please to repeat it again. The juror repeated the question, and his lordship replied that a resistance to the civil authority would not constitute a levying of war. The juror. My lord, if there was an arming for the purpose of inducing His Majesty to change his measures, would that be a levying of war? The Lord Chief Baron. That, gentlemen, would constitute a levying of war, and if you believe that it was proved in evidence, it would support the indictment under the act of His late Majesty, I put only the first and third counts to you, gentlemen, not to embarrass the case. The same juror. I would wish to consider the whole of the indictment. I hope your lordship will excuse my asking these questions. The Lord Chief Baron. Certainly, gentlemen, it is your province to consider the whole of the case before you. You have also an undoubted right to ask any questions you may think necessary. The jury then retired at 20 minutes before 4, and in about 10 minutes returned with a verdict of guilty on the third and fourth counts. The prisoner's appearance was in no degree altered by the enunciation of the verdict. He bowed slightly to the court, and was removed in the care of 2 of the jailer's assistants. Trial of R. Tidd and W. Davidson. Sessions House, Old Bailey. First day, Wednesday, April 26, 1820. At 10 minutes after 9 o'clock, Mr. Baron Garrow, Mr. Justice Best, and the Common Sergeant took their seats on the bench. The Attorney General, Mr. Gurney, and Mr. Bolland, and the prisoner's counsel, Messrs. Adolphus and Cawood, appeared in court at the same time. After a short consultation between Mr. Cawood and the Attorney General, Mr. Harmer quitted the court, and proceeded to commune with the prisoners in the jail. During the absence of Mr. Harmer, Mr. Baron Garrow addressed the gentlemen who were waiting to be called on as jurors. They might, he said, feel some surprise at the delay, and the bench, therefore, felt it right to declare that the present interruption was caused entirely by an application made by the prisoner's counsel. He hoped that the jury would not consider the delay as intended to convey any want of respect towards them. One of the jurors said he hoped the court would allow them to sit down, as many of them had come a considerable distance to attend the court. Mr. Baron Garrow said that the court felt every disposition to accommodate, in every possible manner, the gentlemen of the jury, and requested them to occupy the seats vacant in the court. Soon afterwards Mr. Harmer returned to court, and communicated to Mr. Cawood the result of his conference. Mr. Cawood then, addressing Mr. Baron Garrow, stated that a proposition, which he had thought for the benefit of his clients, had been acceded to by them, and that 2 of them, Tidd and Davidson, were willing to take their trials at the same time. Mr. Baron Garrow then addressed the jurymen, and said, Gentlemen, I may now communicate to you that which it would have been improper to have made known to you before. The learned gentleman who appears here for the prisoners, and whose exertions you have witnessed upon more occasions than one, has thought fit to consult his clients as to whether it is necessary to pursue the course which has already been adopted in severing their challenges, or whether 2 of them might not take their trial by the same jury. By this pause we have in effect saved time, for the 2 next prisoners have agreed not to sever their challenges, but to be tried at the same time. The prisoners, Tidd and Davidson, were then put to the bar. Mr. Shelton called over the list of the jurors, and after a number of challenges on both sides, the following jury was ultimately impaneled. W. Percy, Cleveland Street, Marylebone, Plasterer. J. G. Holmden, St. James's Walk, Clerkenwell, Fusee Cutter. J. King, Islington Road, Gent. C. E. Prescott, Coney Hatch, Esq. Benjamin Rogers, Lambton, Farmer. Charles Goldings, Jamaica Place, Limehouse, Surveyor. Charles Page, Crouch End, Esq. and Merchant. J. Young, Frederick Place, St. Pancras, Gent. William Butler, Hounslow, Baker. Joseph Sheffield. William Churchill. Samuel Granger. The jurors thus marked had served on some of the previous trials. Davidson asked whether the court would allow him and his fellow prisoner to sit down. The court complied with his request, and chairs were brought to them. Mr. Gurney having stated the case with great clearness and ingenuity, he proceeded to call the witnesses for the Crown, beginning with Robert Adams. His evidence was the same as before, with some additions. He said that when the proposition was made for assassinating the ministers, it was added that they had found out where they kept their specie, and that they were to return and plunder it. Bradburn was to make a box for the purpose of sending Castlereagh's head to Ireland. In cross-examination by Mr. Cawood, he said he came back to the belief in Christianity about the 24th of February, the day after he was in marvelous great danger of being hanged. The halter might have had some effect. It was never lawful in his sight to sweep off 15 men in cold blood. He thought it was a cruel act when it was proposed. Nevertheless, from the 12th of January to the 23rd of February, he still continued to frequent the society in which that matter was debated. He was once a chairman. The largest body he ever saw collected was in Cato-Street. There was a talk of a great many more, but he did not know them by name. His single sword was all he agreed to contribute. He never heard where Mr. Cook's party were to come from. Nobody objected to the proclamation written by Thistlewood. "Your tyrants are destroyed." And see. He did not know a man of the name of Chambers, nor did he ever call upon such a man, and say he would have wine and blood for supper, and solicit him to join in this plot. His object in joining their parties was to search further into the principles of Brunt. He joined them because he had a foolish and curious idea to know what Brunt's principles were, and for this reason he joined in this plot. He did not know a man of the name of Watman. Tidd did not say he had been deceived in the loft in Cato-Street, but he said, "It never can be done." Tidd and Davidson now both expressed a wish to ask the witness some questions. Mr. Baron Garrow humanely interposed, and suggested whether, for their own advantage, it would not be more consistent with prudence to put their questions through their counsel, as they might do something prejudicial to themselves. The prisoners both thanked his lordship, and communicated to Mr. Harmer's clerk the inquiries which they wished to be made. The witness then, in answer to questions put by Mr. Cowood, said that he could not say that Davidson was armed in Cato-Street. He did not notice any arms. In re-examination by the Solicitor General, he said that Davidson brought 500 bullets to Fox Court on the 22nd of February. He had changed his religion in consequence of reading Paine's Age of Reason, which was put into his hand by the prisoner Tidd. He did not see Palin, or Cook, or Potter, in Cato-Street. He did not know of what numbers their parties consisted. Eleanor Walker, Mary Rogers, Joseph Hale, apprentice to Brunt, were then called. They repeated their former testimony as to the presence of Davidson and Tidd at the meetings in Fox Court. Hale, in cross-examination by Mr. Cowood, said that Edwards was oftener at the meetings in Fox Court than Adams. Thomas Smart and Charles Bissex, watchmen in Grosvenor Square, were next called. They were followed by Hector Morrison, servant to Mr. Underwood, the cutler, Henry Gillen, of Mount Street, Grosvenor Square, Edward Simpson, James Aldous, pawnbroker, John Monument, and Thomas Hayden, who communicated the plot to Lord Harrowby. The last witness, in cross-examination, said that he had known Wilson for a long time. He agreed to join in the plot to save himself. One evening at his friend Clark's he was accused of not supporting the committee, and Davidson said, "Those that did not come forward would be the men that they would first murder." This made him agree to what Wilson said. He knew a man named Bennett, but he never did ask him to attend a private radical meeting. He believed, he said, he might speak or not speak when he was there, as he chose. He did not say, "Radical meeting," nor did he say that he must take up arms, if he were called upon so to do. He did not recollect saying so. He had no recollection that he ever did say so. In re-examination, witness said he had been twice at a shoemaker's club, where he saw Davidson, Wilson, and Harrison. This club was held at a public house, called the Scotch Arms, in a court in the Strand. He asked Bennett to go there with him, and Clark. That was 4 or 5 or 6 months ago. Thomas Monument, Lord Harrowby, and John Baker, his lordship's butler, were next examined, in confirmation of the former witnesses, and these were followed by the officers and other persons who were present at the occurrences in Cato-Street, and the subsequent arrest of Brunt and Thistlewood. Tidd, in reference to Ruthven's evidence, said that Ruthven, on searching him, had said, "Curse me, here's nothing here but a tobacco box." Ruthven, on being asked by Mr. Baron Garrow, denied that he had made use of any such expression. The Attorney General now addressed their lordships, and stated that the case for the Crown had now been concluded, with the exception of producing the arms and ammunition found in Cato-Street and elsewhere. As it was now late 5 o'clock, the court would perhaps defer the production of these things till the next morning. Mr. Baron Garrow. Gentlemen of the jury, the case for the prosecution is now closed, all but the production of the arms. If by sitting late there were any probability of bringing the trial to a close this night, I should consult you as to the propriety of doing so, but as we cannot finish it by sitting late, and thereby exhausting ourselves, this is the best time for adjourning." Davidson stood up and addressed the court. "My lord, as I have been taken by surprise, I am quite unprepared with my witnesses. I hope you will allow my wife to see me this night, that notice may be given them to attend." Mr. Baron Garrow. "The court has no power to make any order on the subject you have mentioned, but I can say that care will be taken that any proper person may be admitted to you for any proper purpose." The court then adjourned till 9 the next morning. Davidson took notes during the day, and frequently sent communications to his counsel. He conducted himself altogether with great composure and propriety. He paid close attention, and made his remarks, both verbally and in writing, without effort or confusion. Tidd seemed to have perfect self-possession, but a flush that occasionally animated his face indicated some hurry and eagerness of mind. Second day. Thursday, April 27, 1820. This morning the court assembled in pursuance of adjournment, at 9 o'clock. The prisoners, Tidd and Davidson, were immediately put to the bar. They were provided with chairs as on the preceding day. Davidson had a Bible in his hand, which appeared to have been much read, and in the leaves of which were several marks. He had also a large book composed of sheets of paper sewn together, in which there appeared to be a good deal of writing, and in which he occasionally wrote while in court. The arms, ammunition, and other materials of war, found in Cato-Street, and in other places, connected with the machinations of the prisoners, were brought into court previous to the arrival of the judges. The court having been opened in the customary form, Ruthven, the Bow Street officer, was called, and described the arms and other articles taken in Cato-Street, and on the persons of the prisoners. These were again separately exhibited to the jury. Samuel Taunton selected the ball cartridges, hand grenades, pike, handles, and arms found in the lodgings of Tidd, at Hole-in-the-Wall Passage, Brooks Market. We have already given their enumeration. The long sword and carbine, taken from Davidson when he was apprehended by Ellis and Chapman in Cato-Street, as well as the pistol taken from Tidd, after he had attempted to discharge it at Lieutenant Fitzclarence, were next produced, and underwent a minute inspection. Sergeant Hanson was next called. He repeated his description of the fireballs, and the probable effects which would result from their being thrown upon buildings. He also explained the nature of the powder in flannel bags, which, as before, he stated were cartridges for 6-pounders. He then opened one of the hand grenades, and exhibited its component parts to the jury. This one was only armed with 4 large spike nails, but some of the others which were open had no less than 25 separate pieces of old iron enfolded within the outer wrappings of rope yarn. The large grenade, weighing nearly 14 pounds, and constructed in the same way, but upon a larger scale, was not inspected. Mr. Gurney announced that he had closed the evidence on the part of the Crown. The defense. Mr. Cawood rose to address the jury on the part of the prisoners. He said that he had now rose for the 4th time, to urge those topics on behalf of the unfortunate men at the bar, which he had previously submitted to other juries in the course of these trials. The force of those topics remained in his mind undiminished. He was still conscientiously satisfied that the charge of high treason in these cases was alone supported by the testimony of Adams, a man, the infamy of whose character ought in his estimation to deprive him of all claims to credit. The learned gentleman then went over the different points of the evidence, and contended with great ingenuity that whatever might have been the diabolical intentions of the prisoners, however ready they might have been to inflict vengeance on those whom they might suppose to be the authors of those melancholy transactions, but too frequently designated as the Manchester Massacre, yet, that in all these things there was nothing in reason or common sense that could lead to a fair and rational conclusion that they had it in contemplation either to compass and imagine the death of the king, or to levy war against the king. If the jury, under all the circumstances, entertained with him this opinion, he had no doubt they would not hesitate to acquit the prisoners. During the time Mr. Cawood was addressing the jury, Davidson took from his pocket a Bible, into several parts of which he inserted small pieces of paper, for the purpose of enabling him to turn more readily to certain passages which he intended to quote in his defense. Mr. Adolphus now called the witnesses for the defense. Mary Barker, the daughter of Tidd, deposed that she knew Edwards and Adams. Edwards left at her father's house, about a fortnight before the affair in Cato-Street, a number of grenades and some powder. Adams also left a very large grenade. They were to be called for again. Edwards took them once away, and brought them back afterwards. They were taken away again on the 23rd of February by Edwards, and some were brought back on the morning of the 24th, about a quarter of an hour before the officers came. She did not know the person by whom they were brought back. A box remained which had never been opened. As the witness left the court, she squeezed her father's hand. They both seemed much affected. Tears came into the eyes of Tid, which he endeavored to suppress. The daughter was in an agony of grief. Thomas Chambers deposed that he lived in Heathcote Court, Strand. Edwards and Adams repeatedly called upon him. They came together to his house about a week before the Cato-Street business, when Edwards said, "Won't you go along with us?" Witness said, "Go where?" When Edwards answered, "Oh, you must know that there is something on foot." He replied he did not. When Adams said, "We are going to kill His Majesty's ministers, and we shall have blood and wine for supper." Edwards said, "By Adams, you're right." On the Monday before the Cato-Street business they came again. Edwards brought with him a bag, which he wished to leave with witness. He asked what it contained, when Edwards said, "Only some pistols, and things of that sort." Witness would not receive it, and they went away. He saw no more of them. In cross-examination, witness said, "I believe I have been sworn on the prayer book. I never was sworn before above twice. I believe in Christianity. I was brought up in the Christian faith, and continue in it. I am no member of any faction. I never saw Paine's works. I know the two prisoners. Davidson I know since the time of Mr. Hunt's procession. Tid I have known only in the trade. I cannot say how long. I might have known him at the Smithfield meeting and elsewhere. I attended all the meetings held in the open air. I scorn all secret meetings. I know Thistlewood, Ings, Harrison, Strange, and Bradburn. I carried banners in some of the processions. I carried no weapons. Thistlewood has been repeatedly at my house. I took all the flags to my house. I saw him also at the Black Dog in Gray's Inn Lane. I used to frequent the White Lion in Wych Street. I went to attend the meetings there. They called themselves reformers. I was always in the wagons with Hunt. When I refused to go with Adams and Edwards to kill His Majesty's ministers, I did not think they would ever get any persons to be so foolish as to join them. I may be a great fool, but not foolish enough to enter into such a scheme. I did not communicate the project to any magistrate. I never heard anything said against His Majesty's ministers, more than what I saw in the newspapers. I do not read Paine's works. I only read Cobbett, and have a drawer full of them. I also read the prayer book and Bible. John Bennett deposed that he knew Haydn. He called on him to ask him to accompany him to a private radical meeting. He endeavored to persuade him to go more than 10 times. He told him that he might hear and see what was doing, but he need not speak unless he liked. Several witnesses were now called to the general character of the prisoners. Mr. Cook of Charlotte Street, Blackfriars Road, knew Davidson 6 years ago. He then worked for him, and was an industrious, hard-working man. He had not known much of him since. Mr. William, an architect, knew Davidson at Aberdeen, in the years 1800 and 1801. He was then studying mathematics. He had only seen him 3 or 4 times since in the streets, and was surprised to have been called on to give him a character. Davidson was, at the time he was at Aberdeen, an apprentice to a cabinet maker. He had been at college, and had, in Mr. William's estimation, a gigantic mind. Stephen Hale, William French, and Samuel Lands spoke to the general correctness of the conduct of Tid in private life. He was an honest, industrious, hard-working man, and apparently much attached to his family. Other witnesses were expected, but did not attend. Mr. Adolphus addressed the jury on behalf of the prisoners. His speech was marked by an acute examination of the whole of the evidence, a just and forcible reprobation of the atrocity of a betraying accomplice, and an energetic and powerful appeal to the jury, not to condemn men on the evidence of an avowed conspirator, who had broken the bonds of society, forfeited his allegiance to his sovereign, and his duty to God. The learned gentleman, in the course of a very eloquent speech of an hour and a half, remarked that it would be the last time he should appear on these trials. Baron Garrow then addressed the prisoner as follows. William Davidson, the law of England, in its excessive tenderness to persons indicted for high treason, has allowed them privileges of defense not extended to other cases. If, therefore, in addition to the able defense of your counsel, you wish to say anything, now is the time. Do it deliberately, and the court will hear you attentively. Davidson then rose, greatly agitated, and spoke merely as follows. I am much obliged to your lordship, and will call your attention to a few particulars in this instance. My lord, from my life up, I have always maintained the character of an industrious and inoffensive man. I have no friends in England, but have always depended upon my own exertions for support. I have an extensive family, and for their sake alone is my life of value to me. The charge which has been brought against me, I can lay my hand upon my heart, and, in the presence of that God whom I revere, say I am not guilty of. Concerning how I came in possession of the blunderbuss I will state. I had a friend, whose name is Wilkinson, who told me he had bought an old blunderbuss, which was all over rust. He was going to the Cape of Good Hope, and gave it to me to clean. I have been doing business for myself for the last 5 years, and that is the reason I cannot bring any more of my employers than Mr. Cook to speak in my behalf. To Mr. Edwards I owe being brought into this situation. I never knew anything of him till I attended Mr. Hunt's procession. That was the first time I ever went into public in my life. Mr. Edwards told me that he would take me to a place to have this blunderbuss raffled for. When I went to the place, I there saw Mr. Thistlewood for the second time. I had previously seen him at Mr. Hunt's dinner. I saw Mr. Adams there also, but I knew none of the others. Mr. Edwards proposed to commence raffling for the blunderbuss, but, as they did not put down any money, I would not agree. I then heard a great deal of improper language, and would not stop. I went to Mr. Wilkinson, who was waiting to know the result, and told him what had passed. He then said that he wanted to get some money, and I proposed pledging the blunderbuss with a pawnbroker. He agreed, and requested me to take it for him. I did so, and got 7 shillings upon it from Mr. Aldous, who knew me. The money I gave to Mr. Wilkinson. I afterwards went to see Mr. Wilkinson on board the Belle Alliance, which was about to sail for the Cape. He made me a present of the ticket. On the 22nd of February, Edwards called upon me, and told me that he had been to see Mr. Wilkinson, and that he had given him an order to get the ticket for the blunderbuss. I said very well, and consented to go and get it out of pledge for him, as, he said, he was to get 10 shillings by it, part of which I was to have, and he gave 7 shillings and 2 pence for that purpose. He told me to meet him at the corner of Oxford Street, which I did, when he said he would take me to Fox Court, where there was a countryman of mine, a man of color he meant. I objected to going. My lord, I never associated with men of color, although one myself, because I always found them very ignorant. I now pass over to the sword concern. I shall state the truth. On a Monday after the Manchester massacre, I met a person of the name of George Golworthy, to whom I had been apprentice in Liverpool. He expressed his surprise at seeing me in London. I told him I was out of employment, and that there was nothing worse than being a small master, as all the rest of the trade, from jealousy, set their face against me. He said he had a little business of his own in the country, and that he would employ me if I would go. I agreed to go at 30s a week. He then appointed me to meet him at a house he called the Horse and Groom, in John Street, Edgware Road, on the Wednesday following. All this time I did not know that Golworthy was an acquaintance of Edwards's, but he was. On Wednesday evening accordingly I went to the Horse and Groom. I looked into the house, but did not see Golworthy. I stopped at the corner to wait for him, my lord, which your lordship and gentlemen must well know I being a conspicuous character would not have done, if I was about anything improper. I saw Adams there, but I went on to walk a little further. On my return I saw several persons going in and out of the house, but still Golworthy did not come. A little after 8 o'clock, while I was in the Edgware Road, up came Golworthy. He asked me if I was not surprised he had not come. I said I was. He then said he was going to call upon a friend, and gave me a sword, which he said he carried for self-protection against thieves about the country. At this time I had not the least intention of anything directly or indirectly concerning the business in Cato-Street. I went down the street accidentally, and hearing 2 or 3 pistols fired, I went to see what was the matter. I never was afraid of any man. I then heard a cry of, "Stop, thief!" and I was seized and taken to jail. I never drew the cutlass nor offered to strike, but gave myself up quietly. I have ventured my life 15 times for my country and my king, and ask you, gentlemen, if you think it possible that I should be so vain as to attempt to join a few weak men to trample down that well-founded constitution, in which this country has so much reason to glory? I would scorn such an act, and I solemnly protest there was nothing found on me but the sword which I received from Goldworthy, and a little block. It was said that I said I would die for liberty's cause, and that I was searched in a public house. This is not true, and if the landlord was here he would prove the contrary. I know nothing at all of the plot in Cato-Street, directly or indirectly. I know nothing of a plot to plunder, to burn houses, or to massacre the ministers. I did not know that any such plot was in existence. I will now, my lords and gentlemen, give you an instance where one man of color may be mistaken for another, as must have been my case. Whenever I had any leisure time I employed it as a teacher in a Sunday school. There a similar mistake was made. A person, a man of color, insulted one of the female teachers at Walworth. The young lady said it was me, and I found I was slighted, although nothing was said. I sent in my resignation, when the gentleman waited upon me in a body, and stated what had been alleged to my charge. I was so confounded, that I could not say anything, and let them go away without making any defense. I afterwards, however, set myself to work, and actually found the man who had committed the offense, made him acknowledge it, and begged the young lady's pardon. The young lady could not look me in the face, knowing how she had injured me, but held out her hand as a token of her regret. Now, my lord and gentlemen, this shows how one man may be mistaken for another. I would as lieve be put to death as suppose that you, my lord, or the gentlemen of the crown, should think me capable, for one moment, of harboring a thought to massacre any person whatever. Here the prisoner applied for a glass of water, which was handed to him. Although I am a man of color, that is no reason that I should be guilty of such a crime. My color may be against me, but I have as good and as fair a heart as if I were a white. I have a very few words more to say. I have a very numerous family, and a wife that never earned me a penny in her life. All my distress arose from the consideration of the helpless situation of my family. Were it not for that, I would not care what became of me. Like Isaiah it may be said of me, he was persecuted, yet he opened not his mouth. As a father, I wish to discharge my duty, for them I wish to live, and for their sakes I wish, if possible, to clear up the black charge which has been brought against me. First of all, Mr. Adams positively swore that he had not seen me in the loft, and that I was downstairs, and then comes Mr. Monument, who said that I addressed the congregation, and told those that were afraid of their lives to walk out. They must see that this was an exaggeration, and in fact altogether an invention, or would not both of these men who were present at the same time have agreed in the same story? I admit that I was in Cato-Street, but even admitting this, what does it amount to? I now very well know that Mr. Goldworthy was an accomplice of Edward's, and it is clear that by these persons, for purposes best known to themselves, I was entrapped into this snare. As for myself, my lord, I have served my country, and done all that I could do for it. I have supported my family by honest industry, and I never directly or indirectly associated with any persons at public places. I never attended any meeting but as a common spectator. I know nothing of these men, Tidd and the other prisoners. I have no knowledge of their plots. I do not blame the gentlemen of the Crown for the manner in which they have conducted this case, because they have done no more than their duty, according to the evidence which has been brought before them. But I say, the witnesses, as far as regards me, are altogether false sworn. I have selected a few passages from the Bible, which I wish to read on this subject, and these I offer, not for the purpose of insulting the court. The indictment charges that I did certain things not having the fear of God before my eyes, but having been instigated by the devil. Now I always had the fear of God before me, and always cherished the feelings of virtue and humanity. I always subscribe to the beautiful lines of Mr. Pope. If I am right, thy grace impart, still in the right to stay. If I am wrong, oh, teach my heart to find that better way. Teach me to feel another's woe, to hide the fault I see. The mercy I to others show, that mercy show to me. The verses from the sacred book, which I think applicable to my case on the present occasion, are these. One witness shall not rise up against a man for any iniquity, for any sin, in any sin that he sinneth. At the mouth of 2 witnesses, or at the mouth of 3 witnesses, shall the matter be established. If a false witness rise up against any man, to testify against him that which is wrong, then both the men, between whom the controversy is, shall stand before the Lord, before the priests, and the judges which shall be in those days. And the judges shall make diligent inquisition, and behold, if the witness be a false witness, and hath testified falsely against his brother, then shall ye do unto him, as he had thought to have done unto his brother, so shalt thou put the evil away from among you. And those which remain shall hear, and fear, and shall henceforth commit no more any such evil among you. And thine eye shall not pity, but life shall go for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot. These words, gentlemen of the jury, I wish to impress on your minds. I am a stranger to England by birth, but I was educated and brought up in England. My father was an Englishman, my grandfather was a Scotchman. I may too claim the prerogative of an Englishman, from having been in the country from my infancy. Still I have not a friend in England, I have not a relative who will stretch out his hand to my helpless family. Then will you not think it hard to have my life taken away for a scene of intended iniquity, of which I know nothing? To have me torn from the bosom of her whom I live but to cherish, to have me exposed to the ruthless knife of the executioner, while my innocent starving babes seek in vain for consolation. Richard Tidd, gentlemen, when I think of this, it unmans me. I am no plotter, no assassin, no traitor. Look well to the evidence, and to your own hearts, before you pronounce the fatal verdict of guilty. Gentlemen, the Earl of Harrowby I have known for years. I worked on his lordship's estate in Staffordshire. Gentlemen, I knew him but to respect him, and yet it is suggested that I could raise the dagger of the murderer to his breast. Forbid it, Providence. Had I known that this plot existed, I would have been the first to warn his lordship of his danger, but I declare solemnly that I knew not of such an intention. I knew nothing of all these dark and bloody projects. Gentlemen, I have now done. I repeat, I will readily submit to death if you think me capable of harboring an intention to commit the crime of high treason. If that is your persuasion, pronounce your verdict accordingly. I hope my death may prove useful to my country, for still England I call thee so, and I trust that those by whom I shall be condemned may lay down their lives with as clear a conscience. Baron Garrow then addressed Tidd as follows. Richard Tidd, do you wish to add anything to what your counsel has stated for you? If you do, this is the proper time. Tidd rose and said in a meek and humble voice, the first thing I have got to say is, that I had the misfortune to get acquainted with Brunt about a month before Christmas, by his frequently going to see Adams, who was living next door to me. Our windows joined. By that means I became acquainted with him. During the Christmas holidays we kept them together. After the holidays I was introduced to Edwards, who does not now appear against me. He was constantly coming to me afterwards. I always was a hard-working man, working 16 and 18 hours a day. I never had any time to spare, except on a Sunday. Messrs. Edwards and Brunt together told me that there were certain meetings going on. I never attended any meeting after the Acts to prevent illegal meetings, till Edwards told me that he had authority to state from persons high in rank, that meetings might take place to procure reform in Parliament. I was then introduced to a room, where I was taken to in Brunt's house. I did not see there anything particular, till the Sunday when I was proposed to take the chair. Certain propositions were then made, which made me declare I would never more attend such meetings, and I fully determined that I would not keep company with them afterwards. Prior to this Edwards came up to my house, and said that he had got certain materials, and Mr. Thistlewood would be obliged to me if I would let them remain in my house. I said I would allow no such thing. He then went away, but in the evening he came and brought the things, which the officers afterwards seized. On Tuesday, Edwards and Brunt came to me, and asked me if I kept to my determination. They added, that all the proceedings that were going on were entirely flustered. They then said there was to be a meeting of the Marylebone Union, and asked me to go. Edward said, every body going there for self-preservation took a weapon of defense. I told him I had none. He said if I had not, the club would supply me with one. He then pulled out a pistol, and said, you ought to arm yourself now. He also had a sword stick, which he offered me. He afterwards gave me a direction where the meeting was to be held. I have it now in my pocket. Here the prisoner produced a small piece of paper, on which was written these words, Horse and Groom, John Street, Edgware Road. Tid then went on. During Wednesday, while I was at work, Edwards and Brent came to me, and said there was some people I must bring to the club. I afterwards took Monument, but I do declare before you I never knew anything about a cabinet dinner. It was never mentioned to me. I was introduced into the stable, and in 10 minutes after the officers came in and apprehended me. This is all I have to say, and you may depend I have told the truth. The Attorney General rose to reply, and proceeded to point out the various instances in which the evidence of Adams had been confirmed. It was confirmed by Monument, who had not been deeply concerned in the plot, but it was much more strongly confirmed by Haydn, who was no accomplice, and who was in every way worthy of belief. There was, he contended, a complete chain of evidence, to prove that there was a conspiracy to overturn the government, and if they believed that the 2 prisoners at the bar took a prominent part in it, they could have no hesitation as to the verdict they should give. Mr. Berenguero proceeded to deliver his charge to the jury. He went over the whole of the evidence, and commented on all the material parts of it in a most perspicuous manner. While his lordship was reading over the evidence of Monument, the prisoner Davidson caused a written paper to be conveyed to him, and said he hoped it might be read as a part of his defense, which he had before forgot to notice. The learned judge observed that although it was not strictly regular to comply with the prisoner's request in the present stage of the business, yet he was ready to allow him to make any statement which might be of use to him. The statement was that his, Davidson's, house had been searched, and nearly pulled down, and not the slightest evidence was there found which went to show that he had been guilty of any conspiracy. After his lordship had read over the evidence of Haydn, he said it was the most important of any that had been given to the court, because the conspiracy had been communicated to him by one of the parties, who invited him to assist in it, and because he went immediately, and communicated to Lord Harrowby the danger which ministers were in. He pretended to show a readiness to join the conspirators, but he never did join them, and one reason for not refusing to take a part in the plot was a threat held out that any man who did not join would be put to death. The learned counsel for the prisoners had endeavored to throw some discredit on this witness, on the ground of his being an accomplice, but there was not the slightest ground for such a supposition, nor did it appear to him that the slightest inroad had been made on his testimony. On the contrary, he ought to be considered as an instrument in the hands of Providence in saving 15 of the first men in the country, and perhaps many others, from destruction, and all persons then present in court ought to consider themselves indebted to him. Here it was clearly in evidence that the intention of the conspirators was to murder the most respectable and virtuous characters in the kingdom, and that not content with that, they were to destroy the house of the Bishop of London, one of the most amiable men in the kingdom, who of all other men in the world was the least likely to give offense to anybody. What then could be their motive for all these unprovoked atrocities, but the ulterior object of revolution? If plunder was their object, where were the implements in which they were to carry away their plunder? What necessity was there to add murder to their offense? What occasion had they for a box full of ball cartridges? What was their object in all this, but the ulterior object of effecting a revolution? The usual argument of inadequacy of means had been used on this occasion, and it was said, nothing certainly could be more preposterous than to suppose a revolution could be effected by such contemptible means. But it was proved that a plan had been formed, that a band of ruffians, reeking with the blood of the most illustrious men in the kingdom, had intended to overturn the government, by stirring up the people to insurrection. Such men as these might imagine that the object could be effectual, without ever considering the adequacy of the means. Before the commencement of the French Revolution, the first beginnings were as contemptible as this, and everybody knew the vast extent and the wide-spreading desolation by which these small beginnings were followed. After a variety of other observations, all tending to show that the evidence of the accomplices was confirmed in various instances by credible witnesses, particularly by Joseph Hale, the apprentice of Brunt, and by Haydn, the cowkeeper, who was no party in the plot, and who acted honestly and conscientiously, his lordship concluded his charge. The jury then retired, and after an absence of 40 minutes, returned with a verdict of guilty upon the third count, with the exception of the 8th and 10th overt acts. The count in question alleged a conspiracy to levy war. At the conclusion of the trial of Tidd and Davidson, Mr. Cawood addressed the court, intimating a desire, on the part of James Wilson, to withdraw his plea of misnomer to the indictment against him for high treason, and to plead guilty. And the Attorney General stating that he had no objection to this course, James Wilson was put to the bar, and, on being questioned by Mr. Shelton, pleaded guilty. Mr. Walford then said he was instructed to make a similar tender on the part of the 5 remaining prisoners, and Mr. Berengarrow directed the prisoners to be brought to the bar. John Harrison, Richard Bradburn, John Shaw Strange, James Gilchrist, and Charles Cooper were then brought into the court, and Mr. Walford again addressed his lordship, and said that he had watched, with great diligence, the whole of these proceedings, and from what had passed under his observation, he thought he should best consult the interests of the 5 unhappy men at the bar, for whom, with his learned friend, Mr. Broderick, he was counsel, by recommending them to acknowledge the deepness of their offending, and to throw themselves on the leniency of their sovereign, who, he was persuaded, would follow the steps of his revered father, by tempering justice with mercy. Mr. Broderick said he too had watched with the most anxious solicitude the progress of the trials which had taken place upon this indictment, and he felt satisfied that he could not better consult the interests of the prisoners, than by adopting the course suggested by his learned friend. These unfortunate men were desirous of making the only reparation in their power to the offended laws of their country, by acknowledging their guilt. They did not ask for mercy, but they entertained a hope that their contrition would have the desired effect, and would induce an extension towards them of that brightest attribute in the person of the sovereign. Mr. Berengarrow then explained to the prisoners the situation in which they stood, and that their plea must be received without any pledge on his part, and with a full understanding that they were to receive judgment to die. They all expressed their concurrence in what had been said by their counsel, and, having withdrawn their previous plea of not guilty, they pleaded guilty, and were removed from the bar, and the gentlemen of the jury were dismissed with the thanks of their country. Sentence of death. The following morning, Friday, April 28th, at 9:15, Lord Chief Justice Abbott, Chief Justice Dallas, the Chief Baron Mr. Justice Richards, Mr. Justice Best, and the Common Sergeant took their seats. Mr. Brown, the jailer, was immediately requested to bring the prisoners to the bar. In a few minutes the clank of chains was heard, and the 11 prisoners entered the court. They were all double-ironed, with the exception of Ings, who had been much indisposed since his conviction. Thistlewood came first, and advanced to the bar. There was a melancholy resignation in his countenance, and his appearance was considerably altered since the last time of his being in court. All being in readiness, Mr. Shelton, the clerk of the arraigns, addressing himself to Thistlewood, said, "Arthur Thistlewood, you stand convicted of high treason. What have you say why you should not receive judgment to die, according to law?" Thistlewood immediately drew forth a manuscript address, which he proceeded to read in a mournful tone, as follows. "My lords, I am asked, my lord, what I have to say that judgment of death should not be passed upon me according to law. This to me is mockery, for were the reasons I could offer incontrovertible, and were they enforced even by the eloquence of a Cicero, still would the vengeance of my lords Castlereagh and Sidmouth be satiated only in the purple stream which circulates through a heart more enthusiastically vibrating to every impulse of patriotism and honor than that of any of those privileged traitors to their country, who lord it over the lives and property of the sovereign people with barefaced impunity. The reasons which I have, however, I will now state, not that I entertain the slightest hope from your sense of justice or from your pity. The former is swallowed up in your ambition, or rather by the servility you descend to obtain the object of that ambition. The latter I despise. Justice I demand. If I am denied it, your pity is no equivalent. In the first place, I protest against the proceedings upon my trial, which I conceive to be grossly partial, and contrary to the very spirit of justice. But alas! The judges, who have heretofore been considered the counsel of the accused, are now, without exception, in all cases between the Crown and the people, the most implacable enemies of the latter. In every instance, the judges charged the jury to find the subject guilty. Nay, in one instance, the jury received a reprimand, and that not in the gentlest terms, for not strictly obeying the imperious mandate from the bench. The court decided upon my trial to commit murder rather than depart, in the slightest degree, from its usual forms. Nay, it is with me a question if the form is usual which precluded me from examining witnesses to prove the infamy of Adams, of Hayden, and of Dwyer. Ere the Solicitor General replied to the address of my counsel, I applied to the court to hear my witnesses. The court inhumanly refused, and I am in consequence to be consigned to the scaffold. Numerous have been the instances in which this rule of court has been infringed, but to have infringed it in my case would have been to incur the displeasure of the court, and to forfeit every aspiring hope of promotion. A few hours hence and I shall be no more, but the nightly breeze which will whistle over the silent grave that shall protect me from its keenness, will bear to your restless pillow the memory of one who lived but for his country, and died when liberty and justice had been driven from its confines by a set of villains, whose thirst for blood is only to be equaled by their activity in plunder. For life, as it respects myself, I care not, but while yet I may, I would rescue my memory from the calumny which, I doubt not, will be industriously heaped upon it, when it will be no longer in my power to protect it. I would explain the motives which induced me to conspire against the ministers of His Majesty, and I would contrast them with those which these very ministers have acted upon in leading me to my ruin. To do this, it will be necessary to take a short review of my life for a few months prior to my arrest for the offense for which I am to be executed without a trial, or, at least, without an impartial one by a jury of my peers. 'Tis true the form, the etiquette of a trial has been gone through, but I challenge any of the judges on the bench to tell me, to tell my country, that justice was not denied me in the very place where justice only should have been administered. I challenge them to say that I was fairly tried. I challenge them to say if I am not murdered according to the etiquette of a court, falsely denominated of justice. I had witnesses in court to prove that Dwyer was a villain, beyond all example of atrocity. I had witnesses in court to prove that Adams was a notorious swindler, and that Hayden was no better. These were the three witnesses, indeed, almost the only ones, against me. But the form and rules of court must not be infringed upon, to save an unfortunate individual from the scaffold. I called those witnesses at the close of Mr. Adolphus's address to the jury, and before the Solicitor General commenced his reply, but the court decided that they could not be heard. Some good men have thought, and I have thought so too, that before the jury retired, all evidence was in time for either the prosecutor or the accused, and more particularly for the latter. Nay, even before the verdict was given, that evidence could not be considered too late. Alas! Such people drew their conclusion from principles of justice only. They never canvassed the rules of court, which have finally settled my unhappy doom. Many people who are acquainted with the barefaced manner in which I was plundered by my Lord Sidmouth will, perhaps, imagine that personal motives instigated me to the deed, but I disclaim them. My every principle was for the prosperity of my country. My every feeling, the height of my ambition, was the welfare of my starving countrymen. I keenly felt for their miseries, but when their miseries were laughed at, and when, because they dared to express those miseries, they were cut down by hundreds, barbarously massacred, and trampled to death, when infants were sabred in their mother's arms, and the breast, from which they drew the tide of life, was severed from the parent's body, my feelings became too intense, too excessive for endurance, and I resolved on vengeance. I resolved that the lives of the instigators should be a requiem to the souls of the murdered innocents. In this mood I met with George Edwards, and if any doubt should remain upon the minds of the public, whether the deed I meditated was virtuous, or contrary, the tale I will now relate will convince them that, in attempting to exercise a power which the law had ceased to have, I was only wreaking national vengeance on a set of wretches unworthy the name or character of men. This Edwards, poor and penniless, lived near Cato-Street, in the Strand, some time ago, without a bed to lie upon, or a chair to sit in. Straw was his bed, his only covering a blanket, but, owing to his bad character, and his swindling conduct, he was driven even from thence by his landlord. It is not my intention to trace him through his immorality. Suffice it to say that he was, in every sense of the word, a villain of the deepest atrocity. His landlord refused to give him a character. Some short time after this he called upon his landlord again, but marked the change in his appearance. Dressed like a lord, and all the folly of the reigning fashion, he now described himself as the right heir to a German baron, who had been some time dead, and stated that Lords Castlereagh and Sidmouth had acknowledged his claims to the title and property, had interfered in his behalf with the German government, and supplied him with money to support his rank in society. From this period I date his career as a government spy. He procured an introduction to the Spenceans, by what means I am not aware of, and thus he became acquainted with the reformers in general. When I met with Edwards after the massacre at Manchester, he described himself as very poor, and, after several interviews, he proposed a plan for blowing up the House of Commons. This was not my view. I wished to punish the guilty only, and therefore I declined it. He next proposed that we should attack the ministers at the fete given by the Spanish ambassador. This I resolutely opposed, because the innocent would perish with the guilty. Besides, there were ladies invited to the entertainment, and I, who am shortly to ascend to the scaffold, shuddered with horror at the idea of that, a sample of which had previously been given by the agents of government at Manchester, and which the ministers of His Majesty applauded. Edwards was ever at invention, and at length he proposed attacking them at a cabinet dinner. I asked, where were the means to carry his project into effect? He replied, if I would accede, we should not want for means. He was as good as his word. From him came, notwithstanding his apparent penury, the money provided for purchasing the stores which your lordships have seen produced in court upon my trial. He who was never possessed of money to pay for a pint of beer, had always plenty to purchase arms or ammunition. Amongst the conspirators, he was ever the most active, ever inducing people to join him, up to the last hour ere the undertaking was discovered. I had witnesses in court who could prove they went to Cato-Street by appointment with Edwards, with no other knowledge or motive than that of passing an evening amongst his friends. I could also have proved that subsequent to the fatal transaction, when we met in Holborn, he endeavored to induce 2 or 3 of my companions to set fire to houses and buildings in various parts of the metropolis. I could prove that subsequent to that again, he endeavored to induce men to throw hand grenades into the carriages of ministers as they passed through the streets. And yet this man, the contriver, the instigator, the entrapper, is screened from justice and from exposure, by those very men who seek vengeance against the victims of his and their villainy. To the Attorney and Solicitor General I cannot impute the clearest motives. Their object seems to me to have been rather to obtain a verdict against me, than to obtain a full and fair exposition of the whole affair since its commencement. If their object was justice alone, why not bring forward Edwards as a witness, if not as an accomplice? But no, they knew that by keeping Edwards in the background my proofs, my incontrovertible proofs of his being a hired spy, the suggester and promoter, must, according to the rules of court, also be excluded. Edwards and his accomplices arranged matters in such a manner as that his services might be dispensed with on the trial, and thus were the jury cut off from every chance of ascertaining the real truth. Adams, Haydn, and Dwyer were the agents of Edwards, and truly he made a most admirable choice, for their invention seems to be inexhaustible. With respect to the immorality of our project, I will just observe that the assassination of a tyrant has always been deemed a meritorious action. Brutus and Cassius were lauded to the very skies for slaying Caesar. Indeed, when any man, or any set of men, place themselves above the laws of their country, there is no other means of bringing them to justice than through the arm of a private individual. If the laws are not strong enough to prevent them from murdering the community, it becomes the duty of every member of that community to rid his country of its oppressors. High treason was committed against the people at Manchester, but justice was closed against the mutilated, the maimed, and the friends of those who were upon that occasion indiscriminately massacred. The sovereign, by the advice of his ministers, thanked the murderers, while yet reeking in the blood of their hapless victims. If one spark of honor, if one spark of patriotism, had still glimmered in the breasts of Englishmen, they would have risen to a man, for insurrection then became a public duty, and the blood of the slain should have been the watchword to vengeance on their murderers. The banner of independence should have floated in the gale that brought the tidings of their wrongs and their sufferings to the metropolis. Such, however, was not the case, and Albion is still in the chains of slavery. I quit it without regret. I shall soon be consigned to the grave. My body will be immured beneath the soil whereon I first drew breath. My only sorrow is that the soil should be a theater for slaves, for cowards, for despots. My motives, I doubt not, will hereafter be justly appreciated. I will therefore now conclude by stating that I shall consider myself as murdered if I am to be executed on the verdict obtained against me by the refusal of the court to hear my evidence. William Davidson, I could have proved Dwyer to be a villain of the blackest dye, for, since my trial, an accomplice of his, named Arnold, has been capitally convicted at this very bar, for obtaining money under circumstances of an infamous nature. I seek not pity, I demand but justice. I have not had a fair trial, and upon that ground, I protest that judgment ought not to be passed against me. It is impossible to describe the feelings of horror and disgust which pervaded the mind of every individual in the court during the delivery of this most treasonable and ferocious harangue. It was of course expected that the wretched criminals would offer something in extenuation of the crimes of which they had been convicted, but it could never have been conceived that any man existed so deeply depraved, and so dreadfully hardened in crime, as to venture to justify projects of assassination, and to propagate doctrines of treason and murder, while standing as it were on the very brink of eternity, and about to be ushered into the presence of that God whom he had braved, by the impious and inhuman declarations to which he had just given utterance. Mr. Shelton next addressed himself to Davidson, and put to him the same question which he had put to Thistlewood. Davidson advanced, and spoke to the following effect. My lords, you ask me what I have to say why I should not receive judgment to die for what has been said against me. I answer that I protest against the proceedings in this trial in toto. In the first place, I always thought that in a court of justice the balance of justice was held with an even hand. But this has not been the case with me. I stand here helpless and friendless. I endeavored to shew that the evidence against me was contradictory and incredible, and I hoped I had made an impression on the gentlemen in the box. But the moment I was done, the Attorney General got up, and told them that the evidence was pure and uncontaminated, and to this I may add, that Mr. Baron Garrow almost insisted that they should pronounce me guilty. I would ask, has any person identified me but the officers? Who, everyone knows, have at all times been instrumental in the death of innocent persons. I do not now plead for my life. I know I must fall a victim to the vengeance of my enemies. But in what manner have I been guilty of high treason? It would seem I was a silent spectator. None of the witnesses impute to me a single observation. Now is this probable? I had always got a great deal to say for myself, consequently I was not the person who would stand by without uttering a word, and yet such has been the testimony of Adams. Then, with regard to the blunderbuss, I have already explained that this was not mine, and that I acted in that affair entirely as the agent of Edwards. I have also declared how I came by the sword, and I now declare upon my soul, which will shortly appear before its maker, that I never made any blow at any man, or discharged any carbine. As for Monday, the man who swore that I had a long sword, with a pair of pistols in my girdle, who is he? He is a poor laboring man who comes here for his day's pay and his victuals, to swear away the life of a fellow creature, and to support the unfounded charge against me that I meant to assassinate His Majesty's ministers. I appeal to any man, whether it is upon such evidence the life of an innocent man is to be sacrificed? But even supposing, for the sake of argument, that the lives of His Majesty's ministers were threatened, it did not follow that this was to extend to the king himself. In a passage of Magna Carta, it was ordained that 25 barons should be nominated to see that the terms of the charter were not infringed, and if it was found that His Majesty's ministers were guilty of such infringement, then 4 barons were to call upon them for redress. If this were not granted, then the 4 barons were to return to their brethren, by whom the people were to be called together to take up arms, and assert their rights. Such an act was not considered in old times as an act of treason towards the king, however hostile it might be towards his ministers. But this does not apply to me. I had no intention of joining in any scheme whatever, either to put down my king, or to murder his ministers. I was entrapped by Golworthy and Edwards, in order for some private purposes of their own, that they might have my life sworn away. I have no objection to tender my life in the service of my country, but let me at least, for the sake of my children, save my character from the disgrace of dying a traitor. For my children only do I feel, and when I think of them I am deprived of utterance. I can say no more. James Ings was next asked what he had to say, why he should not receive judgment to die. He replied, "I have very little to say. My abilities will not allow me to speak. If Mr. Edwards had not got acquainted with me, I should not be here. He came to me, unfortunately, when I had no business, nor no means of getting a livelihood for my family. I entered into the conspiracy only through him, and it was only necessity, and the want of the means to support my wife and family that brought me here. It is only through Edwards that I shall lose my life. I do not mind dying, if you will let that man come forward, and die with me on the scaffold. It was through him that I was going to do that which, I must allow, was of a most disgraceful and inhuman nature. On the other hand, His Majesty's ministers conspire together, and impose laws to starve me and my family and fellow countrymen, and if I was going to assassinate these ministers, I do not see that it is so bad as starvation, in my opinion, my lord. There is another thing, my lord. A meeting was called at Manchester, under the protection of the law of England, for which our forefathers died, and which King John signed in the open air. This meeting was called under the protection of that law, for the people to petition Parliament to give them their rights. But, previous to the business of the meeting, the Manchester yeomanry rode in among them, and cut down men, women, and children, in a manner that was a disgrace to the very name of Englishmen. These yeomen had their swords ground beforehand, and I had a sword ground also, but I do not see any harm in that. I shall suffer, no doubt, but I hope my children will live to see justice done to their bleeding country. I would rather die like a man than live like a slave. I am sorry I have not the power, gentlemen, to say more. I shall, therefore, withdraw." John Thomas Brunt was next called upon. He came forward in a quick and rather hurried manner, and in answer to the usual interrogatory, addressed himself to the court in a firm and confident tone. He said he had intended to have written the observations which he should make, but he had not had the benefit of ink and paper. He would repeat what he had before stated to the jury on his trial, which had been so ably knocked down by the Solicitor General, whose sophisticated eloquence would make even crime a virtue. He then proceeded to recapitulate the circumstances already stated by him in his defense. He protested against the verdict, not that he valued his life. No man valued it less when it was to be sacrificed in liberty's cause. Looking around him in this court, and seeing the sword of justice and the inscriptions which were placed on the walls above the learned judges, he could only say that he felt his blood boil in his veins when he thought how justice was perverted, and her sacred name prostituted to the basest and vilest purposes. He was a man of his word, and not a shuttlecock, as some might suppose. If he pledged himself once to destroy a tyrant, he would do it. Edwards, that infamous villain, whom the Solicitor General had not dared to bring forward, had preyed on his credulity, and Adams had betrayed him. Where was the benefit which would result to Christianity from the able defense made of it by the Solicitor General? What was Christianity? Why did its doctrines promulgate so horrid an idea, as that supposing a man to have been a deist, and all at once to have been converted by seeing the halter staring him in the face, he would, therefore, be strengthened by Almighty God to become a villain and a perjured betrayer of his associates? That this was the case with Adams was evident from his own confession. Was this, then, Christianity? If it was, he prayed God he might die without it, for very different, indeed, were the ideas he had formed of religion. The prisoner then proceeded to attack the character of the witness, Hale, his apprentice, in which, however, he was interrupted by the Lord Chief Justice, who said he would not allow persons and witnesses not before the court to be vilified. Brunt proceeded. He had antipathy against none but the enemies of his country. He was a friend to the lower orders, and, as an honest man, had a fellow feeling for his countrymen, who were starving through the conduct of ministers. Lord Castlereagh and Lord Sidmouth had an antipathy against the people, and if he did conspire to murder them, was that high treason? He readily acknowledged that he had agreed to assassinate ministers, but he denied having ever conspired to dethrone or injure the monarch. But if resisting the civil power, or opposing wicked ministers, was treason, then he confessed he was guilty. He was no traitor to his country, he was no traitor to his king, but he was an enemy to a borough-mongering faction, which equally enslaved both the king and the people. The happiness, the glory, and the safety of the king depended on his being free as well as his people, but this was not the case now. A faction ruled both king and people with lawless sway. He had, by his industry, been able to earn about £3 or £4 a week, and while this was the case, he never meddled with politics. But when he found his income reduced to 10 shillings a week, he began to look about him, and to ask to what could that be owing. And what did he find? Why, men in power, who met to deliberate how they might starve and plunder the country. He looked on the Manchester transactions as most dreadful, and thought that nothing was too severe for men, who had not only caused, but even applauded, the dreadful scenes which occurred there. With pleasure would he die as a martyr in liberty's cause for the good of his country, and to have been avenged on her tyrants would have given him pleasure to have died on the spot. He was not a traitor, nor a friend of a traitor, and it was only a villain who could call him so. While a nerve of his body could move, that nerve should and would be exerted against the enemies of the people. He had joined the conspiracy for the public good. He was not the man who would have stopped. Oh no, he would have gone through with it to the very bottom, or else have perished in the attempt. Their death was necessary for the public good. They might quarter his body, they might inflict on him every species of torture, but they could not shake his resolution, nor subdue his spirit. He would mount the scaffold with the same firm intrepidity he now evinced, and if his life was called for, if his wife was to be made a widow and his child an orphan, in this mighty cause he would cheerfully sacrifice it. In the course of this daring address, the wretched man had worked himself up to a degree of passion bordering on rage. A feeling of horror was visible in the face of all within his hearing, whilst the unhappy man was coldly explaining and justifying his murderous purposes. The same question was put to each of the remaining prisoners, who severally returned answers to the following effect. Richard Tidd said he had been convicted so late last night that he had no time to prepare a written address, as he could have wished. He denied that the evidence against him was true, with the exception of that of the gentleman he saw on the bench, Captain Fitzclarence, and, as for shooting him, why he would as soon have thought of shooting his own father. James Wilson declared that he had been drawn into the plot by one of the witnesses, Adams, who appeared against him. John Harrison, on being called upon, said, "My lord, they were all false witnesses." Richard Bradburn. The evidence of Adams was false. John Shawstrange. I have only this much to say, my lords, that the evidence of Adams and Hale was false, and that they are perjured villains. James Gilchrist was much affected, and some time elapsed before he could speak. He said, "My lords, what I say, I shall say and think as in the presence of my God. I knew nothing of the business until 4 o'clock on the day on which it took place. I then had not tasted a morsel of food the whole day." Here the prisoner burst into tears. "I then went to a place where a person appointed to meet me at 6 o'clock, where I saw 4 or 5 men, not one of whom I knew, except Cooper. Of him I borrowed a halfpenny, to buy a bit of bread. I appealed to God, who now hears me, casting up his eyes, and knows that this is true. I went into the room at Cato-Street, where I found a number of men eating bread and cheese, which they cut with a sword. I cut some for myself. Seeing so many men in arms, I was anxious to get away, but Adams stopped me, and brandishing a sword said, "If any man attempts to go from here, I will run him through." An officer then came in, and I surrendered without opposition. This was all I knew of the business, and yet I stand here convicted of high treason. I have served my king and country faithfully for 12 years, and this is my recompense, O God. Here the prisoner again burst into tears, and could proceed no further. Charles Cooper said, "My lords, there is no evidence to convict me of high treason." Gilchrist came again to the bar, and said, "My lords, I have no objection to die. I would willingly resign my life to save that of another." It was not known to whom he alluded. He again retired from the bar in tears as before, and continued so till the whole of the prisoners were removed from court. Proclamation was now made by the crier that the judge was going to proceed to pass sentence on the prisoners, and enjoining strict silence in the court. The Lord Chief Justice Abbot, having put on that solemn part of the judicial insignia, the black velvet cap, proceeded to his awful duty, and thus addressed the prisoners. "You, Arthur Thistlewood, James Ings, John Thomas Brunt, William Davidson, and Richard Tidd, have been severally tried and convicted of high treason, encompassing and levying war against His Majesty. You, James Wilson, John Harrison, Richard Bradburn, John Shaw Strange, James Gilchrist, and Charles Cooper, did originally plead not guilty to the same indictment, but, after the trial and conviction of the preceding prisoners, you desire to withdraw your plea, and plead guilty. You have cast yourselves on the mercy of your sovereign, and if any of you have your lives spared, which I trust will be the case with some of you, I hope you will bear in mind that you owe it to the benignity and mercy of your sovereign, and to some of those public officers whom you had devoted to a cruel and sudden death. His lordship then proceeded with his address. Thistlewood, he observed, had complained that the court had refused to receive the testimony of some witnesses, after the evidence had closed on both sides. But he should recollect that his trial was conducted according to the law, as it had been administered in this country for ages. The witnesses whom he proposed to call were for the purpose of impugning the testimony of a man of the name of Dwyer, and no other. His learned counsel had previously called witnesses to the same effect. It could not be allowed to him, according to the ordinary course of proceeding, to do more. Indeed, even if he had been allowed so to do, it could have been productive of no advantage, because his case did not depend upon the evidence of that witness alone. This observation was confirmed by the fact that in subsequent cases, where the evidence of Dwyer was altogether omitted, a similar verdict of guilty was returned. Some of them had thought fit to say much of the character of a person who had not appeared as a witness upon this occasion. The court could proceed only upon the evidence which was brought before it. Of the person, therefore, to whom they alluded, or of the practices of which he had been guilty, they could have no knowledge. Upon the testimony, however, which had been adduced against them, there was abundantly sufficient to induce a jury of their country to come to a conclusion that the whole of them had taken an active part in the crimes imputed in the indictment. From all that had appeared in the course of these trials, as well as from much of that which they had then heard, it was plain to see that they did not embark in their wicked designs until they had first suffered their minds to be corrupted and inflamed by those seditious and irreligious publications, with which, unhappily for this country, the press had but too long teemed. He did not make these remarks to aggravate their guilt, or to enhance the sufferings of persons in their situation. He made them as a warning to all who might hear of their unfortunate fate, that they might benefit by their example, and avoid those dangerous instruments of sedition, by which their hearts and minds were inflamed, and by which they were drawn from every feeling of morality, from every sense of obligation towards their Creator, and of justice towards society. The treason of which they were charged, and found guilty, was that of compassing and imagining to levy war against His Majesty, for the purpose of inducing him to change his measures and ministers, the first step towards effecting which was to have been the assassination of ministers themselves. They had endeavored now to complain of the testimony of those persons who had been examined as witnesses on the part of the prosecution. Some of them were accomplices in their guilt. It had here happened, as it had upon other occasions, that the principal instruments in the hands of justice were partners in their wickedness. He trusted that circumstance would have its due weight and consideration with all those who became acquainted with their situation, and with the circumstances of their trial. He hoped that, for the sake of their own personal safety, if they could not be restrained by any other consideration, they would abstain from evil communications and from evil connections, such as had brought the prisoners to the unhappy position in which they stood. Some of them had avowed their intention to have taken away the lives, and to have steeped their hands in the blood of 14 persons, to many of them unknown. It was without a precedent to see Englishmen laying aside their national character, and contriving and agreeing on the assassination, in cold blood, of 14 individuals, who had never offended any of them. This was a crime which hitherto was a stranger to our country, and he trusted it would, after the melancholy example of the prisoners, be unknown amongst us. It now, he said, only remained for him to pass upon them the awful sentence of the law, but before he did so, he exhorted them, he implored them, to employ the time yet left to them in this life in endeavoring, by prayer, to obtain mercy from that almighty power before whom they would shortly appear. The mercy of heaven might be obtained by all those who would unfeignedly, and with humility, express contrition for their offenses, and seek that mercy through the merits of their blessed Redeemer. This awful appeal, delivered by the judge in the most impressive manner, was wholly lost on Thistlewood, who, with apparent careless indifference, pulled out his snuff-box, some of the contents of which he took, casting his eyes round the court, as if he were entering a theatre. His indifference was the more conspicuous when contrasted with the solemn manner in which the Lord Chief Justice addressed the prisoners. His lordship continued. Whether the prisoners would profit by the advice which he thus sincerely gave them he could not say, but he once again begged that they might not allow themselves to be led away by such feelings and opinions as seemed hitherto to have influenced them. He had now to pronounce upon them the sentence of the law, which was, that you, and each of you, be taken from hence to the jail from whence you came, and from thence that you be drawn upon a hurdle to a place of execution, and be there hanged by the neck until you be dead, and that afterwards your heads shall be severed from your bodies, and your bodies be divided into 4 quarters, to be disposed of as His Majesty shall think fit. And may God of His infinite goodness have mercy upon your souls, the crier said aloud. Amen. In which he was joined by many in the court, who were deeply affected by his lordship's address. The prisoners were then removed from the bar, some of them, particularly Thistlewood, Brunt, and Davidson, appearing to be wholly unconcerned at the awful sentence which had been passed upon them, and the whole of them evincing great firmness and resignation. Tidd complained of the immense weight of his irons, when the Lord Chief Justice, with that humanity and feeling which had characterized his conduct throughout the whole of this arduous and painful business, said he was sure the jailer would grant the prisoner every indulgence consistent with his safety. Preparations for the execution and conduct of the prisoners. The public anxiety had been, as we have already stated, more than usually excited during the trials of the conspirators, and much curiosity was, of course, felt as what would be the final result, and on what particular day the unhappy, deluded wretches would suffer the last dreadful sentence of the law. The public suspense was, however, terminated on Saturday, the day after the passing sentence of death, when His Majesty held a privy council, at which Newman Knowles, Esq., the Common Sergeant of London, in the absence of the Recorder through indisposition, was admitted into the presence of the King, to make a report of the persons convicted of the crime of high treason before the Special Commissioners, in which the learned sergeant was assisted by the judges present, who tried the prisoners. The council, at which His Majesty was present, assembled at 2 o'clock, and continued in deliberation till near 4. And after the report had been received, the council proceeded to deliberate upon the fate of the prisoners, and upon the period when it might be proper the execution should take place. It was at length determined, with a view to render the example more imposing, and to mark the sense which was entertained of the atrocious offence of which the wretched culprits were found guilty, to order them for execution on the following Monday, and that Thistlewood, Brunt, Ings, Davidson, and Tidd should be the sufferers. But that part of the sentence which directed that their bodies should be quartered was remitted. The sentence of death on Harrison, Wilson, Cooper, Strange, and Bradburn was commuted to transportation for life, in conformity with the implied pledge which they received when they agreed to plead guilty to the indictments, and Gilchrist was respite, without mention of the commutation of punishment. Mr. Brown, the governor of Newgate, received the warrant at 7 o'clock in the evening, and accompanied by the under-sheriff, immediately went to the condemned room, in which were sitting those who were ordered for execution, attended by 8 officers. When he entered they rose in the most respectful manner. He held in his hand the recorder's warrant, of the contents of which they appeared conscious. A dead silence prevailed, but there was not the slightest agitation observable in the countenances or manner of any one of the prisoners. Mr. Brown addressed them in the following words. It is my painful duty to communicate to you that I hold the recorder's warrant for the execution of you, Thistlewood, Ings, Brunt, Davidson, and Tidd, on Monday morning. I hope and trust that the short time you have to remain in this world will be employed by you in making preparation for that to which you are going. Thistlewood immediately, and in the calmest manner, said, The sooner we go, sir, the better. Our wish is to die as soon as possible. The others expressed the same sentiments. Mr. Brown. If any of you wish to have the assistance of a clergyman of any persuasion, during your preparation, let me know it, and I shall apply to the authority by which I am convinced you will not be refused. Not a word was uttered by any one of the prisoners. Mr. Brown then said, Let me entreat you with effect to give up your thoughts to the contemplation of the change which you are about to undergo. Your time in this life is very short, devoted to repentance, and prayer to that being who will not desert you at the moment of fatal separation. The prisoners did not speak, nor make any sign. Mr. Brown then left the room, and the miserable men turned to the conversation in which they had been engaged before he entered, without any reference to the tidings they had just heard. Upon going to the condemned room where the 6 conspirators who pleaded guilty were confined, Mr. Brown observed a very striking contrast to the scene which he had just quitted, as far as regarded Strange, Bradburn, Cooper, and Gilchrist. He entered with the recorder's warrant in his hand, which contained cheering intelligence to them. Strange, Bradburn, Cooper, and Gilchrist seemed struck with consternation, but Harrison and Wilson shewed no symptoms of agitation, but appeared rather to despise than to pity the deplorable condition of their companions, and uttered not a word expressive of hope or fear. Mr. Brown then informed them that mercy had been extended to them, and that their lives were spared. Strange, Cooper, Bradburn, and Gilchrist immediately fell on their knees, and, after a pause, gave utterance to incoherent and unintelligible expressions of gratitude. Harrison and Wilson still remaining silent, and apparently unmoved. Mr. Brown said, "I have now to show you the dark side of the picture. Your unfortunate miserable companions in crime who were tried are ordered for execution on Monday morning, and you, Harrison, Wilson, Cooper, Strange, and Bradburn, are transported for life." Wilson, who before had appeared perfectly callous, now exclaimed, "Ah! Our poor friends, I am indeed sorry for them." Harrison said nothing. The others were too much occupied with the joy of their own escape to bestow a thought upon those who were to forfeit their lives. Mr. Brown said, "There is one of the most remarkable circumstances attending your cases that ever took place upon any occasion, and if you have any feeling, it must make a deep and indelible impression upon you. Those very persons against whose lives your hands were about to be raised, are the men by whose intercession your lives have been saved." After Mr. Brown had performed so much of his painful task, he proceeded to another step, which excited in the breast of some of the prisoners a strong feeling of irritation, namely, to place them in separate condemned cells. They had entertained a hope that they would be permitted to spend the last few hours of their life together, mutually to cheer each other by their example, and to obtain those consolations which the society of friends in so melancholy a situation must necessarily produce. Mr. Brown, however, had received his instructions, and was bound to attend to them, although he might himself have been anxious to grant them every indulgence consistent with their safety. The 5 unhappy men, whose hours were now numbered, were each removed to the place appointed, and were still accompanied by 2 of the under-turnkeys. The reason assigned for this arrangement was the existence of a spirit of hardihood among the unfortunate men, which, while they remained together, seemed but to increase. In the early part of Saturday, they had been visited by the Reverend Mr. Cotton, the ordinary of Newgate, and exhorted by him to have recourse to those prayers which had been so strongly and humanely recommended by the Lord Chief Justice. They were, however, deaf to his entreaties, and conjointly told him that however much they respected his motives, still that their minds were made up on religious subjects. They were deists, and therefore not inclined to join in that form of appeal to heaven, which, in the exercise of his sacred functions, he thought it necessary to suggest. Mr. Cotton, finding that his arguments were productive of no good effect, left them with regret. He repeated his visits during the afternoon, but with as little success, and then determined not to renew his solicitations for some hours, which would allow time for quiet reflection, concluding that while their minds were in a state of irritation, he was still less likely to open their hearts to that contrite feeling, from which he could alone hope to bring them to a true sense of their situation. On Sunday morning he recommenced his pious labors, and on entering their cells, repeated his former arguments. But they again repeated their disbelief in the divinity of Christ, and refused through his mediation to seek pardon of their offended Maker. Davidson alone listened with attention, and he at length begged Mr. Cotton to procure him a Wesleyan minister. His wish was communicated to Mr. Brown, who in the course of the morning attended at Whitehall, and reported the circumstance. The Wesleyan minister selected by Davidson was a person of the name of Rennet, who, it seems, had been a journeyman tailor, and had sometimes preached among the Wesleyans. Davidson's selection of him on this occasion was founded on some slight knowledge of him. As this man, however, was in a situation in life not well adapted to reveal the holy tenets of salvation to a dying man, it was thought prudent to decline introducing him to the prisoner. In the course of Sunday, a most decided change took place in Davidson's manner and conduct, and having been induced to abandon his wish of receiving spiritual comfort from the Wesleyan minister, it was suggested that if he desired it, he should have a regular clergyman of any persuasion he might think fit. On hearing this proposition again repeated to him, the rays of Christianity burst, as it were, through his dungeon's gloom, and he immediately requested the spiritual consolation of the Reverend Mr. Cotton. That gentleman visited him immediately, and continued to attend him, and to administer all the consolation in his power to the wretched man, up to the last moment of his life. The unhappy Davidson also begged to be favored with pen, ink, and paper, as he was anxious to write to Lord Harrowby, towards whom he continued to express the warmest respect. This request was granted, and he wrote a letter of some length cp. 410, which he sealed, and which was afterwards given to Mr. Under Sheriff Turner, to be delivered. On Sunday afternoon, the heartrending scene of introducing the families of the wretched men to take a last farewell was gone through. Thistlewood's interview with his wife and son was truly affecting, and the scenes exhibited in the other cells were of the most agonizing description. The unfortunate children, capable of understanding the situation of their unhappy parents, were convulsed with sorrow. The strongest feelings of commiseration were excited in the minds of those whose painful duty it was to be present. Brunt formed a solitary exception to this remark. His composure on taking leave of his wife was of the most extraordinary description. He expressed himself in the most unmoved manner, and declared that the day of his execution would be to him the happiest of his life. The solemn service of the condemned sermon, usually preached in the chapel at Newgate, to repentant criminals, who are about to expiate their crimes with their blood, was on this occasion reluctantly dispensed with. The miserable malefactors had so decidedly pronounced themselves deists, and with the exception of Davidson, and even he, until Sunday, had fully concurred with them, had evinced in all parts of their conduct so awful a disregard of the precepts of Christianity and disbelief in its divine origin, as to excite an apprehension that their blasphemous principles would manifest themselves in some dreadful act of infidelity during divine service. It was therefore thought more prudent to omit the ceremony altogether, than to subject the administration of our holy religion to public insult by avowed and hardened infidels, and this determination was perfectly agreeable to the miserable beings themselves, who had boasted of being impenetrable to repentance, and determined to end the brief remnant of their days in the same horrid anti-Christian principles which they had throughout professed. In the course of Sunday, aldermen would call twice upon Mr. Brown, and requested to be introduced to the prisoners. Mr. Brown said he would willingly have complied with the worthy alderman's request, but his instructions were, not to permit any person to have intercourse with the unhappy men, save their families, unless under the sanction of an order from the Privy Council. Mr. Alderman would then beg that he would carry to the prisoners 3 written questions, and obtain the answers, but this also Mr. Brown refused, upon the principle of the strict performance of his duty. During nearly the whole of Sunday night, the deluded malefactors, who were attended by the city constables, slept soundly, and were only awakened by the unbarring of their cell doors, to admit the Reverend Ordinary. He found them in their separate cells, and went to each, urging every pious argument to reclaim them to the paths of Christianity. On Thistlewood, Tidd, Ings, and Brunt, however, his arguments were unavailing, but on Davidson his endeavors were crowned with success, and in the most fervent manner this unfortunate man joined in prayer with Mr. Cotton for mercy at the hands of his Redeemer. The cells in which these delinquents were confined, though separated by strong walls of stone, were not sufficiently detached to prevent them from speaking to each other, and Ings, speaking, during the night, of the approaching awful exhibition they were to make, remarked to one of his companions, with savage disappointment, that there would be plenty of persons present, but they had no pluck. Indeed, it seemed impossible to divert the mind of this wretched man from the original object by which he had been actuated. He often made declarations of the most terrific nature, and amongst others, he wished that his body might be conveyed to the king, and that his majesty, or his cooks, might make turtle soup of it. At 5 o'clock on Monday morning Mr. Cotton went again to the jail, and proceeded to the condemned cells with the hallowed elements of the sacrament, which was administered to and received by Davidson with the utmost devotion. The reverend gentleman offered the same means of redemption to the other culprits, who, however, were immutable in their infidelity. Brunt partook of the wine offered to him, but only for the purpose of drinking the king's health, which he appeared to do cordially. Davidson also drank the king's health, and joined fervently in the prayer for him and the royal family, which is in the established church service. At 6 o'clock breakfast was ordered for the wretched men, and all but Davidson expressed a desire that they might be allowed to breakfast together. It was known, however, that they wished to arrange and mature what each should say upon the scaffold, and therefore Mr. Brown most prudently refrained from complying with this request. While these occurrences were taking place within the jail, the exhibition without was not destitute of interest, and the arrangements making among the persons whose official duties connected them with the final execution of the law were of the highest importance. The Sunday papers had announced the period fixed for the execution, and as this was accompanied by a speculation that a scaffold was to be erected on the top of the prison, upon which the ignominious sentence was to be performed, thousands of persons flocked towards the Old Bailey, and continued to do so during the day, assembling in groups for information, and not unfrequently indulging in language disgraceful to themselves, and alarming to those who felt anxious for the peace of the metropolis. Among these persons were many who had long been known as the constant attendants at those factious meetings, the repetitions of which have been productive of so much mischief. On Saturday evening Mr. Sheriff Rothwell and Mr. Under-Sheriff Turner had waited on Lord Sidmouth to arrange the mode in which the execution should take place. The plan at first proposed of erecting a scaffold on the top of the prison at the end near Newgate Street was then considered and abandoned, Lord Sidmouth being of opinion that there was no necessity for departing from the form customary on like occasions, and on the suggestion of Sheriff Rothwell, it was further resolved to dispense with that part of the sentence which directed that the culprits should be drawn on a hurdle to the place of execution, in consideration of the great inconvenience that might arise in conveying them along the streets in the manner which had been adopted on former occasions, namely, from the courtyard in front of the Sessions House to the scaffold. On the return of Mr. Sheriff Rothwell and Mr. Under-Sheriff Turner from the office of the Secretary of State, with their final instructions, they directed Mr. Montague, one of the surveyors of public buildings in the city, to make the necessary arrangements for resisting the pressure of the crowd which was anticipated, and for enlarging the ordinary scaffold to such a size as would admit of the performance of the more awful part of the ceremony, that of decapitating the criminals. To effect these works, a great number of men were suddenly called into requisition, and during the whole of Sunday they were actively engaged. The addition to the scaffold was made in the courtyard in front of the Sessions House, and the loud strokes of the carpenters' hammers soon attracted the attention of the passengers, hundreds of whom mounted upon the wall to view what was going forward. The confusion created at this spot induced Mr. Montague to send to the Lord Mayor for the aid of some constables, and in a short time the city marshal arrived at the head of several officers. The crowd was immediately removed from the wall, and order was restored. Curiosity was next directed to the workmen at the ends of the various avenues leading to the Old Bailey, across which strong posts and rails were erected in such a manner as to prevent the distant crowd from throwing the whole of their weight on those in front, and thereby preventing that confusion and danger which otherwise would have been incurred, and which was productive of such melancholy consequences at the execution of Holloway and Haggerty, for the murder of Mr. Steele, too. There were double rows of rails across the top of the Old Bailey, across Newgate Street, Giltspur Street, Skinner Street, Fleet Lane, and in fact at the mouth of every approach to the prison. In the course of Sunday morning Mr. Sheriff Rothwell and Mr. Under-Sheriff Turner held a consultation with the Lord Mayor, as to the necessity of applying to the Secretary of State for the Home Department, to direct the attendance of a military force, not alone in the prison, but in its immediate vicinity. The result of their deliberations was, that such an application was highly proper, and accordingly Mr. Turner was dispatched to Whitehall, with a letter to Lord Sidmouth, intimating the wish of the Lord Mayor. In consequence of this application, in the course of the afternoon 100 men were ordered to proceed to the jail of Newgate, and a detachment of 50 was quartered in Giltspur Street, Compter. Other detachments were on duty at a short distance from the prison. In fact, every possible precaution was adopted to prevent disturbance or disorder. As the evening advanced, the throng in front of the prison increased, and at 8 o'clock the pressure was so great that it required the utmost exertions of the constables on duty to prevent the interruption of the workmen. thousands of all ranks and ages congregated in front of the jail. The scaffold had been brought forth from the courtyard, and the carpenters were busily employed in erecting the additional platform, which was 10 feet square, and constructed with great solidity. They continued their operations by torchlight, which seemed as it were but to make darkness visible, and considerably enhanced the solemnity of the scene. Such was the anxiety of some to witness the execution, that they literally determined to remain in the neighborhood all night, and thousands sacrificed their natural rest to the gratification of their curiosity. The windows of the houses in the Old Bailey and the streets adjacent, commanding a view of the scaffold, were let out at exorbitant prices. The sums demanded for a view from the windows were from 10 shillings to 2 guineas, but even at these prices there was a superabundance of applicants. Very early on Monday morning the bar, which had previously been bounded but by one rank of spectators, was enclosed by a second, and the assembling populace soon began to assume the appearance of a crowd. They stood in immense masses by the time the clock struck 5. An idea partially prevailed, that the area immediately without the rail which encompassed the scaffold, where on ordinary occasions spectators are allowed to stand, would be cleared out when the constables arrived, and this induced many to take their stations beyond the first barrier. This apprehension turned out to be well-founded, and, at 5:15, those who had been for hours clinging to the inner rail were obliged reluctantly to abandon the situations in which they had proposed to witness the execution. No exceptions were made, and none but officers, and those engaged to assist in the preparations, were suffered to remain. Compelled to retire from the immediate vicinity of the scaffold, they attempted to take up a position beyond the first rail, but they were again disappointed, and the officers still pressed on them till they had retreated beyond the second bar, which was placed at the very extremity of the Old Bailey, on a line with Newgate Street. The lamp iron which is fixed in the wall of the prison between the corner of the street and the debtor's door had been climbed by 3 persons, and that at the corner was taken possession of in the same way. Both were now relieved from the load which they had sustained for hours. The pump, and the lamps above it, were crowded to an extraordinary degree. The situation appeared one of danger, but those who had taken the trouble to ascend it were suffered to remain. When the crowd had passed the second bar, that which crossed the road from the end of Newgate Street, it was immediately lined with constables. In the opposite direction, a similar course was taken, and a bar erected a little below the felon's door precluded on that side any closer approach. An extensive area was thus taken from the ground which the populace on ordinary occasions are suffered to occupy. The precautions adopted on this occasion greatly surpassed those resorted to on that of Bellingham's execution, but placards like those then addressed to the populace, warning them of the danger of pressing forward too eagerly, from the more efficient measures taken to guard against the pressure of the crowd, were thought unnecessary. Between 5 and 6 o'clock a great quantity of sawdust was brought out and deposited beneath the scaffold on which the decollations were to be performed. It was shortly afterwards transferred to the top of it, and at the same time black cloth was brought, and the scaffold erected in the rear of the drop was completely covered with it. The posts which sustained the chains above it received the same sable attire, and while these preparations were in progress, every avenue leading into the Old Bailey was carefully secured by strong wooden rails fixed across, and guarded by constables. At 20 minutes before 6, a party of the foot guards, 61 in number, came out of the prison by the felon's door. They passed down Brown's Yard, opposite Newgate, where they were ordered to remain till their services should be required. At the same time, a detachment moved down Newgate Street towards the city, to secure the peace of the metropolis, should it be in any manner threatened. Before 6 o'clock, the city marshals arrived, and Mr. Sheriff Rothwell made his appearance at the same moment. He was not accompanied by his colleague, the junior sheriff. He carefully inspected the preparations for the awful business of the morning. The crowd, before repressed beyond the felon's door, were about this time compelled to move still lower down towards Ludgate Hill. Mr. Alderman Wood also arrived on the spot very early in the morning, and, on first going into Mr. Brown's office, expressed considerable indignation at his not being suffered to commune with the convicts when he called at Newgate on Sunday, stating that the jail was no longer under the direction of the city, but under that of Lord Sidmouth, orders having been issued from the Secretary of State's office, to suffer no one to see these convicts, unless by a properly authenticated order. At 6 o'clock the constables assembled in immense numbers, and the firemen from the different insurance offices were among them. Shortly after 6, the city marshal called over the names of the officers and attendants from the different city wards. This done, they were formed into several parties, and its proper station was assigned to each. At this time the Lord Mayor attended, and accompanied by the city marshal superintended the whole of the arrangements. During the time occupied by the preparations above described, the conduct of the countless thousands assembled on this awfully interesting occasion was peaceable in the extreme. Curiosity seemed powerfully excited, but no political feeling was manifested by any part of the crowd, and they awaited the termination of the dreadful scene in silence. Sometimes a low murmur ran through the expecting multitude, as some new object connected with the proceedings was pressed on their attention, but it was a murmur of surprise or of interest, which never took the tone of clamorous disapprobation. For a rescue, if it was ever contemplated, all hopes of accomplishing it must have been annihilated by the precautions we have enumerated. The powerful force assembled on the spot must have convinced the most frantic radicals that all resistance was vain, and escape on failure impossible. It was generally reported that the execution would take place an hour before the usual time of execution. At 7:15, the persons accommodated at the top of the prison were observed to retire from the front of the building. This, in consequence of the rumor just alluded to, caused it to be generally surmised that the prisoners were about to be led out immediately. The rumor, however, proved to be unfounded. At 7 o'clock, the crowd which was collected about the prison, in every avenue leading to it, or commanding the most distant glimpse of its walls, was beyond all calculation, but still there was not the least appearance of disorder. In fact, such were the formidable preparations to preserve the peace, that no possible alarm could exist. In the event of a riot, however, the Lord Mayor was prepared with large boards on poles, ready to be used, should it become necessary to read the riot act. They were brought within the rail which enclosed the gallows, and bills were immediately nailed to them, containing, in large characters, the following words: "The riot act has been read. Disperse immediately." These were then laid down on each side of the debtor's door. Of course they were not exhibited to the populace, being only prepared to be used in case of necessity, that, if unhappily it should become the duty of the civil authorities to have recourse to so strong a measure, it might be impossible for the multitude to be ignorant of the peril to which they would be exposed by neglecting to yield prompt obedience to the mandate. A party of the Life Guards was stationed towards the lower end of the Old Bailey, and a small detachment appeared at the end next St. Sepulchre's Church. On a sudden a loud noise attracted the attention of everyone. This was caused by the awkward situation in which a person had placed himself, who, having got within the second bar, had clambered up against one of the houses, where the constables, who felt it their duty to remove him, could not get at him. He was at length pulled down by the heels, amidst the boisterous laughter of the crowd, who in this manifested all the thoughtless levity of a common mob, a levity not unlike that described by the unfortunate hackman to have preceded the execution of Dr. Dodd. 3. Several persons of distinction, among others some military officers of rank, arrived in the course of the morning, and Mr. Brown, the jailer, afforded them accommodation in his house. They took their places at the drawing-room windows, and were thus enabled to command an excellent view of the whole melancholy scene. Shortly after 7 o'clock, the executioner made his appearance on the drop, and placed the steps by which he was to ascend to tie the sufferers to the fatal beam. The sawdust, which had been previously collected in 2 small heaps on the second scaffold, was now spread over the boards. The coffins were then brought out, and placed on the sawdust, the foot of each being put so as nearly to touch the platform, from which those who were to fill them were to be launched into eternity. They had no lids on them. The coffin of thistlewood was first lifted out. The third coffin brought out appeared longer than the others, and was supposed to be intended for Davidson, who was the tallest man, but this conjecture proved erroneous. The persons employed to bring the coffins swept out the large one, and then proceeded to throw sawdust into them, that the blood of the sufferers might not find its way through. The block was now brought up, and placed at the head of the first coffin. Most of the spectators were surprised at the shape of the block, as, instead of presenting a flat surface, it was slanted off, so that the top of it was quite sharp. The awful moment was now rapidly approaching when the ill-fated men were to be removed to another world. Each of them conversed freely with the officers who had them in charge, and severally declared that moment to be the happiest of their lives. Davidson alone continued to pray fervently to the moment of his removal, but the others seemed perfectly unmoved by their approaching fate. The 6 prisoners who had received the royal clemency had been previously removed to another part of the prison, under the care and superintendence of a turnkey. The 4 before mentioned, viz. Strange, Cooper, Bradburn, and Gilchrist, continued to express themselves in the most grateful and enthusiastic terms, that their lives had been saved through the kind and benevolent interposition of those illustrious personages whose lives were intended to fall sacrifices to their diabolical project. But Wilson and Harrison persisted in the most obstinate indifference to the mercy which had been so graciously extended towards them. During the night and morning, they became excessively uneasy, and while they wept for the ignominious fate of their companions, they expressed a wish that they might have been participators in its consequences, horrible as they were. About 7:30, the sheriffs, under-sheriffs, several young noblemen, and a number of gentlemen, walked in the procession, as is usual, through the various passages in Newgate, till they arrived at the door of the condemned cells, which comes into the press yard. The unhappy criminals, since receiving sentence of death, had been confined in the lower ward of the prison assigned to capital convicts. Thistlewood came out of the condemned cell first. He bowed to the sheriffs and gentlemen present. He looked very pale, he cast up his eyes, and said, "It appears fine." He displayed uncommon firmness, and held out his hands for the assistant executioner to tie them. He observed to the persons near him, that he never felt in better spirits in the course of his life. He was attired in the same apparel that he wore during his trial. The composure he exhibited was striking, but there was nothing like bravado or carelessness. He now advanced to the block to have his irons knocked off, and while the turnkey was in the act, Mr. Alderman Wood advanced to Thistlewood, and said, "Thistlewood, I wish you to give me an answer to 2 or 3 questions." Mr. Sheriff Rothwell. "Mr. Alderman, I must interfere. I am sure you have had quite experience enough of magisterial duties to know that on a solemn occasion of this kind, you ought not to interfere with a prisoner on the point of death." Mr. Alderman Wood. "You prevented me, Mr. Sheriff, from entering Newgate yesterday, to obtain the information I am now about to seek. You have no authority to prevent me from now having it, as the jail is this day under the superintendence of Lord Sidmouth, and I must persist in obtaining answers to my questions, if the prisoner chooses to give them." Mr. Sheriff Rothwell. "I cannot suffer you to disturb the quiet of this unhappy man's mind at this awful moment, Mr. Alderman. I must, by virtue of my office, interfere, and prevent you from doing anything which can have a tendency to distract the mind of a man in his awful situation, one who is indeed dead in law." Mr. Sheriff Parkins. "I must insist on the worthy alderman's being permitted to put any question he pleases, unless the prisoner objects. I now authorize Alderman Wood to put whatever questions he wishes." Mr. Sheriff Rothwell. "Well, I must again object. I think it highly improper." Mr. Alderman Wood. "I have the questions here written down, and I'll put them to you. Thistlewood, when did you first become acquainted with Edwards?" Thistlewood. "About June last." Mr. Alderman Wood. "Where did you become acquainted with Edwards?" Thistlewood. "At Preston's." Mr. Alderman Wood, who did not appear to have heard the final letter, said, "At Preston in Lancashire?" Thistlewood. "No, at Preston's, the shoemaker." Mr. Alderman Wood. "Did he ever give you any money?" Thistlewood. "Yes, I had a little from him, a £1 note at a time." The worthy alderman wrote down the answers he had received to his questions. Mr. Sheriff Rothwell appeared extremely angry at the course taken by the worthy alderman, while his colleague, Mr. Sheriff Parkins, expressed his warm approbation of it. Tid next made his appearance. He came out of the cell into the press yard with an air of assumed gaiety. He smiled during the time he was being pinioned, and continued quite cheerful during the time his irons were knocking off. The moment his legs were free from their burden, he ran towards Thistlewood, who had taken a seat on a bench, placed in the yard for the purpose, and said, "Well, Mr. Thistlewood, how do you do?" And they shook hands most heartily. Thistlewood said, "He was never better." Tid conversed in the most gay and cheerful manner with the turnkey, while he was driving the rivets out of his irons, and composedly assisted the man in taking them off. Ings then came out of the cell, and danced as he came down the steps along the yard. He was dressed in his usual clothes as a butcher, a rough pepper-and-salt-colored worsted jacket, and a dirty cap. During the time his hands were being tied he became thoughtful. Afterwards he seemed hurried and in great mental pain. But before his irons were knocked off he began to laugh and shout, and afterwards took a seat by the side of his fellow sufferers. Brunt was then brought into the press-yard. He was perfectly composed, but looked round eagerly to see his wretched companions. He nodded to them, and then held out his hands to have them tied. He said nothing during the time he was being pinioned and having his irons taken off, but afterwards he addressed Thistlewood, Tid, and Ings. He told them to keep up their spirits, and to one of his companions he said, "All will soon be well." Davidson was then brought out of his cell. He seemed a little affected at the sight of his companions, but soon regained that composure which he evinced during the trials. His lips moved, but he did not betray much anxiety till his irons were knocked off. He then looked wildly at the Rev. Mr. Cotton, and appeared to be in prayer, very devoutly. The others declared they were about to die in peace with all mankind, but that they had all made up their minds on religious matters, and were determined to die deists. Davidson took the sacrament in the morning at 6 o'clock, from Mr. Cotton, and prayed most fervently. He also joined the Rev. Gentleman in a prayer for the prosperity of His Majesty King George IV, though he avowed he had not the same feeling for his ministers. A glass of wine was offered to Thistlewood, who politely refused. Tid and Brunt took a glass each. The irons of the culprits were then knocked off in succession. Thistlewood requested Mr. Cotton to speak to him, but for no other motive than to request he would observe his conduct had been manly, and to state that he was perfectly happy, and died in peace with God. Even to the last moment, the attentions of the Reverend Ordinary to the 4 men whom we have pointed out were unavailing. To every remonstrance he offered, the only answer was, they wanted no assistance of his. Their minds were perfectly made up on religious subjects, and they believed they should receive mercy at the hands of God. When the awful ceremony of pinioning the culprits by the yeomen of the halter was concluded, they each shook hands, and most fervently exclaimed, "God bless you!" The Reverend Mr. Cotton then began to read the burial service, commencing at the words, "I am the resurrection and the life," and the arrangements being completed, the procession advanced through the dark passages of the jail, led by the sheriffs and under-sheriffs. The Reverend Mr. Cotton moved first. Thistlewood followed, with his eyes fixed, as it were, in abstract thought, and apparently lost to his situation. A vacant and unmeaning stare pervaded his countenance, which seemed unmoved by the devotions of the pious Ordinary. Tid walked next, and although somewhat affected by his situation, his manner was collected, manly, and unaffectedly firm. Ings came next, and was laughing without reserve, and used every forced effort to subdue the better feelings of nature, which might remind him of his awful situation. His conduct was more like a delirium of fear than an effect of courage. Brunt, in fixed and hardened obduracy of mind, next advanced, and with a sullen and morose air of indifference surveyed the officers who were conducting him to his fate. The unhappy Davidson came last, with clasped hands and uplifted eyes, praying most devoutly, and the officers of the jail closed the mournful procession. On their arrival at the lodge, from which the debtor's door leads to the scaffold, a moment's pause took place, while the dreadful paraphernalia of death were adjusted without. Thistlewood, who stood first, clasped his lips, and with a frown surveyed, from the doorway in which he stood, the awful preparations for his fate. The under-sheriff, at this period stepped into the road from the governor's house, to ascertain how far the preparations had proceeded. Everything seemed to be completely arranged. A party of the horse guards seemed about to pass the barrier beyond which they had previously been stationed, but they did not persevere, in consequence of the difficulty of penetrating the crowd. The persons who had previously retired from the front of the prison now, at 20 minutes before 8, returned to their old places on the top of it. This, with other circumstances just particularized, announced that the culprits were about to be conducted to the scaffold. The reappearance of the executioner, and the solemn sound of the bell, removed all doubt on the subject. Everyone felt that the awful moment was at hand, and the assembled thousands stood uncovered in silent, breathless expectation. Those opposite the prison saw in the next moment the procession from the interior of it reach the door through which the culprits were to pass to expiate their crimes with their blood. The ordinary ascended the platform, and at 7:15 Thistlewood made his appearance on the scaffold. His step faltered a little as he mounted the platform, and his countenance was somewhat flushed and disordered on being conducted to the extremity of the drop. His deportment was firm, and he looked round at the multitude with perfect calmness. He had an orange in his hand. On the cap being placed on his head, he desired that it might not be put over his eyes. While the executioner was putting the rope round his neck, a person from the top of the houses exclaimed, "Good Almighty bless you!" Thistlewood nodded. The Reverend Mr. Cotton, by whom he was preceded, endeavored to obtain his attention, but he shook his head, and said, "No, no." He looked round repeatedly, as expecting to recognize someone in the crowd, and appeared rather disconcerted at observing the distance to which the populace were removed. Some of those to whom the face of Thistlewood was not familiar, imagined that he gave proofs of the fear of death upon the scaffold, but in this supposition they were much mistaken. At the moment that he has been heard uttering his dangerous politics and safety, and declaring his determination to stand or fall by them, the expression of his features was the same, and Thistlewood with the rope round his neck was the same Thistlewood that appeared so conspicuous at Smithfield. Mr. Cotton approached him while the executioner was making his awful arrangements, and spoke to him upon the subject of his thoughts of hereafter. Thistlewood shook his head, and said he required no earthly help upon that subject. He then sucked his orange, and looking down at the officers who were collected about the scaffold, said, in a firm voice, "I have but a few moments to live, and I hope the world will be convinced that I have been sincere in my endeavors, and that I die a friend to liberty." The figure of the miserable man, which naturally was not good, had undergone a change for the worse, in consequence of the pressure of the rope with which his arms were fastened behind. His shoulders were raised to a degree that closely approached deformity. The executioner, having placed the cap upon his head, and fastened the rope round the beam, looked towards the sheriff as a signal that his duties towards Thistlewood were completed. While the executioner was performing his last offices without to this wretched man, the scene within the lodge was almost beyond the power of description. The dreadful obduracy of Brunt and Ings filled with horror the small assemblage of persons among whom they stood. Ings, with a hardihood almost indescribable, sucked an orange, with which Sheriff Parkins had provided him, as well as all the other prisoners, and sung, or rather screamed, in a discordant voice, "Oh, give me death or liberty!" Brunt rejoined, "Aye, to be sure. It is better to die free than to live slaves." A gentleman in the lodge admonished them to consider their approaching fate, and to recollect the existence of a deity, into whose supreme presence a few minutes would usher them. Brunt exclaimed, "I know there is a God," and Ings added, "Yes, to be sure, and I hope he will be more merciful to us than they are here." Tidd, who had stood in silence, was now summoned to the scaffold. He shook hands with all but Davidson, who had separated himself from the rest. Ings again seized Tidd's hand at the moment he was going out, and exclaimed, with a burst of laughter, "Give us your hand! Goodbye!" A tear stood in Tidd's eye, and his lips involuntarily muttered, "My wife and—" Ings proceeded, "Come, my old cock-o'-wax, keep up your spirits, it all will be over soon." Tidd immediately squeezed his hand, and ran towards the stairs leading to the scaffold. In his hurry, his foot caught the bottom step, and he stumbled. He recovered himself, however, in an instant, and rushed upon the scaffold, where he was immediately received with 3 cheers from the crowd, in which he made a slight effort to join. The applause was evidently occasioned by the bold and fearless manner in which the wretched man advanced to his station. He turned to the crowd who were upon Snow Hill, and bowed to them. He then looked down upon the coffins and smiled, and turning round to the people who were collected in the Old Bailey towards Ludgate Hill, bowed to them. Several voices were again heard, and some in the crowd expressed their admiration of Tidd's conduct. The rope having been put round his neck, he told the executioner that the knot would be better on the right than on the left side, and that the pain of dying might be diminished by the change. He then assisted the executioner, and turned round his head several times for the purpose of fitting the rope to his neck. He afterwards familiarly nodded to someone whom he recognized at a window, with an air of cheerfulness. He also desired that the cap might not be put over his eyes, but said nothing more. He likewise had an orange in his hand, which he continued to suck most heartily. He soon became perfectly calm, and remained so till the last moment of his life. In the interim, Davidson, who had not yet come out, leaned with his back against the dresser in the lodge, and continued with his hands clasped, praying in the most fervent manner, and calling with unfeigned and unreserved piety for the intervention of the Redeemer. Brunt and Ings, however, persevered in the same hardihood that they had manifested throughout, and continued venting their thoughts in unreserved ejaculations. A humane individual who stood by remonstrated with Brunt again, and besought him to ask pardon of God. Brunt, with a fierce and savage air, surveyed his adviser contemptuously, and exclaimed, "What have I done? I have done nothing. What should I ask pardon for?" The stranger rejoined, "So you say, Brunt, but if you have ever injured any man, or done anything which your conscience tells you is wrong, ask pardon of God, penitently and sincerely, and you will, I have no doubt, obtain mercy." Brunt replied, "I die with a perfectly clear conscience. I have made my peace with God, and I never injured no man." The stranger proceeded, "Believe in the Lord Jesus Christ." Brunt surveyed his humane adviser again, and muttered, "My mind is made up." "Well done, Brunt!" exclaimed Ings, and was again proceeding to sing, "Oh, give me death or liberty." When he was summoned to the scaffold, he turned to Brunt, and with a smile on his countenance, shook hands with him, and prepared to go. While the hatch was opening, he exclaimed, with a loud voice, "Remember me to King George the IVTH, God bless him, and may he have a long reign." He now recollected that he had some clothes left behind, which he requested might be given to his wife. The wretched man had thrown off the clothes in which he had been tried, and had put on an old butcher's jacket, determining, as he said, that Jack Ketch should have no coat of his. James Ings Thomas Brunt, while he stood on the edge of the steps, at the door of the jail, he said to Davis, one of the turnkeys, "Well, Mr. Davis, I am going to find out this great secret," and then springing upon the scaffold, exclaimed, "Goodbye, gentlemen. Here goes the remains of an unfortunate man." He rushed to the platform, upon which he leaped and bounded in the most frantic manner. Then turning himself round towards Smithfield, and facing the very coffin that was soon to receive his mutilated body, he raised his pinioned hands, in the best way he could, and leaning forward with savage energy, roared out 3 distinct cheers to the people, in a voice of the most frightful and discordant hoarseness. But these unnatural yells of desperation, which were evidently nothing but the ravings of a disordered mind, or the ebullitions of an assumed courage, struck the majority of the vast multitude who heard them with horror. Turning his face towards Ludgate Hill, he bowed, and cried out, "This is going to be the last remains of James Ings," and shouted out part of the song in which the words death or liberty are introduced. He laughed upon looking at the coffins, and said, turning his back to them, "I'll turn my back upon death. Is this the gallows they always use? Those coffins are for us, I suppose." Tid, who stood next to him, and had the moment before been in conversation with Thistlewood, turned about, and said, "Don't, Ings. There is no use in all this noise. We can die without making a noise." Ings was silent for a few moments, but as the executioner approached him with the rope, he called out, "Do it well, pull it tight." When the executioner threw the rope round the beam, he said, "Give me a better fall, the others won't have fall enough." When the man put him on the cap, Ings said, "I have got a cap of my own, put it over this nightcap, and I'll thank you." The executioner proceeded to do so, but Ings said, "It will do when we are going off, let me see as long as I can." He then pushed the cap from his eyes. The others had raised the caps from their eyes. "Here I go, James Ings," said he, "and let it be known that I die an enemy to all tyrants. Aha! I see a good many of my friends are on the houses." Again Tid turned round to Ings, and, as it appeared, at the suggestion of Thistlewood, requested that he would not continue the noise. Ings laughed and remained silent for a few minutes. Mr. Cotton approached Tid and Ings, but they turned away from him. Ings smiled at his interference, but Tid turned round to Thistlewood and spoke a few words, in which he seemed to complain of the inclination of the ordinary to break in upon their last moments. Thistlewood now said to Tid, "We shall soon know the last grand secret." Brunt, who, after the departure of Ings, stood by himself within the porch of the prison, having no companion of his own principles to encourage him, as Davidson stood far away from him, muttered something about the injustice of his fate. The persons around him repeatedly entreated him to alter his religious creed, during the last few moments left, and to believe in the Savior of the world. Still immutable, still hardened in iniquity, he listened not to the remonstrances of sincere friends, who besought him, for his wife's sake, and for the sake of his son, to ask the protection of the Redeemer for them, but he appeared tired of these friendly importunities, and wished to ascend the scaffold next. Davidson, however, was summoned before him, and with a composed countenance and a firm step he passed by his former companion in guilt to his fate, without noticing him. Brunt now appeared considerably irritated. "What?" he exclaimed. "Am I to be the last? Why is this? They can have my blood but once, and why am I to be kept to the last? But I suppose they are afraid I should say something to the people, because I spoke my mind on the trial. However, I don't care." Davidson walked up the platform with a firm and steady step, but with all that respectful humility becoming the condition to which he had reduced himself. He bowed to the crowd, and instantly joined Mr. Cotton in prayer. He seemed inattentive to everything but the journey he was about to take, and his lips moved in prayer until he was no longer able to speak. He made no request to have his eyes uncovered, but was evidently preparing himself for bidding an eternal adieu to a world of which he had ceased to be an inhabitant. Brunt was the last summoned to the fatal platform, and he rushed upon it with impetuosity. Some of the people cheered him, which evidently gratified and pleased him. It brought a sort of grin on his countenance, which remained till his death. But his aspect belied his utterance. Externally he appeared to have shrunk more from his fate than any one of his wretched companions. His cheeks had sunk extremely, giving a degree of ghostly prominence to a forehead, cheekbones, and chin, naturally very much protruded, and his color was of a livid paleness. But the eyes of the man sent forth from their deep recesses glances of distressing keenness. His lips were firmly compressed together. Not a tear trickled down his cheeks. There was no quaking of the members. To use an expressive phrase of his speech on receiving sentence, he went through with the business. "What?" said he. "Soldiers! What do they do here? I see nothing but a military government will do for this country, unless there are a good many such as we are. I see a good many of my friends round about." While the rope was being adjusted, he looked towards St. Sepulchre's church, and perceiving, or affecting to perceive, someone with whom he had been acquainted, he nodded several times, and then made an inclination of the head towards the coffins, as if in derision of the awful display. His conduct was marked by the same irrational levity to the last. When his handkerchief was taken off, the stiffener fell out, and he kicked it away, saying, "I shan't want you any more." His last act was to take a pinch of snuff from a paper which he held in his hand. He stooped to put it to his nose, and this he was only able to effect by pushing up the nightcap which hung over his face. He also threw off his shoes. The executioner was now proceeding to adjust the ropes, and to pull the caps over the faces of the wretched men. A voice from the crowd again called out, "God bless you, Thistlewood!" Thistlewood looked towards the place from which it issued, and slightly inclined his head. He then said a few words in a whisper to Tid, and awaited his fate in silence. Brunt refused altogether to speak with Mr. Cotton upon the subject of the next world, and declared that he had done all he thought necessary for the place to which he was going. He appeared disposed to address the crowd, but they were at too great a distance, and the executioner was quick at his work. The cap was first drawn over the face of Thistlewood, and his cravat was bound over his eyes. He stooped gently while the man tied it, and appeared to direct him as to the way in which he wished it done. When the executioner came to Ings, the unhappy man said, "Now, old gentleman, finish me tidily. Tie the handkerchief tight over my eyes. Pull the rope tighter, it may slip." When the handkerchief was tied over his eyes, he cried out, "I hope, Mr. Cotton, you will give me a good character," and commenced swinging about in his hand an old nightcap in the most careless manner. Tid's lips were in motion just before he was turned off, as if in prayer. Davidson was in the most fervent prayer, and seemed to feel his situation with a becoming spirit. He firmly pressed the hand of the Rev. Mr. Cotton. The executioner, having completed the details of his awful duty, by placing the criminals in a proper situation upon the trapdoor, walked down the ladder, and left Mr. Cotton alone upon the scaffold. The reverend gentleman, standing closer to Davidson than to any of the rest, began to read those awful sentences which have sounded last in the ears of so many unhappy men. Suddenly the platform fell, and the agonies of death were exhibited to the view of the crowd in their most terrific form. Thistlewood struggled slightly for a few minutes, but each effort was more faint than that which preceded, and the body soon turned round slowly, as if upon the motion of the hand of death. Tid, whose sighs gave cause to suppose that he would pass, with little comparative pain, scarcely moved after the fall. The struggles of Ings were great. The assistants of the executioner pulled his legs with all their might, and even then the reluctance of the soul to part from its native seat was to be observed in the vehement efforts of every part of the body. Davidson, after 3 or 4 heaves, became motionless, but Brunt suffered extremely, and considerable exertions were made by the executioners and others to shorten his agonies, by pulling and hanging upon his legs. However, in the course of 5 minutes all was still. The decapitation. Exactly half an hour after they had been turned off, the order was given to cut the bodies down. The executioner immediately ascended the scaffold, and drew the legs of the sufferers up, and placed the dead men, who were still suspended, in a sitting position, with their feet towards Ludgate Hill. This being done, the trapdoor was again put up, and the platform restored to its original state. The executioner proceeded to cut Thistlewood down, and with the aid of an assistant, lifted the body into the first coffin, laying it on the back, and placing the head over the end of the coffin, so as to bring the neck on the edge of the block. The rope was then drawn from the neck, and the cap was removed from the face. The last convulsions of expiring life had thrown a purple hue over the countenance, which gave it a most ghastly and appalling appearance, but no violent distortion of feature had taken place. An axe was placed on the scaffold, but this was not used. When the rope had been removed, and the coat and waistcoat forced down, so as to leave the neck exposed, a person wearing a black mask, which extended to his mouth, over which a colored handkerchief was tied, and his hat slouched down, so as to conceal part of the mask, and attired in a blue jacket and dark gray trousers, mounted the scaffold with a small knife in his hand, similar to what is used by surgeons in amputation, and, advancing to the coffin, proceeded to sever the head from the body. The execution of the Cato-Street conspirators. When the crowd perceived the knife applied to the throat of Thistlewood, they raised a shout, in which exclamations of horror and of reproach were mingled. The tumult seemed to disconcert the person in the mask for the moment, but upon the whole, he performed the operation with dexterity, and having handed the head to the assistant executioner, who waited to receive it, he immediately retired, pursued by the hootings of the mob. The assistant executioner, holding the head by the hair over the forehead, exhibited it from the side of the scaffold nearest Newgate Street. A person attended on the scaffold, who dictated to the executioner what he was to say, and he exclaimed with a loud voice, "This is the head of Arthur Thistlewood, the traitor!" A thrilling sensation was produced on the spectators by the display of this ghastly object, and the hissings and hootings of part of the mob were vehemently renewed. The same ceremony was repeated in front of the scaffold, and on the side nearest Ludgate Street. The head was then placed at the foot of the coffin, while the body, before lifted up to bring the neck on the block, was forced lower down, and this done, the head was again put in its proper place, at the upper end of the coffin, which was left open. The block was then moved by the hangman, and placed at the head of the second coffin. The cap and rope were removed from the face and neck of Tid. The same livid hue which overspread the countenance of Thistlewood was perceptible. The coat and waistcoat being pulled down, the masked executioner again came forward. He was received with groans, and cries of, "Shoot that murderer! Bring out Edwards! And see!" He seemed less disconcerted than at first, and performed the operation with great expedition, and having handed the head to the person who had before received that of Thistlewood, he retired amidst yells and execrations. The assistant executioner then advanced to the side of the scaffold, from which the former head was first exhibited, holding the head between both hands by the cheeks, the forehead of Tid being bald, and exclaiming, "This is the head of Richard Tidd, the traitor." The same words were also repeated from the other two sides of the scaffold, and the head was then deposited with the body in the second coffin. The block was now removed to the third coffin, and the body of Ings, being cut down, was placed in it with the face upwards. The person in the mask again came forward, severed the head from the body, and retired amidst the hootings of the crowd. The assistant executioner proceeded to exhibit the head, holding it up by the hair in the same way as he had Thistlewood's, from the three sides of the scaffold, exclaiming, "This is the head of James Ings, the traitor." The head was then placed in the coffin. The block being removed to the fourth coffin, the body of Davidson was taken down from the gallows, the noose taken from about the neck, and the cap removed from the face, which remained in death exactly what it had been while living. The mouth was a little open, but no expression of agony, or change of color, could be remarked. The body was placed in the fourth coffin, and the man in the mask having performed his part, the head was exhibited in the same way as the last, with the exclamation, "This is the head of William Davidson, the traitor." Little or no blood had fallen from the other heads, but from this it fell profusely. The hisses and groans of the crowd were repeated on this occasion, while the head was deposited in the coffin which contained the sufferer's body. The executioner and his assistant now proceeded to cut down the last of the sufferers, Brunt. The block was placed at the head of the fifth coffin. The blood which had stained the block was wiped off with the sawdust, and the rope being cut, they attempted to lift the body to the place where the last part of the sentence was to be executed, when it was found that in putting up the platform part of his clothing had been shut in with it, and held him so tight, that a considerable effort was necessary to disengage the remains of the wretched culprit. He was placed in the fifth coffin. His miserable and cadaverous countenance presented but a ghastly spectacle while he was alive. But dead, its aspect was little less than terrific, and the dark hair which overhung his forehead came in frightful contrast with the purple hue produced by the agonies of death. The masked executioner, while performing his duty, happened to let the head fall from his hands on the sawdust. The howlings and groans of the spectators were again heard at that moment, and amidst these the operator retired, having first handed the discolored, trunkless ball to the assistant executioner, who advancing, as in each of the other cases, first to the side of the scaffold nearest Giltspur Street, then to the front, and lastly to the side looking towards the felon's door, proclaimed aloud, "This is the head of John Thomas Brunt, the traitor." His head was then placed in the coffin, and thus terminated this part of the awful business of that memorable day. The execution occupied an hour and 8 minutes. It was 8:15 when Thistlewood walked up the steps leading to the fatal platform, and it wanted 7 minutes to 9 when the head of Brunt was placed in the coffin. From the manner in which the last part of the execution was performed, very little blood was seen on the scaffold. The bodies being placed almost in a sitting attitude in their coffins, the blood could not flow copiously from them at the moment the heads were taken off. It was not till they were laid in a horizontal position that the vital stream could escape freely from the heart. The person who wore the mask, and who performed the ceremony of decapitation, is said to be the same person who beheaded Desparts and his associates. This, however, may be doubted, as, from the quickness and spring of his motions, he seemed to be a young man. His mode of operation showed evidently that he was a surgeon. In performing his dreadful duty, the edge of the first knife was turned by the vertebrae of Thistlewood, and 2 others became necessary to enable him to finish his heart-appalling task. The coffins containing the remains of the sufferers were left on the scaffold but for a few minutes after the sentence of the law had been carried into effect. While there they continued open. At 9 o'clock they were conveyed into the prison by the debtor's door, and this dreadful scene being thus ended, the crowd began peaceably to separate. In such an immense assemblage, as might be expected, some accidents occurred through the dreadful pressure of the crowd. Some women, and it is painful to record that many women were among the crowd, were brought out fainting, and a boy was severely hurt by the falling of a part of the railing in front of St. Sepulchre's church. The persons whose weight brought down the railing from the stone base in which it was planted, were thrown on the shoulders of those beneath them, and caused great confusion at the moment. But no more serious accidents occurred than the injury received by the boy above mentioned. In addition to the military arrangements on this awful occasion, which we have incidentally mentioned, it was thought necessary to adopt the following precautionary measures, that should anything like a breach of the peace be attempted, it might be crushed in its infancy, and it is a pleasing part of our duty here to record the prudence which gave rise to these measures, the very excellent and effectual manner in which they were carried into execution, and above all, the exemplary conduct of the soldiers who were on duty throughout the morning, although they were at times severely, and indeed unavoidably pressed upon by the crowd. The Life Guards were incessantly attentive to prevent their horses from doing any injury, while occasionally driven out of their position by the momentary agitation of the persons immediately near them. At a very early hour, the neighborhood of Blackfriars Bridge, being the place appointed for the rendezvous of a considerable number of troops, presented a very novel spectacle. At 5 o'clock in the morning, 6 light field pieces of flying artillery arrived in front of the livery stables, near Christ Church, escorted by the usual complement of men. They drew up in the center of the street, and remained there until after the execution took place. At a still earlier hour, 3 troops of the Life Guards arrived in the neighborhood of Newgate. 1 troop and a piquet remained near the scaffold, another piquet was stationed in Ludgate Hill, facing the Old Bailey, and the remaining troop drew up in Bridge Street. The moment the prisoners were about to be brought out to the scaffold, an officer rode from his station in front of Newgate, communicated with the piquet on Ludgate Hill, and then rode on to the troop in Bridge Street, to whom he immediately gave the word of command to advance. The troop instantly followed the officer, and proceeded onwards until they joined the piquet on Ludgate Hill, with which they halted, and formed in a line, still facing the Old Bailey. The flying artillery, near Christ Church, also made a movement in advance just at the same time, and formed a crescent across the road, the guns pointing towards the bridge. The City Light Horse were under arms, in their barracks in Gray's Inn Lane, and a number of troops were stationed at various depots, assigned them at convenient intervals throughout the metropolis. A little before 10, the multitude having completely dispersed, the detachments marched off to their respective barracks. Disposal of the bodies. On the day of execution, the friends of the families of the unfortunate men who were executed met at a public house, and after some discussion upon the subject of raising a subscription for the wives and children of those who were transported, as well as of those who were hanged, adopted a resolution to apply through Lord Sidmouth for leave to take away the bodies of the deceased from Newgate. The following petition was accordingly drawn up, in the names of the widows of the wretched criminals, and forwarded to Lord Sidmouth, to be by him delivered to His Majesty, to His Most Gracious Majesty the King. Sire, the petition of Susan Thistlewood, Mary Tidd, Mary Brunt, Celia Ings, and Sarah Davidson, humbly sheweth, that your petitioners are the widows of the unfortunate men who this morning suffered the dreadful sentence of the law at the Old Bailey. Your petitioners most earnestly entreat your Majesty to grant them one consolation, by restoring to them the mangled remains of their late unfortunate husbands, that they, your petitioners, may shed a silent tear over their mutilated remains, ere they are consigned to the tomb. We are confident that all desire of further vengeance has ceased, and that your Majesty will be graciously pleased to order the restoration of the bodies to your humble petitioners, that they may have them decently interred, and your petitioners will, as in duty bound, forever pray, and see. Signed, Susan Thistlewood, Mary Tidd, Mary Brunt, Celia Ings, Sarah Davidson. The petition was accompanied by a request to his lordship that the bodies might be given up to the friends of the deceased, and stating that the object was the humane one of raising the means of support for the wives and children by a public exhibition. It is almost unnecessary to state that Lord Sidmouth did not hesitate to refuse the request, a compliance with which would be attended with great inconvenience at least. His lordship stated, in the mildest terms, the impossibility of granting it, contrary as such compliance would be to established usage. At a late hour in the evening, the wives of the executed men were informed by the keeper of Newgate that the bodies of their husbands were buried. In the course of the afternoon a channel had been dug alongside of the subterraneous passage that leads to the cells, and about 7 in the evening, after the coffins had been filled with quicklime, they were strongly screwed up, placed in a line with each other, strewed over with earth, and finally covered with stones, and of course no trace of their end remains for any future public observation. On this circumstance being communicated to their unhappy wives, they were entirely overcome by the poignancy of their feelings. On the following morning an individual petition was forwarded to the Privy Council on the part of Mrs. Thistlewood, and was presented to His Majesty, for the body of her husband. A laconic answer was almost immediately returned, That Thistlewood was buried. Transportation of the respite traders, discharge of the suspected persons, and c. Very early in the morning of Tuesday, the 2d of May, the day following the execution of their partners in crime, 5 of the respite traders, namely, Wilson, Harrison, Cooper, Strange, and Bradburn, were removed from Newgate in 3 post-chaises, and conveyed under a proper escort to Portsmouth, where they were put on board a convict ship, which soon after sailed for New South Wales. Gilchrist was still detained in Newgate, but it was expected his confinement would not be of long duration, the peculiar circumstances of his case having excited a feeling of mercy towards him. On Saturday the 6th of May, the following persons, whose arrests on suspicion we have previously mentioned, were placed at the bar of the Old Bailey, previous to the adjournment of the court, viz. Thomas Preston, William Simmons, Abel Hall, Robert George, William Firth, and William Hazard. The prisoners being addressed by order of the court, and informed that, as no prosecutors appeared against them, they were discharged, bowed respectfully, and departed, with the exception of Preston, who made an attempt to address the court, but was immediately silenced. We have now completed, as far as the individuals arrested were concerned, our narration of the whole of the proceedings relative to the horrid conspiracy, which at one time threatened such awful consequences. But as many circumstances connected with the personal history of the conspirators have been brought to light in the course of the proceedings, which could not well be interwoven in the history of their crimes, we have added in an appendix such particulars respecting the principal actors in this dreadful tragedy, as we have been able to collect, from a conviction that every circumstance connected with the lives of the ferocious criminals will be considered as interesting. The infamous spy and instigator, George Edwards, has also been frequently named as playing a very prominent part in this horrid drama, and independent of the disclosures of his criminal conduct, incidentally made in the course of the judicial proceedings against the conspirators, the answers given by Thistlewood to the questions put to him by Mr. Alderman Wood, on the morning of the fatal 1st of May, imparted a certain degree of interest to every circumstance connected with that vile character, and a feeling of indignation, horror, and disgust was excited in the public mind relative to this consummate villain, which had never been equaled but in the sensation caused by the first discovery of the plot itself. Consonant with these feelings were the proceedings instituted by Mr. Alderman Wood, both in and out of Parliament, for the apprehension and bringing to trial of this worthless wretch on charges of diverse acts of high treason alleged to have been committed by him, and although we stop not to inquire whether the protection from the consequences of his crimes, experienced by this fellow, be justifiable, or otherwise, we shall certainly be rendering an acceptable service to society and to future generations, in tracing this serpent through all his intricate paths of villainy, and cautioning the thoughtless and unsuspecting from becoming the dupes of similar villains, if any such exist, in their intemperate moments of political animosity. With this view we have collected all the particulars attainable of the conduct of this arch-fiend both in public or private, as an appropriate addition to the lives of his partners in crime, and perhaps, in some respects, the victims of his villainy. Footnotes 2. See Newgate Calendar Vol. 3. 3. See Newgate Calendar Vol. 2. Appendix, containing brief sketches of the lives of the executed conspirators, with copies of their letters, an account of the infamous George Edwards the spy, the efforts made to bring him to justice, and the parliamentary proceedings thereon, with other particulars relating to the conspiracy. Arthur Thistlewood. In page 70 of the preceding narrative, we have briefly touched on the history of this ill-fated man, and we now add some further particulars relating to him. Very early in life he manifested idle and unsettled habits, and remained a burden on his family until the period of his obtaining a commission in the militia, soon after which he married a young lady of property. But even that step, so promising in the outset, was pregnant with future troubles. Thistlewood had supposed her fortune to be at her own disposal, but it was in fact so settled, that she received the interest only during her life, and the principal, at her death, reverted to her relations. 16 months after their marriage, she died in childbed, and Thistlewood was left almost without a shilling of her property. In London he formed an acquaintance with a number of young military officers, was introduced into all the vices and dissipation of the metropolis, and gave loose to his passion for intrigue and gaming. On one night he was filched by a notorious blackleg, and some of his companions, at one of the hells, in the neighborhood of St. James's, of upwards of 2,000L. His money being nearly all gone, he fled in despair. Legal proceedings were commenced to recover the amount, but, owing to some informality in the pleadings, it was not recovered, and soon after those who had pigeoned him left the kingdom. In France his evil genius still followed him. On one occasion, having an improper passport, he was detained by the police, and during his detention, a circumstance occurred which produced him a long period of confinement. He had always expressed himself a hater of oppression and injustice. An Englishman named Healy was arrested for being without a passport, and conveyed to the same prison where Thistlewood was confined. Upon Thistlewood and Healy receiving orders from Paris for their liberation, Healy used some insulting language to the officer who brought him to prison. The officer struck him with a cane, and Thistlewood knocked the officer down with his clenched fist. In consequence of this outrage, they were thrown into close confinement, and lay there for several weeks before they were able to obtain their final liberation. Thistlewood, having obtained a passport, then went to Paris, having sufficient knowledge of the French language to be able to converse. He entered the French service, and was present during the perpetration of numberless atrocities by the French troops. Although a man of but middling talent, he had a considerable knowledge of military tactics, was an excellent swordsman, and always fearless of death. He entered a regiment of French grenadiers, and was at the Battle of Zurich, commanded by General. After a variety of adventures in France and on different parts of the continent, he returned to England, and became possessed of a considerable estate, by the death of a relation, which he subsequently sold to a gentleman at Durham for 10,000L. He felt inclined to settle himself, and courted Miss Wilkinson of Horncastle. The gentleman to whom he sold his estate, instead of paying him the money, gave him an annuity bond, agreeing to pay him 850L per annum for a number of years. In 18 months this purchaser became a bankrupt, and Thistlewood was again reduced, not to want or poverty, but his finances were at a low ebb. Thistlewood's father and brother, both of whom now reside and are most respectable farmers in the neighborhood of Horncastle, assisted him to take a farm. He continued to occupy it till he found he was losing annually a considerable sum, in consequence of the high rent and taxes, and farming produce being very low. He then parted with it. He came with his present wife and son to London, and formed an acquaintance with the Spenceans. The Evanses were his constant companions. He took young Evans to France, paying all expenses for near 12 months, and since his return his history is but too well recorded in the annals of crime. The son who took an affecting leave of him in prison is not the offspring of the first marriage, but a natural child of Thistlewood's, whom his second wife, the present widow, took under her care shortly after her marriage, and to whom she has shown great kindness. By the widow he had no issue. The following lines are said to have been written by him while under sentence of death in Newgate. Oh, what a twine of mischief is a statesman! Ye furies, whirlwinds, and ye tree-trouse rocks, ye ministers of death, devouring fires, convulsive earthquakes, and plague-tainted air, ye are all mild and merciful to him. Richard Tidd was born at Grantham, in Lincolnshire. His age at the time of his execution was 45. He was apprenticed to Mr. Conte of Grantham, but quitted his situation at 16 years of age. He then went to Nottingham, where he lived 2 years and a half. From thence he came to London, where he resided several years. He thought it prudent to retreat into Scotland in 1803, and he stopped there for 5 years. This flight was made in consequence of his having voted for Sir Francis Burdett, at the Middlesex election, when the Honourable Baronet was opposed by Mr. Mainwaring. Tidd swore that he was a freeholder, the fact being otherwise, and fled to avoid prosecution for perjury. A reward of 100L was offered for his apprehension. On his return from the north, he went to live at Rochester, and for 9 years worked at his trade of shoemaker in that town. He was engaged in a conspiracy for which Colonel Desparts suffered, but a temporary absence from town preserved him from sharing the same fate. His last stay in town commenced on the 10th of March, 1818. From that time he attended all Mr. Hunt's meetings, public and private, and was present at all the subsequent radical meetings. He was introduced to Edwards by Brunt, at his own residence, Hole-in-the-Wall Passage, Baldwin's Gardens. Edwards's assumed violence suited his disposition, and he eagerly closed with every proposition, however desperate. It was a most extraordinary circumstance that he had constantly an impression on his mind, for the last 20 years, that he was to be hanged. He frequently expressed to his wife that he should die on the gallows, who felt distressed at his entertaining such an idea, but he would still persist that such would be his fate. He was unhappily too good a prophet, and thus a life of irregularity terminated in the most ignominious manner. Mrs. Tidd is a very decent woman. Tidd has left a brother and one daughter to deplore his fate. Tidd, during the war, enlisted into more than half of the regiments under the Crown, and received the different bounties. It is astonishing how he escaped detection. He was always in disguise when he enlisted, and, as soon as he had obtained the bounty, he deserted. When he had spent the money, he enlisted into another regiment. It will be evident from this account that the statements of his uniform good character and conduct published at the period of his first arrest, for the crime of which he was ultimately found guilty on an impartial trial by a jury of his countrymen, were put forth by some zealous friend to produce a favorable impression on the public mind in his behalf. James Ings was a native of Hampshire. His relations were respectable tradesmen. He has left a wife and 4 children. Ings was a butcher at Portsmouth, and at the time of his marriage had a handsome property, consisting of several houses, and some money in the funds. Trade growing bad at the termination of the war, and his property having decreased, some of his tenements were sold, and he came up to London about 18 months ago, with a little ready money, produced by the sale of a house, and opened a butcher's shop at the west end of the town. He could, however, get no business, and in a few months gave up the shop, and with a few pounds he had left, he opened a coffee shop in Whitechapel. Business becoming dull there, he was involved in great distress, and at last was compelled to pawn his watch to enable him to send his wife and children down to Portsmouth to her friends, to prevent their starving in London. At the coffee house in Whitechapel he sold, besides coffee, political pamphlets, with which he was supplied by Carlyle, of Fleet Street. Having given up the shop, and finding that there was no prospect of supporting himself and his family with credit, he gave himself up to despair. He had read the different deistical publications during the time he sold political pamphlets, and from being a churchman, he became a confirmed deist. He was a most affectionate husband and father, and his desperate situation, no doubt, was a principal cause of his joining the Cato-Street plot. Edwards, Adams, Thistlewood, and Brunt had frequently visited Ings during the time he kept the coffee and political pamphlet shop, and when he was in more desperate circumstances, he became a fitter companion for persons engaged in such an atrocious crime as the one for which he suffered the sentence of the law. For some weeks before the Cato-Street discovery, Ings was in the utmost distress, quite penniless, and the money he was supplied with to subsist upon was given him by George Edwards. Ings was also supplied with money by the same person to take an apartment, where arms and ammunition could be safely placed. He took a room in the house where Brunt lodged, and thither the greater part of the ammunition and arms was conveyed by Edwards, Adams, and himself. Indeed, it was the depot of the conspirators. The following letters were written by Ings in Newgate, the night before his execution, to his wife. My dear Celia, I hardly know how to begin, or what to say, for the laws of tyrants have parted us forever. My dear, this is the last time you will ever hear from me. I hope you will perform your duty without delay, which is for the benefit of yourself and children, which I have explained to you before. My dear, of the anxiety and regard I have for you and the children, I know not how to explain myself, but I must die according to law, and leave you in a land full of corruption, where justice and liberty has taken their flight to other distant shores. My dear, I have heard men remark that they would not marry a widow, not without her husband was hanged. Now, my dear, I hope you will bear in mind that the cause of my being consigned to the scaffold was a pure motive. I thought I should have rendered my starving fellow men, women, and children a service, and my wish is, when you make another choice, that this question you will put before you tie the fatal knot. My dear, it is of no use for me to make remarks respecting my children. I am convinced you will do your duty as far as lies in your power. My dear, you're leaving me but a few hours before I wrote these few lines. I have nothing more to say. Farewell. Farewell, my dear wife and children, forever. Give my love to your mother and Elizabeth. I conclude a constant lover to you and your children, and all friends. I die the same, but an enemy to all tyrants. James Ings. P.S. My dear wife, give my love to my father and mother, brother and sisters, and Aunt Mary, and beg of them to think nothing of my unfortunate fate, for I am gone out of a very troublesome world, and I hope you will let it pass like a summer cloud over the earth. Newgate, 4 o'clock, Sunday afternoon, April 30th, 1820. To his daughters. To my dear daughters. My dear little girls, receive my kind love and affection, once more, forever, and adhere to these my sincere wishes, and recollect, though in a short time you will hear nothing more of your father, let me entreat you to be loving, kind, and obedient to your poor mother, and strive all in your powers to comfort her, and assist her whilst you exist in this transitory world. And let your conduct throughout life be that of virtue, honesty, and industry, and endeavor to avoid all temptation, and at the same time put your trust in God. I hope unity, peace, and concord will remain amongst you all. Farewell. Farewell, my dear children. Your unfortunate father, James Ings. To W.M. Stone Ings and his sisters. To his son, my little dear boy W.M. Stone Ings. I hope you will live to read these few lines when the remains of your poor father is mouldered to dust. My dear boy, I hope you will bear in mind the unfortunate end of your father, and not place any confidence in any person or persons whatever, for the deception, the corruption, and the ingenuity in man I am at a loss to comprehend. It is beyond all calculation. My dear boy, I hope you will make a bright man in society, and it appears to me, the road you ought to pursue is, to be honest, sober, industrious, and upright in all your dealings, and to do unto all men as you would they should do unto you. My dear boy, put your trust in one God, and be cautious of every shrewd, designing, flattering tongue. My dear boy, be a good, kind, and obedient child to your poor mother, and comfort her, and be a loving brother to your sisters. My dear boy, I sincerely hope and trust you will regard these my last instructions. Year. Loving and unfort father, James Ings. Newgate, Sunday night, 8 o'clock, April 30th, 1820. The following petition to the king was written by Ings, the day previous to his execution. It contains a repetition of some of the facts urged by him in his defense, but of course produced no effect in his favor. The humble petition of James Ings to the king. I was born near Waltham, in Hampshire, but I have lived ever since I was about 15 years of age at Portsea, and every one that knows me knew no harm of me, and the masters that I have lived with sent me a character for me to give to the jury, but the jury never saw the character. I married a girl that I loved, and she had a little property, and I continued working till I could get nothing to do, and I went into business, and it turned out very unfortunately, and I lost a great deal of money, not through drinking and gambling, for I never went to a public house in my life but to smoke my pipe, or for the sake of company. I can assure your most gracious majesty that I never was tipsy but 3 times in my life, and that was not through the love of liquor. The times being so very bad at Portsea, and I had nothing to do, me and my wife made up our minds to come to London. Me and my family left Portsea the beginning of May 1819. I thought when I came to town I should get a situation, but to my sad disappointment I soon found all my hopes was blasted. I tried every means I was master of to get employ for the support my family. I did not know how to act, for it was not my intention when I came to town to enter into business. I had a little money by me, for me and my wife mortgaged her property, a house I mean, to the full value of it, if it was to be sold now. I went and took a butcher's shop in Baker's Row, Whitechapel Road, and I carried on business from midsummer to Michaelmas. When I came to look over my little stock of money, I found it was very much reduced, and the summer being so very hot, was very much against me, and after I had paid my rent, and a few little bills beside, my money was nearly all gone. I left Baker's Row at Michaelmas, and I took a house in Old Montague Street, Brick Lane, and I fitted it up for a coffee house, and then my money was gone. It did not turn out to my expectation, for I did not take money enough, if it had been all profit, to keep my family. I persuaded my wife to return to Portsea with the children. The reason was, I thought she had better be among her friends without money than in London. I remained in the house a short time after my wife had left me. There was a man used to come frequently and take a cup of coffee, and he used to enter into conversation about the Manchester massacre, and government, and sea. I did not make but very little reply, for I took him to be some officer. After I had left my house, I met him in Smithfield Market. He said, "I have caught you out, I shall make you stand treat. I am sorry it is not in my power, for I am very short at present. If I do not get some work very shortly, I must sell my few things." "What have you to sell?" "A sofa bedstead. It is the best piece of furniture I have." "I should like to see it. If I like it I will buy it, and give you as much as any person will." I took him to my lodging, No. 20, Primrose Street, Bishopsgate, and shewed him my sofa, but it did not suit him, and he took me to a friend of his, a broker, to buy my sofa, but it did not suit him, and we parted early in January. I met him in Fleet Market, and he asked me how I did. I told him I was very low in spirits. "Come," he says, "have a glass of gin, that will rise your spirits." "No, I thank you, I never drink so soon in the morning." We walked up Fleet Street, and we went and bought the very sword that was produced in the court, and I took it to the cutler's, and I left my name. If I had known at that time what was going to be done, I am sure I should not have left my name. He took me to the White Hart, and gave me beefsteaks, and for my dinner, and I thought he was the best friend I had, for he used to give me victuals and drink when I was very short, and this was Edwards that introduced me to the party, which I never should have known if it had not been for him. There have been a great deal more said about me in the court than is true, but it is of no use for me to try to contradict what has been said. I never was at a political meeting in my life, not before this time, and I can assure you it was through Edwards, and the anxiety for my wife and family, which brought me to this sad unfortunate situation. I can assure your most high and mighty and gracious sovereign that I have been a true and faithful subject till now, but being in distress, and hearing the language I did, when irritated, took advantage of my distressed situation. I know not what to say or how to address a king, but I hope your most gracious majesty will spare my life for the sake of family, for I was not the inventor of this plot. I shall in future, if your most gracious majesty spare my life, be a true and faithful subject. James Ings, William Davidson, was born in the year 1786, at Kingston, in Jamaica. His father was Mr. Attorney General Davidson, a man of considerable legal knowledge and talent. He had several children. William, his second son, was sent to England when very young, for the purpose of receiving an education suitable to the rank of his father and his own prospects. His mother was a native of the West Indies, a woman of color. She opposed her son being sent to England, but her husband was resolved. He wished William to be brought up to his own profession, the law. William was therefore sent to Edinburgh to be educated. Having learned the first rudiments of education, he was sent to the Academy of Dr., where he studied mathematics. Having left school, he went to his father's agent, a friend who resided near Liverpool. After some time he was apprenticed to a respectable attorney at Liverpool, at whose office he remained near 3 years, when he became tired of confinement. He had for some time felt great inclination to go to sea, and the captain of a vessel, to whom he disclosed his wishes upon the subject, promised to take him out as his clerk on his next voyage. Without taking leave of the gentleman to whom he was articled, he entered on board the merchant vessel, and soon had cause to repent, for after the vessel had left the port, he was compelled by the captain to perform duty. On the voyage a king's ship stopped the vessel, and impressed Davidson and many of the crew. He arrived in England about 6 months afterwards, and wrote to his father's friend a supplicatory letter. His father's friend sent for him, and at his own particular desire, apprenticed him to a cabinet maker in Liverpool. Davidson was a personable young man, and was upon the point of marriage to the daughter of a respectable tradesman at Liverpool, but her friends sent her off, and prevented the match taking place. Davidson, being somewhat disappointed, determined to leave England, and to visit his relatives at Kingston, in Jamaica. He took a passage on board of a West India merchantman, and on his voyage again experienced the misfortune of being impressed into the king's service. He took the first opportunity of running away from the vessel on its arrival in port, and having obtained some money from his friends, he got work at his trade as a journeyman. About 12 months after, his mother allowed him 2 guineas per week, which was paid him regularly through her agent. Davidson was employed by Mr. Bullock, a cabinet maker at Lichfield. He was a most excellent workman, and was able to get 3 or 4 guineas a week, being a man of considerable taste in his profession, and chiefly employed in fitting up the houses of noblemen and gentlemen in the neighborhood. With his mother's allowance he was able to live and dress very genteelly, and the company he kept was highly respectable. By some accident he met a young lady of the name of Salt, who resided at Lichfield. She was only 16 years of age. She imbibed a strong regard for Davidson, and, unknown to her family, she allowed him to visit her. Miss Salt had at her own disposal, when of age, the sum of 7,000 She communicated to her mother her passion for Davidson. Her mother objected to it, but finding that nothing could wean her from her attachment, she consented to allow Davidson to visit her daughter. He frequently paid visits unknown to the young lady's father. The latter, however, at length obtained information of these clandestine interviews, and laid wait for him, and, as he entered the garden late one evening, he fired a pistol at his head, and the ball it contained passed through Davidson's hat. A constable was sent for, and Davidson was taken before a magistrate, charged with attempting to commit a robbery. But upon Davidson stating the simple facts of the case, precisely as it occurred, that he was courting the daughter, with the privity of Mrs. Salt, though against the desire of Mr. Salt, he immediately set Davidson at liberty, and committed Mr. Salt to prison for shooting at him. While Mr. Salt was in prison, he sent for Davidson, and promised him his daughter, if he would not prosecute him. Davidson did not appear against him, and he was set at liberty. Mr. Salt afterwards repented of his promise, and to evade the pledge he had given, he told Davidson that he would not object if he would only wait till she was of age. Davidson communicated to Miss Salt the wish of her father. She replied, "You know my sentiments towards you now. I cannot say, if I remain single till I am of age, what they may be then," and expressed herself angry that Davidson should be inclined to agree to her father's proposal for deferring their union. Davidson had previously written to Jamaica, to his mother, and informed her of his intended union, and she had remitted 1,200 to a banking house in London, and placed it at his disposal. Miss Salt was sent by her father to see a relative in a distant part of the country, and before she had been many months there, she married another suitor. Davidson, who had entertained very great affection for the lady, upon hearing that she had broken her faith with him, went to a chemist's shop at Lichfield, and in a fit of despair, purchased some poison, and took it. He had not swallowed it long before he communicated to a friend the rash act he had committed, when the latter immediately procured a powerful antidote, which Davidson took, and which destroyed the effect of the poison in a great degree, though he was unwell for a considerable time after. When he recovered, he left the place, and took a large house near Birmingham. With the money his mother had sent him he entered into an extensive way of business, but being, from the disappointment in his marriage with Miss Salt, rendered quite unsettled in his mind, he did not attend to his business, and in a short time the whole of his money was expended. Previous to his acquaintance with Miss Salt, he was employed by Lord Harrowby to fit up his house, and had frequent conversations with the noble lord upon the plan of decorating the interior of the mansion. After Davidson's failure in business near Birmingham, he came to London, and was employed as a journeyman by Mr. Cox, a cabinet maker in the Haymarket, to whom he had been strongly recommended by some gentlemen forming part of the congregation of a chapel at Walworth, which Davidson frequented, and where he also made himself active as a teacher to the Sunday school attached to the chapel. It was during the period of his service with Mr. Cox that the circumstance happened alluded to by Davidson on his trial, of an indelicate attack on the person of one of the female teachers at the school, but we are compelled to state that his account of the affair is directly the reverse of the truth. The fact was, that he habitually indulged in attempts of a gross and indelicate nature on the persons, not only of the teachers, but even of the children of the school, waylaying them on their return home, particularly in the evening after their attendance on divine worship, and taking improper liberties with them. The outward sanctity of the man screened him from suspicion, and the indelicate nature of his attack silenced for too long a period the virtuous and innocent females, who were the objects of his vile attempts. But at length his conduct became too gross for endurance, and one of the ladies communicated it to the committee. This led to inquiry, and the result was the most perfect unmasking of the hypocrite, who was expelled with contempt and indignation from that society and religious community, which he had so long disgraced by making it the means of indulging his brutal propensities. After this detection and exposure, his conduct was more narrowly observed, and his habitual lying, prevarication, and intrigue became notorious. Indeed, he seemed to delight in evasion, and scarcely ever spoke the plain truth. About 4 years ago he entered into business for himself at Walworth, and then married a Mrs. Lane, the widow of a respectable man, who had left her with 4 small children. For a short time he appeared to be doing well. At length trade fell off, and he was obliged to remove to London. He then took a lodging in Marylebone. He had known Harrison, one of the transported conspirators, for several years previous to his coming to Walworth, and by him he was introduced to Thistlewood, and by the latter to Edwards, the spy. Edwards frequently called upon Davidson at his lodgings during the getting up of the Cato-Street plot, and was, for several weeks before, his and Thistlewood's constant companion. Edwards breakfasted with Davidson on the morning before the Cato-Street plot was discovered, and on the same evening, in the presence of Mrs. Davidson, gave him money to get a blunderbuss out of pawn. On the Sunday night, when Davidson parted, for the last time, with his distressed wife, he expressed himself very strongly against Lord Sidmouth. After he had kissed her, he said, "If I should betray a weakness when I come out on the scaffold, I hope the world will not attribute it to cowardice, but to my intense feelings for you and my dear children. Farewell, love! Pray that God will take mercy on me, and receive my soul. Mrs. Davidson then left him. This unfortunate woman is left with 6 children, 4 by her former husband, and 2 fine boys by Davidson, both under 4 years of age." The following letter was written by Davidson to his wife, enclosing the notice served upon him by the solicitor for the prosecution, that the indictment for high treason had been found by the grand jury. "My dear Sarah, according to the promise your entreaties caused me to make to you concerning matters of counsel, and see, I have sent you here the order I received last night, an order for application to either of the several justices therein mentioned, whereby an order will be granted to the applicant for the free admission of counsel, solicitors, and c. But I would rather, for my part, use such an order for you and my dear children, in preference to counsel, and c. and would now retain my integrity of not having any, only as it is the first time you ever asked the favor of being dictator, and as in such considerations I did grant you that request, I will not now fall from such a promise. To one whose sole interest and young family entirely depends on the result of this trial. Therefore, you can be advised how you are to act. For my own part, I am careless about it, as I am determined to maintain my integrity as a man against all the swarms of false witnesses, and I hope you will never be persuaded, or suffer the public to be led away with the belief that I am fallen from that spirit maintained from my youth up, and had so long been in possession of the ancient name of Davidson, Aberdeen's boast, and is now become feeble. Death's countenance is familiar to me. I have had him in view 15 times, and surely he cannot now be terrible. Keep up that noble spirit for the sake of your children, and depend that, even in death, it will be maintained, by your ever affectionate husband, W.M. Davidson. Mrs. Sarah Davidson. 12, Elliot Row, Marylebone. The following is a copy of the letter, which he wrote to Lord Harrowby, referred to in page 357. It is evidently a rank falsehood, written in the hope, perhaps, of obtaining a respite. My noble lord, it is with the greatest pleasure I write to inform your lordship of my innocence of the charge wherein I am shortly about to suffer death. My lord, permit me to inform your lordship, from the personal knowledge I have of your lordship's family, it is impossible I could be guilty of the slightest intention to harm your lordship in any way. My lord, I have had the honour of working at your lordship's seat, in Sandon Hall, Staffordshire, wherein I worked for Mr. Bullock, of Rugeley, and would at any time rather lose my life in your defence than to be an accomplice to harm you, or any other man, be his condition ever so poor, much more so many illustrious persons, and among them one I had so great a respect for, from personal knowledge, as your lordship. I declare now to your lordship, as I hope to be saved, that Edwards was the man who gave me the money to redeem the blunderbuss, which Adams carried away to Cato-Street. I gave it to him not knowing of any plot, and, as I related to the Privy Council, Mr. Goldworthy met me in John Street, Portland Road. He gave me a sword to take to Cato-Street, and a bundle, which contained belts. When I found I was entrapped, I naturally attempted to escape, but never fired. I never had any pistols in my possession, and in truth my lord Mr. Edwards must know that I am not that man of color that was in that party, if he will do me the justice to say so. John Thomas Brunt was born in Union Street, Oxford Street, London. His father was a tailor. He apprenticed his only son John Thomas, at the age of 14 years, to Mr. Brooks, a lady shoemaker, in Union Street. He served Mr. Brooks till he was 18 years of age, when, his father dying, his mother purchased the remainder of his time, and his indentures were given up to her, and he supported his mother for some years by his labor. At the age of 21 years he articled himself to learn the boot closing, and in a short time became an excellent workman. A prize boot in the shop of a tradesman in the Strand was made by him. When he was 23 years of age he married a respectable young woman, named Welch. On the 1st of May 1806 she brought him a boy, who is now living with his mother. He was 14 years of age on the day his unfortunate father suffered the sentence of the law. Brunt was 38 years of age. The following lines were written by Brunt in the Tower, upon the Secretary of State sending a letter in answer to one written by the Major, that the alleged traitors were not to be allowed knives or forks, and only to be allowed to walk on the leads an hour each day. The Home Department's secretaire, his orders they would make you stare, an hour a day allowed to walk, but mind ye neither wink nor talk. For these are gifts of human reason, and you are adepts in high treason, no bigger rogues on earth there beyond, for so says Edwards the Espion. Let them eat and drink and sleep, but knives and forks pray from them keep, as they'll commit assassination. The rogues would overturn the nation. At the bottom of the above lines were written the following couplets: In modes of faith let graceless zealots fight, he can't be wrong whose life is in the right. Life's but a jest, and all things show it, I thought so once, but now I know it. J. T. Brunt, Tower of London. The following verses were written by Brunt, in Newgate, on the Sunday evening, after taking leave of his wife. They were enclosed in an envelope, which was addressed to his wife. It contained also a shilling, the last money he possessed, and he requested his wife to keep the shilling for his sake as long as she lived. Though in a cell I'm close confined, no fears alarm the noble mind, though death itself appears in view. Daunts not the soul sincerely true. Let Sidmouth and his base colleagues cajole and plot their dark intrigues, still each Briton's last word shall be, oh, give me death or liberty. J. T. Brunt, Newgate, April 30th, 1820. Proceedings relative to George Edwards, the spy. On Tuesday, the 2d May, Mr. Alderman Wood rose in his place in the House of Commons, and said that he had a question to bring under the consideration of the House, which he considered as one of the greatest importance, and particularly to the House itself. He might be wrong in the course which he had proposed to himself to pursue, but if he were, the Speaker would, no doubt, instruct him what was the proper mode of bringing the matter forward. He had come to the determination of treating it as a breach of privilege, and would here very briefly state what were the facts. 7 persons had applied to him, in his official capacity of magistrate, for a warrant to take up a man, stated to be then resident in Fleet Street, whose name was said to be George Edwards. He immediately went into a private examination of those individuals, with the assistance of Sir W. Domville. 4 of the parties deposed to some very material facts, some of which, affecting the safety of that house, he should now mention, but others, which were detailed at great length, were of too horrible a description for him to repeat. They involved a plot, not merely to effect the destruction of that house, and the honorable members within it, but of one of the highest personages in this kingdom, and of His Majesty's ministers also. He would, however, confine himself to the facts of the case as they regarded that house. He would read the words of the deposition. Some time in that year deponent saw a man, of the name of Edwards, going from one public house to another, inviting persons to unite with him in the execution of the plots against the government, which he intended to bring forward. It then went on to state, that one of his great plots was this. He said that he could bring into the House of Commons 6 or 8 men very readily, and that it was not necessary that they should come in clean. By that expression he meant, that they might easily enter the house with something under their arms, for they could so come into the lobby and other parts of the house with books, no objection would be offered to their passing in with books under their arms. These books were to have been filled with gun barrels, cut down to the length of 4 inches only, which were to be filled with gunpowder, and plugged up at both ends, and these implements being thrown down in the middle of the house, upon some occasion of a full attendance, when it would be in a very crowded state, would explode with great violence, and cause much destruction. The deposition went on to shew that Edwards on one occasion said, "Thistlewood is the boy for us. He's the one to do our work. He will very soon be out of Horsham jail." Now the evidence next showed that, 2 days after, Thistlewood did come out of Horsham jail, and he was introduced to this Edwards at the house of Preston, the cobbler, and that which was the strongest confirmation of the whole statement, and proved it beyond all doubt, was, that Edwards did get those very books made for the purpose, and that he procured the gun barrels, and had them cut up. At that time, too, he had not money enough to buy a pot of beer. All at once, however, he got supplied with cash, and was enabled to purchase several other weapons of defense, and arms, which the deponents spoke of. Now, this was the general substance of the depositions as they regarded that house. As to the other parts, which related to the intended taking off of certain individuals, he had hardly satisfied himself what might be the best mode of proceeding, or whether, from the nature of the case, he might be justified in asking the House to indulge him with a committee of secrecy, in which case it would not be necessary for him to proceed with his present observations. The other details, however, which he did not at present feel it his duty to bring before the House, were of a most terrible description, and unfolded plots of the most dreadful character. The persons who had made the depositions were respectable persons, and not at all implicated in the late legal proceedings, as having been evidence for the Crown or for the prisoners. He had had several other persons with him that same morning, who were all ready to swear that they knew Edwards to have been engaged in these plots from time to time. He had been asked by several individuals how he intended to proceed in this case, and he could now declare that his mind was made up to call that person, Edwards, before the bar of the House. Whether, however, he should ask for a committee of secrecy, or proceed in any other way, he was ready to bring this important business before them, and he thought that he discharged his duty in so doing. He had not thought it proper to swear those deponents to the truth of their allegations, because all the acts charged against Edwards were stated to have occurred either in the county of Middlesex or the city of Westminster. As he never interfered in such a case, he told the parties that they must go before a magistrate, either of Westminster or of the county, or else that they must apply for a warrant to Lord Sidmouth. He directed them to go to his lordship, and promised that, upon procuring the warrant, he would get it immediately backed, so as to make it operative within the city of London. He thought the thing a matter of such importance that he took the depositions in charge himself, and ordered the witnesses to attend him at Lord Sidmouth's immediately, but it so happened that his lordship had left the place a few minutes before his arrival. He left the depositions with a person whom he had now in his eye, and had received an answer, but he did not think proper now to give it. The existence of such a man as this Edwards it was almost impossible to conceive. It was difficult to imagine a man going about with all this boldness from public house to public house, nay, even from one private house to another, framing and discoursing of all these plots. For his own part, however, when he looked at all the facts, he thought it clear that Edwards had become connected with the conspirators at a very early period, and he pledged himself that, if the House should adopt any question upon the subject, he would bring forward such evidence as must convict the man. It was only to be apprehended that he was not, perhaps, in the country, which he might have quitted by this time. Otherwise, no doubt, there were honorable gentlemen who were in possession of him, so that he might be produced. He, therefore, felt it his duty, under all the circumstances, before he sat down, to move that George Edwards be immediately brought to the bar of this House. Mr. Bathurst objected to the motion, on the ground that an individual charged with such high crimes as those imputed to Edwards was an improper person to be brought to the bar of the House of Commons, on the charge of a breach of privilege, but stated that there was no doubt, if the question was brought before the House in a proper shape it would be entertained. Mr. Alderman Wood in reply said, that he certainly set out with intimating that he saw great difficulties in this question, but was, indeed, quite happy to hear it observed, that if the business were brought before the House properly, the House would properly entertain it. He thought it right to state that he had applied to another quarter, to get the individual in question prosecuted, but in that application he had been disappointed. When he first read over the depositions, which were of a nature, he was sure, to make every man shudder with horror, he thought that not a moment was to be lost in taking Edwards up, if he could be found, and he took it for granted that he could be found, for he was known to have been in the possession of certain persons for a long time. His plots were truly diabolical, and from the evidence it could be proved, beyond contradiction or dispute, that Edwards was the sole plotter and founder of the whole Cato-Street plot. At present, knowing of no other way than the motion he had suggested by which the man might be brought to justice, he should leave the matter in the hands of the House. A short debate on the question then ensued, but it appearing that the charge could not regularly be entertained by the House as a breach of privilege, Mr. Alderman Wood was induced to withdraw the motion for the present. On the 9th of May the worthy alderman, having newly modelled his motion, so as to move for a committee of secrecy to examine the depositions in his possession, again called the attention of the House to the subject. He commenced by stating that, in bringing forward the motion, he had no object in view but the furtherance of justice, no end to attain but the elucidation of certain extraordinary facts. He had not willingly embarked in this business, which he wished to have been taken up by His Majesty's ministers. He had done all he could to induce the Secretary of State for the Home Department, to bring to trial and to punishment the individual whose name was so intimately connected with the late conspiracy. He had done so as a magistrate. In consequence of information which he had received, he deemed it necessary to lay before the Secretary of State all the documents he could collect on the subject of Edwards' proceedings, and he produced a number of persons who were ready to swear to the matters contained in their depositions. He farther added, in his correspondence with the Secretary of State, that he was then enabled to bring forward a considerable body of evidence in support of what had previously been alleged. He had attentively looked over a vast number of depositions, which appeared to him to be of great importance. He had brought down about 30 of them, and he craved the indulgence of the House while he read over the whole of this evidence, preparatory to his moving for a secret committee. His only wish was that a secret committee should be appointed, and if the House at once agreed to it, he should be quite contented with that result. If he could show that Edwards was the person who directed that plot, if he could show that he was going about for 2 years endeavoring to effect it, if he could prove that it was Edwards who purchased the swords and the arms of all kinds, if he could prove, by good evidence, that it was he who made the instruments of destruction which were produced on the trial, and others which might now be produced, he thought it would be quite impossible for the House to refuse his motion. He could substantiate all this by evidence, by the evidence of persons whose characters could not be impeached. He could bring forward witnesses, who had lived 4, 5, and 6 years with their employers, from whom they had received the best of characters. They stated that Edwards had called on them at different times, and had endeavored to seduce them, that he had drawn them into public houses, that he had made purchases of arms, and that he had sent arms to their houses, they not knowing from whom those arms came, until subsequent evidence made them acquainted with the fact. He had traced this man during a period of 5 years, although his motion was confined to 2. Some years ago he was living at Windsor, and some favor was shown to him by persons about the castle. He was employed as a modeler in plaster of Paris. 5. Sometimes he was in deep adversity, at other times his circumstances were better. At one period he was walking about the streets selling his busts, without shoes or stockings, and all at once he became comparatively rich. To account for this, he stated that he was the relation of a German count, from whom he had received some money, in obtaining which, he said, he was assisted by Lord Castlereagh. This circumstance was sufficient to excite suspicion in any rational mind. He would also prove that Edwards had been long connected with the police officers. This was a point which certainly must be considered as very important. He pledged himself to show that Edwards was in connection with a police officer who was the intimate friend of Castle's, and by whom Castle's was employed to entice individuals to assist in the liberation of French officers, those individuals being immediately afterwards seized, for the purpose of procuring the reward. If he traced deeds of this description to Edwards, he contended that the committee ought to be granted. All this, doubtless, would be denied, but he was prepared to prove it, and was determined to do his duty. He had sought out the history of this man, as, on a former occasion, he investigated and exposed the conduct of 3 individuals who stood in a similar situation, and who, for the purpose of receiving the reward, were inciting men to the commission of crimes. When, at last, he brought the villainy of this atrocious traitor, he could not denominate him a man, before the house, when he traced him, forming his plots, meeting individuals at an appointed place for the purpose of carrying his schemes into execution, telling them, if they were surprised, to proceed to Lord Harrowby's, employing himself in making those arms which were produced on the trial, and above all, when he proved that Edwards had brought Thistlewood to the lodging at Davis's house, that he had hired that lodging for him, that he did not cause his apprehension the night of the discovery, but that he caused his arrest the next morning, having waited until the Gazette, offering a reward of 1000L, was published. When he proved all this, could they refuse a full and fair inquiry? He could incontestably show that Edwards told the persons engaged in the conspiracy, in case they were disturbed, to follow him to Grosvenor Square, that he accompanied a part of them on their way towards Cato-Street to Holborn, that he quarreled with one of the persons who declined going further, that when the discovery was made, he informed Mrs. Thistlewood where her husband was, that he went the next morning to Harris's, and desired him to keep Thistlewood all day, and that he would be removed at night, and finally, that he brought the officers to seize him. He could further show that Edwards had taken lodgings, under the assumed name of Walls, in Pimlico. He referred the owner of the house to a porter, at Buckingham Gate, for his character, who told him, "This is Mr. Walls of Windsor." He remained at these lodgings for a considerable time with a police officer. He would now proceed to the depositions. A person named Pickard, 6, a weaver, working for his father, deposed that he had casually met with Edwards at a public house. Edwards called him by name, though he did not recollect having seen him before. Edwards told him it was time the B.Y. Thieves was destroyed. A number of persons, say 6, he continued, might get admission into the gallery of the House of Commons, provided with tin cases, painted to represent books, and filled with pistol barrels. One of these, provided with hemp, as a fuse, might be thrown into the House, when the members were engaged in debate. Deponent farther said that Edwards gave him a small steel instrument, to fix to a walking stick. He also stated that Edwards was constantly going after him. Another individual, William Cowdery, stated that he attended several meetings when Edwards was present, and was informed by him, on one occasion, that a cabinet dinner was to be given at Lord Westmoreland's, at which Lord Castlereagh would be present. Edwards said the B.Y. Irish butcher must be made away with. Cowdery stated also that he had often seen Edwards afterwards preparing destructive instruments. A person named Seymour stated that he knew Edwards 4 or 5 years, having met him some time ago, and he proposed that deponent should go to a meeting in Smithfield. He replied to Edwards that he would not go, for that he was not inclined to join in those bad pranks. Edwards afterwards told this man that the meeting had not turned out to their expectation. This was a man of considerable respectability. Another man had seen Edwards at a coffee-house, in June, and was told by him that the only means was to destroy His Majesty's ministers, by throwing hand grenades into their carriages. Another individual was called on by Edwards on the 19th of August, 3 days after the dispersion of the meeting. Edwards stated to him that Manchester was on fire, that the New Bailey was taken, and that Hunt was killed, and added, "Come out immediately, all are ready. We have nothing to do but rallying our forces." Edwards came again at 8 in the evening, and said something so wicked that the man would have nothing more to do with him. Edwards called on another man at his mechanical business, and asked if the men were all reformers. After coming several times, he saw a sword hung up in the place, and said he would be very much obliged to him for it. The individual gave it. Edwards said, "You have more?" He replied that he had not. Edwards said such swords were very cheap, and they could get them as cheap as the government. The man gave him no more, but soon afterwards a bundle was brought to him containing 24 swords and some pikes, and Edwards carried away a number of them under his coat, and sent for others. He said to this individual, "Pray come and see what we are about." He went, and saw Edwards in a flannel jacket, surrounded with combustibles. He saw him making cartridges and hand grenades, and arranging all the implements of destruction. The man, who had formerly been at sea, would stay no longer. A man of the name of Chambers, 7, was visited by Edwards, and was desired to permit him to leave there some arms. Edwards said that all was ready. He offered money to 2 Irishmen who came in, and brought them to a public house, where he treated them with some drink. Mary Barker, daughter of one of the unfortunate men, stated that the hand grenades and other things found in her father's, Tidd's, house were entirely brought in the night before by Edwards. 8. Another individual. He was not desired by any of those persons to conceal their names, and if any member wished for the names he was ready to give them. The individual to whom he alluded knew Edwards. He had known William Edwards, brother of this Edwards, connected with the police, and had worked with him at the palace at Windsor. This man was conducted by Edwards to Cato-Street, but when he saw the preparations there, he immediately ran away. Edwards presented his sword to prevent another from going away from Cato-Street. To another person Edwards said, "Now is the time to destroy His Majesty's ministers, if the country is not to be ruined." The man replied, "Such a thing might do very well for a foreigner. It would not do for an Englishman." Edwards then got Thistlewood to come along with him to this man. Thistlewood had sold an estate to a friend of the man's, and was therefore known to him. But the man said to them, "I'll hear no more of that." Another man was applied to by Edwards on the 19th of January, and was told by him that the destruction of ministers, either in their carriages or at cabinet dinners, was determined on. He would not weary the House by detailing all the practices of this infernal person. One very long and very interesting paper in this matter, which explained the whole from beginning to end, was written by one of the unfortunate individuals who had been seduced. It might therefore be said that it was deserving of little credit. Another person stated Edwards to have been patronized at Windsor, and that he knew him to be a spy. Another person, who had been on the wagon at the Smithfield meeting, stated that Edwards gave a hint to a person who was about to speak of what he should say, gave him a pint of beer, told him to speak out, and among other things suggested that they were ready with fireballs. It was a very extraordinary disclosure, and never had there been a thing devised so well. In the whole proceedings not one instance was found of one person seducing another. A was not found to have seduced B, but in all cases Edwards was the seducer. Of some of the papers he was not prepared to give any account, as they had come into his hands only since he came into the house, but he had stated the facts brought forward by such persons as were sufficient to convict Edwards. He should hear, perhaps, that those persons were themselves guilty of misprision of treason. He was prepared to hear that, and to say something in reply. But that did not at all lessen the guilt of the individual who was seducing others to acts of treason. Edwards had gone on with these practices, and supplied others with money. He could prove money to have passed from Edwards to many of the deluded persons. It was remarkable that Edwards was near the spot when Thistlewood was taken in Harris's house. Whether he had received the 1000L or not, he did not know. If he had, he could now live without labor, at least without such labor as he might otherwise be dependent on. This was established by the testimony of a very respectable man, who kept a school in St. George's, Hanover Square, with respect to whose conduct in this business the trustees had held a meeting, and found nothing to blame. This gentleman, Mr. Fowler, was applied to by Edwards under the name of Wards, for lodgings, and Mr. Wake, who kept Buckingham Gate, said to Mr. Fowler that he was a respectable person. After he had been 6 weeks there, he said to Mr. Fowler if Mr. Sheriff Parkins or Mr. Sheriff Rothwell should call for him, his name was Edwards. Mr. Fowler exclaimed, "Good God! Have I got a spy in my house all this time?" There had been no subscription to provide any money, except indeed a trifle for one of the persons implicated, who had been in the debtor's prison, but it was very small. There had been, therefore, no money provided among them that could account for Edward's mode of living and acting. The worthy alderman concluded by moving that a secret committee be appointed to examine evidence touching the criminal conduct of George Edwards for the last 2 years, and particularly touching his connection with the conspiracy detected in Cato-Street. The motion was seconded by Sir Robert Wilson, and a warm and animated debate between most of the leading members of the House ensued, in which the principle of employing spies was strongly censured and condemned by some members, and approved of and supported by others, as a justifiable measure of state policy. The question was, however, ultimately negatived. The exertions of Mr. Alderman Wood in the House of Commons having been rendered nugatory by the rejection of this motion, recourse was had to the ordinary means of justice, and on Monday the 22d of May, the grand jury for the county of Middlesex found a true bill against George Edwards for high treason, and among the witnesses examined by the grand jury in support of the charge were Mrs. Thistlewood, Mrs. Brunt, and Julian Thistlewood, the son. Mr. Harmer was authorized to offer a reward for the apprehension of Edwards, and the following advertisement immediately appeared in the newspapers: High treason. 100 guineas reward. A true bill of indictment having been found by the Middlesex grand jury against George Edwards for high treason, whoever will apprehend and lodge the said George Edwards in any of His Majesty's jails, shall, on application to Mr. James Harmer, of Hatton Garden, London, receive the above reward. The said George Edwards is by trade a modeler. He is about 5 feet 3 inches high, thin and pale-faced, with an aquiline nose, grey eyes, and light brown hair. He has lately gone by the name of Wards, and is supposed to be about to leave this country for New Brunswick under that assumed name. The retreat of Edwards, however, has never been discovered, and the general expectation is that a free pardon will be granted to him for all acts of treason committed previous to a certain time, by which he will be secured against the consequences of the bill found against him. The witness Hayden, and the accomplices Monument and Adams, who became evidence for the Crown, are also detained in confinement, but will probably be hereafter released by a general pardon. Finus.